This is a world of universal awakening, where everyone will unlock their own abilities when they are born and when they turn 18. Some people have awakened the element of wind and can fly into the sky and hide underground. Someone has awakened a 10-mile-long sword and can destroy the world with a wave of his hand. Once their life-related abilities are awakened, they will be relegated to the bottom of society for the rest of their lives. On the playground, thousands of students' eyes were fixed on me. I stood on the awakening altar, feeling the heat and expectations all around me. The people around me were talking excitedly, and I could hear their voices full of envy and amazement. SSS-level enhanced ability, the supreme existence in their eyes, was only because of me, Chen, who awakened this power. In the eyes of others, this was a moment that could change destiny, and it was even a glory that Xingyi's city had not experienced in decades. I could feel that even the principal was so excited that he was about to jump up. His smile was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum, as if this SSS-level ability was the future glory of Xingyi No. 3 Middle School. However, only I know that this so-called glory is simply a nightmare for me. I stood on the altar, but my heart felt as if it was tightly entangled by cold iron chains. My thoughts could not help but return to the day of my first awakening. That day, when I traveled from the ordinary world to this world full of superpowers, my heart was filled with hope. As the eldest son of the Gu family, I thought I would have an unparalleled future. Everyone is looking forward to awakening, and I am no exception. Who doesn't want to become a powerful person who can change the world? However, when the light of awakening faded, only two words remained before my eyes: sacrifice. At first glance, the ability of sacrifice is indeed extremely powerful. It can allow me to gain extreme power in a short period of time, but the price is that I must sacrifice my organs and lifespan. Every time I use it, it is a race against death. This is not a blessing from God, but a sharp blade that can take my life at any time. The family was extremely anxious about this, and even used the wisdom of several generations before they found a possibility to resolve the curse. When I awaken at the age of 18, I must awaken another special ability. For example, eternal life, miraculous recovery, infinite replication, or at least regeneration. Only in this way can the fatal cost of sacrificial ability be offset. However, fate played a trick on me again. Through countless sacrifices made by my family, I retained my SSS-level abilities, but what I awakened again turned out to be a strengthening ability. Although the enhanced ability is extremely powerful, it is of no help to my predicament. Therefore, facing this national awakening ceremony, I was not calm. For others, SSS-level ability is the highest honor, but for me, it is tantamount to a dead end. I knew I had to seize this last chance. With the determination to fight to the death, I walked towards the awakening pillar again without hesitation. I could hear the terrified shouts of people around me, and the principal even tried hysterically to stop me. I understand that they don't understand my choice. For them, awakening again means giving up the ability of the first awakening, which is almost a self-destructive move. However, I have no choice. If I cannot awaken the ability to save me, no matter how powerful the SSS-level ability is, it will be useless to me. When my palm touched the cold stone pillar, I felt a strange power surge in my body. A white light flashed, and the awakening ceremony was completed quickly. I looked down and saw a few words on the stone pillar. F-level solidification. For a moment, my heart seemed to fall into an ice cellar. F-level ability, or solidifying this seemingly useless ability. I could feel that everything around me seemed to freeze in an instant, and everyone's eyes were filled with shock and disappointment. Solidification, this ability only keeps the body in the same state, and can only be used once. For those who pursue power, this is almost the most useless existence. However, at this moment, I suddenly realized the true value of this ability. If my physical condition could remain unchanged forever, would the damage caused by the sacrifice ability also be eliminated? This seemingly mediocre ability might be the key to my escape from the predicament. A surge of ecstasy rose from the bottom of my heart, and I could hardly control myself. I laughed out loud, and the laughter echoed in the empty playground. All the depression and despair seemed to be released at this moment. I immediately activated my solidification ability, and felt a strange force quickly enveloping my body. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The people around me may never understand how I feel at this moment. To them, I gave up an SSS-level ability in exchange for a useless F-level ability, which is simply crazy. Lu Rian also walked up to the altar at this time. She coldly announced the cancellation of our engagement. These words were like a sharp knife, directly severing my connection with the past. However, I just smiled coldly, without any desire to save the situation. Instead, I looked at Lu Rian nonchalantly and said, "I promise, if you have nothing else to do, go down." My actions completely angered Lu Rian. She stood in front of me and said sharply, "Gu Qian, don't be so arrogant. When you are kicked out of the Gu family, you will have the chance to beg me." Lu Rian held her head high with an arrogant look, as if I had been kicked out of the house and became a helpless and useless person. However, I had no intention of arguing with her. I was still thinking about where to test my newly awakened solidification ability, and I was too lazy to pay attention to her. I casually replied, "Okay, then even if I have to beg for food, I will avoid your Lu family." After that I added, "By the way, since you want to cancel the engagement, remember to return the betrothal gift. I will go to the Lu family to get it tomorrow." Lu Rian was so angry that her face turned blue. She pointed at me with trembling fingers and said viciously, "Gu Qian, just wait for me, I will make you regret it." After that, she turned around and left angrily. I looked at her back, feeling nothing. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, I saw the principal walking towards me angrily, and my heart suddenly tightened. This old man is not easy to mess with, I have to run away quickly. I lowered my head and shrank my neck, then blew a quick whistle to summon my Warcraft mount, the white flame goshawk. Foo! A huge goshawk covered with snow-white feathers and with a wingspan of 5 meters swooped down from midair and landed steadily beside me. Without any hesitation, I immediately climbed onto the goshawk's back and patted it gently, and the goshawk immediately flapped its wings and flew high. The principal was stamping his feet in anger on the ground, but I had already flown far away and finally felt relieved. I couldn't help but turn around and yell to the principal, "Grandpa Neo, don't worry, I will definitely help our number 3 middle school get first place in this college entrance examination." Seeing the principal's angry face, I couldn't help but feel happy. Just relying on that shitty F-level ability, I won't give in easily. The news quickly spread throughout Xingyin City. The eldest son of the Gu family gave up his SSS-level ability, and actually exchanged it for an F-level ability. This shocked everyone, and no one could have imagined that I would make such a choice. After returning home, I rushed into my own martial arts hall and stood in front of the combat power tester, ready to test the effects of these two abilities. The first one to be tested was the solidification ability. I took a deep breath. Although this ability seemed useless, I still held on to a glimmer of hope. After all, no one could truly understand the full potential of this ability. "Solidify ability and activate," I whispered. Instantly, I could feel a strange energy traveling around my body, as if waiting for my instructions. I held my breath, used my mental strength to guide this energy, directed it to my internal organs, and whispered, "Choose an internal organ." The energy immediately dispersed and entered the heart, liver, spleen, stomach, kidneys, and other internal organs. Then, the energy seemed to disappear, and I didn't feel anything strange in my body, as if nothing had happened. I started to get nervous, because the most crucial test was coming up: sacrifice. I knew that I had to be careful in choosing an organ to experiment with, and if I got it wrong I could lose an organ, and that was no joke. After much hesitation, I finally decided to start with the appendix. Although the appendix is not very useful, it is perfect for experiments. I took a deep breath and said to myself, "Sacrifice my appendix." As the sacrificial power was activated, I felt a sudden surge of energy in my body. This energy was like a hungry beast, wandering madly in my body, as if it couldn't wait to devour something. I couldn't help but feel a little scared, but I quickly used my mental power to control it and guide it to find the appendix. In an instant, I felt a sharp pain in my appendix, as if it was being cut off. At the same time, the energy suddenly exploded and spread throughout my body. I could feel an unprecedented power surging into my body, but I had no time to care about it at the moment. I just wanted to know if my appendix could recover. A few seconds later, I felt a warm current in my appendix and the pain disappeared instantly. Then, I felt a strange sensation in that area, as if something had grown back. My heart was beating faster, and I touched the appendix in disbelief to confirm that it had really returned. Is it recovered already? I whispered to myself, my face full of shock and joy. Then I burst into a huge cheer. It's really recovered! I finally don't have to worry about dying from sacrifice. After 18 years, I finally got rid of this curse. I ran wildly in the martial arts hall, feeling so excited that I couldn't express it in words. No one could understand that for the past 18 years, I had lived under the shadow of death every day, living in fear that I would die someday. Now I have finally been reborn, and from now on, I no longer have to worry about losing my life due to sacrificial abilities. After calming down, I returned to the combat power tester and prepared to test the amplification effect brought by the sacrifice of the appendix. Recalling the description of the sacrifice ability, I was excited. Sacrifice means that every time you launch an attack, you will be forced to sacrifice an organ or lifespan, thereby gaining a boost in combat power. This effect can be stacked, and the more important the sacrificed organ, the stronger the boost. I clicked on the combat power tester and saw the values of my various attributes: name, Gu Qian ability, sacrifice, solidification, combat power, 97 speed, 73 strength, 92 defense, 86 mental power, 84. These values are all within the normal range, and are not even up to the standard of a level 1 ability user. To break through 100, one must cultivate vitality and reach level 1 or above. Taking a deep breath, I hit the combat power tester hard, looking forward to the results displayed on the instrument. The number jumped rapidly, and finally stopped at 970. Looking at this number, I was stunned. A full 10-fold increase. The appendix alone brought such a huge improvement. What if it was replaced with other important organs? I was ecstatic, as if I had seen the infinite possibilities of the future. Haha, a 10-fold increase! This is simply a god-level ability! An appendix can be improved 10-fold, what about other organs? Wouldn't it be an increase of dozens of times? I was so excited that I almost jumped up. This means that my combat power can easily surpass S-level, and may even reach SSS-level. In order to prove his conjecture, Gu Qian confirmed his other attributes again. He didn't have much hope at first, but the result surprised him. All his attributes were increased 10-fold. Seeing the numbers jumping on the screen, Gu Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud, and then began to test his other organs. The test results were even more shocking. The appendix increased 10-fold, the spleen 50-fold, and the liver, gallbladder, stomach and both kidneys 50-fold. The most exaggerated thing is that the heart and brain each have a 100-fold increase. After all the values are added together, Gu Qian's overall attributes have increased by 475 times. Gu Qian couldn't help but look at these data again. Name, Gu Qian ability, sacrifice, solidification, combat power, 46075 speed, 34675 strength, 43700 defense, 40850 mental power, 39900. These values have firmly entered the range of third-level ability users. If the blessing of martial arts is added, the combat power can even be doubled. Even among third-level ability users, Gu Qian is already a strong one. The only thing that made Gu Qian feel a little regretful was his mental strength. Generally speaking, after becoming a warrior, the growth of mental strength is very limited. The current improvement is only the effect of the sacrifice ability, and the improvement of mental strength has almost no substantial effect on Gu Qian, a non-magician. Gu Qian sighed helplessly, but the smile on his face never disappeared. However, just as Gu Qian was immersed in his own huge improvement, a panicked voice came from outside the door. Master, something bad has happened! All the family stewards have gathered in the meeting hall, preparing to force the head of the family to ask you to abdicate. Go and take a look! Hearing this, Gu Qian's eyebrows slightly raised. He had expected that these old guys would not let go of this opportunity easily. But now he has the strength to make them shut up. I understand. Gu Qian responded indifferently, turned and walked towards the room, looking calm and not panicked at all. At the same time, the core members of the Gu family who had received the news had already gathered in the meeting hall. They had been waiting for this moment for too long. Previously, due to Gu Qian's status as a direct descendant and the fact that they had no evidence, they could only swallow their anger. But now Gu Qian himself has run into the gun. How can they miss this opportunity? Today, the heir to the family head must be replaced. In the hall, the 12 important figures of the Gu family took their seats, each followed by his or her descendants, all waiting to laugh at Gu Qian's joke. Ha! A hearty laugh broke the silence in the hall. An old man with a burly figure, like a giant bear, walked in. With white hair and a majestic face, he was Gu Qian's grandfather, the head of the Gu family. After the head of the Gu family sat down, he smiled and said, "If you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. I have to go celebrate later. Don't waste time." The bald fat old man sitting in the first seat on the right sneered and said, "Boss, let's not waste any more words. Today we are going to depose your grandson as the heir to the family head and choose a new one. He is not worthy of this position. Only my grandson is the most suitable candidate." Upon hearing this, Gu Qing, the young man behind the bald old man, showed a hint of pride on his face. Gu Qing is the only one among the younger generation of the Gu family who has awakened S-level abilities. In just 1 year, he broke through to the second-level warrior. This speed of improvement is rare in the entire Xingyin city and far exceeds that of other brothers in the Gu family. The head of the Gu family remained calm and said calmly, "Okay, but you have to wait 3 days. You two can fight, and whoever wins will be the heir to the Gu family. Is that okay with you?" Everyone was stunned. How could Gu Qian possibly beat Gu Qing? Even if Gu Qian was still an SSS-level ability user, he was just an ability user who had not even reached level 1. He could not compete with level 2 warrior Gu Qing. How was this different from admitting defeat? The bald old man asked excitedly, "Are you telling the truth?" Before the head of the Gu family could respond, he heard a voice coming from the door. "No need to wait 3 days, you can do it now." Everyone turned to look at the door. It was Gu Qian who came in. He looked calm and confident. Gu Qing said impatiently, "Do you keep your word?" Gu Qian didn't bother to pay attention to him, and just replied coldly, "Of course it counts." The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became subtle. Except for the head of the Gu family, everyone smiled. It was obvious that they thought Gu Qian was asking for trouble. The head of the Gu family glanced at Gu Qian and finally said lightly, "It's up to you." Seeing this, Gu Qing suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart, but he suppressed his doubts and gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go to the martial arts hall now." Gu Qian smiled coldly and interrupted him. "Why go to the martial arts hall? I can deal with you right here." His attitude was extremely arrogant, and he didn't take Gu Qing seriously at all. Gu Qing was enraged, his face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Since you are so anxious, don't blame me for being rude." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Qing made a quick move. His figure flashed past like the wind, the vitality in his body burst out, and his speed was far beyond that of an ordinary person. In less than 3 seconds he had approached Gu Qian and hit Gu Qian's chest with his right fist. The smile in his eyes could no longer be hidden. However, something unexpected happened. Just when Gu Qing's fist was about to hit Gu Qian suddenly threw a punch, and his speed was even faster than Gu Qing's. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Qing's figure was blown away more than 10 meters, fell heavily to the ground, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Everyone present was stunned, and stood up from their seats one by one, their faces full of disbelief. It was unbelievable that Gu Qian had defeated Gu Qing with overwhelming strength. How is this possible? Everyone in the Gu family was in a state of panic. Didn't Gu Qian just awaken his F-level solidification ability? This ability barely increased his combat power. How could he possibly defeat Gu Qing, a level 2 warrior, with one punch? Gu Qing forced himself to stand up, and roared in disbelief. "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! You haven't even reached level 1, how can you have such a strong combat power?" Gu Qian glanced at him with contempt and said coldly, "Impossible? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Don't think that you are great just because you have awakened an S-level ability. Trash will always be trash." Gu Qing was so angry that he was shaking all over, and finally his eyes went dark and he fainted. When the others in the hall heard this, they all gasped. Gu Qian hadn't even shown his full strength yet? This was simply unimaginable. Gu Qian turned to look at the bald old man sitting at the conference table and smiled playfully. "Second grandfather, do I need to give up my position as the heir to the family head?" The bald old man was so angry that he was shaking all over. He wanted to slap Gu Qian to death, but he could only grit his teeth and admit. You won, so you don't have to give in. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my grandson. You are better than other people's children. Let's go and have dinner with Grandpa. The head of the Gu family stood up, smiled and walked towards the door, ignoring the shocked looks of others in the hall. Looking at the leaving head of the Gu family and Gu Qian, everyone looked at each other, still unable to understand why Gu Qian's strength was so terrifying. The bald old man's eyes were red, and he stared at the door fiercely, gritting his teeth and said, Today's matter is not over yet. After that, the bald old man picked up the unconscious Gu Qian and left angrily. Others also left, leaving only a silent meeting hall. Just as the outside world was talking about it, and everyone was waiting to see Gu Qian's joke, the news that the Lou family had broken off the engagement quickly spread throughout Xingyin City. It seemed that everything was paving the way for the coming storm. The next morning, Gu Qian and his entourage arrived at the gate of the Lou family. Just as he was about to push the door open, he was stopped coldly by the security guard at the door. Stop! Outsiders are not allowed to enter the Lou family without permission. Gu Qian frowned, secretly surprised that the Lou family dared to be so rude. What? Didn't the Lou family tell you that I was coming to collect the debt today? Hurry up and inform them. I don't have time to waste here. But the two security guards had no intention of reporting anything. Instead, they said bluntly, The head of the family said that anyone who comes to ask for money is not allowed to enter. The Lou family does not owe anyone money, especially the Gu family. Please go back. Before he finished speaking, Gu Qian had already taken action. With a loud bang, the security guard's figure was like a kite with a broken string, directly crashing through the door of the Lou family, falling heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. Gu Qian had a gloomy face, and strode in with the black-faced old man behind him. I didn't want to make a scene, but it was your Lou family who forced me to do it. People from the Lou family, get out now! When the Lou family heard the noise, they all rushed over. When they saw the guard lying on the ground wailing and the broken gate, their faces suddenly became extremely ugly. A middle-aged fat man with a square face shouted angrily, Gu Qian, this is the Lou family, not a place for you to act wildly. Gu Qian sneered and responded with disdain. Today I am going to act wild in the Lou family. Stop talking nonsense and return the betrothal gift quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Lou showed a trace of panic on his face, but soon regained his composure. He sneered in his heart, Gu Qian is no longer the heir of the Gu family, and he does not need to be afraid of him anymore. Return the betrothal gift? Why should we return the betrothal gift? If it weren't for you, Gu Qian, who made the mistake first, how could my Rian cancel the engagement? Said the head of the Lou family dimly. Oh? I was wrong first. Gu Qian raised his eyebrows jokingly. Tell me, what did I do wrong? The head of the Lou family said sarcastically with a condescending attitude. Replacing the SSS-level ability with the garbage F-level ability, isn't that wrong? The reason why I agreed to this marriage was entirely because of your status as the heir of the Gu family. Then, the head of the Lou family added, Now you can't even be the heir, you are not worthy of my Rian at all. Besides, she just awakened her S-level ability yesterday, and she will definitely become the mistress of a top power in the future. How can she waste her time with someone like you? The words of the head of the Lou family were full of mockery and contempt, as if Lou Rian had suffered a great injustice by getting engaged to Gu Qian. He completely forgot that 3 years ago the Lou family was just a small family that was not even a third-level force. After hearing this, Gu Qian laughed out loud in anger. I've seen people with thick skin, but I've never seen anyone as thick-skinned as you. If nothing works, stick your face on the city wall. I guarantee that even the monsters won't be able to penetrate it. The old man of the Gu family doesn't care about me, so who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at me? Besides, the total value of the betrothal gifts given by my Gu family is over 3 billion, and the cash alone is 1 billion. Do you think your daughter Lou Rian is worth so much money? Don't make it sound like our Gu family is begging for marriage with your Lou family. If your daughter hadn't pursued me so shamelessly, the Gu family would never have taken a fancy to your Lou family. Gu Qian's tone suddenly turned cold, and he continued sarcastically. What was the status of your Lou family 3 years ago? Not even a third-level force. If it weren't for our Gu family's support, you wouldn't even be qualified to see us. How dare you say such shameless words now? Gu Qian turned around and told the dark-faced old man behind him. Grandpa Chiu, notify the people of the Gu group to cancel all cooperation with the Lu family from now on. I want to see how long your Lu family can prosper without the Gu family. The dark-faced old man nodded, picked up the phone expressionlessly and started dialing. When the head of the Lu family heard this, his face turned pale. The business of their Lu family was almost entirely supported by the Gu family. If the Gu family cancelled the cooperation, the Lu family would be in trouble in an instant, not to mention gaining a foothold in Xingyin City. Thinking of this, the head of the Lu family said hurriedly, Gu Qian, what do you mean by this? If you want to cancel the engagement, then cancel it. Why do you want to involve business matters? By doing this, aren't you going to push my Lu family into a dead end? Hearing this, Gu Qian showed an expression as if he was looking at a fool. With your brain, how did you become the head of the Lu family? If there was no marriage contract, would the Gu family cooperate with you? Do you really think that after the marriage is cancelled, the Gu family can still take care of your Lu family's business? Don't dream. At this time, the head of the Lu family's face turned blue and red, and he felt extremely regretful, but he could not find any reason to refute. Just as the head of the Lu family was thinking about how to save the situation, Lu Rian said confidently, Dad, what are you afraid of? Gu Qian is no longer the heir of the Gu family. How can he have the final say in this matter? He is just trying to scare us. Lu Rian looked at Gu Qian with disdain, as if she had seen through everything. Besides, I have awakened my S-level ability. Even if the Gu family doesn't exist, there will be other top families who will propose marriage. By then, the Lu family will definitely be better than it is now. What is there to be afraid of? When Patriarch Lou heard this, he immediately perked up. Yes, how could I have forgotten this? He is no longer the heir to the Gu family. But before he finished speaking, his cell phone suddenly rang. The head of the Lu family felt depressed and inexplicably had a bad feeling. The head of the Lu family answered the phone tremblingly. Before he could say anything, a hurried voice came from the other end. Oh no, Chairman! I don't know what happened to the Gu family. They suddenly cancelled all cooperation with us. All the goods we prepared before are stuck in the warehouse. What should we do? Upon hearing this, the head of the Lu family turned pale instantly, as if all his strength had been drained away, and he almost fell to the ground. The head of the Lu family grabbed Lu Rian's shoulders with trembling hands, his expression ferocious, and roared, Didn't you say that Gu Qian couldn't have this power? Why did the Gu family still cut off cooperation with us? Speak now! Gu Qian's tough attitude made the Lu family panic, but the matter was far from over. While the head of the Lu family was still thinking about how to save the situation, another phone rang. The head of the Lu family trembled as he picked up the phone, but he didn't even have the courage to speak. The other party's voice was hurried and panicked. Chairman, it's bad. All our raw materials suppliers have cut off cooperation with us and asked us to repay the debt immediately. But the funds on the books are not enough. What should we do? Hearing this, the head of the Lu family was struck by lightning, and hung up the phone in a daze, his eyes dull. The company's funds had long been used to prepare goods, and it was originally planned to wait until the cooperation with the Gu family was settled before revolving the funds. But now, the Gu family has severed cooperation, and there is no way to recover the funds. The Lu family is in a desperate situation. Just when the head of the Lu family was still at a loss, the phone rang again. This time, the head of the Lu family simply threw the phone away and didn't dare to answer it at all. The second son of the Lu family nervously picked up his phone and turned on the speaker mode. Chairman, it's bad. The manufacturer who sold us the equipment and the landlord who rented us the factory are here to collect the debt. They said that if we don't pay back, they will take back the equipment and kick us out. The situation is very urgent. Hearing this, the head of the Lu family could no longer hold on and sat down on the ground, his face as pale as paper. In just 3 years, the Lu family leapt from a fourth or fifth-rate small force to a second-rate family, entirely relying on the support of the Gu family. Without the Gu family, the Lu family would never have been able to develop so rapidly, and it would be even more impossible for so many manufacturers to be willing to buy on credit. Now, just after breaking off cooperation with the Gu family, various forces immediately came to collect debts, and the Lu family fell from the peak to the bottom in an instant. The head of the Lu family was extremely grief-stricken. He stood up angrily and slapped Lu Rian hard on the face, cursing. It's over! It's all over! It's all your fault. If you hadn't broken off the engagement, how could this have happened? You are such a jinx. Lu Ruyan was beaten to the ground, supporting herself with her right hand and covering her red cheek with her left hand. She looked at her father in disbelief with tears in her eyes. Lu Ruyan never thought that her father would beat her for this matter and asked her to ask Gu Qian for forgiveness, otherwise he would kick her out of the Lu family. Lu Ruyan cried and said, "Dad, how could you hit me? Even if there is no Gu family, we don't have to be afraid. I have awakened my S-level ability, and Master Qin has agreed to marry me. The Lu family can completely rely on the Qin family, and don't have to be afraid of the Gu family at all." Hearing this, the Lu family head's attitude changed instantly. His face returned to normal, and he even smiled. "Master Qin agreed to marry you? This is really great news. Why didn't you tell me earlier and make father worry?" The head of the Lu family reached out his hand to help Lu Ruyan up, but she angrily pushed him away. Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with hatred. She stared at Gu Qian fiercely and said, "Even if the Gu family doesn't cooperate with us, so what? I can just break off the engagement with you and get engaged to the young master of the Qin family right away. By then, the Lu family won't have to be afraid of you at all. I will pay you back double for the humiliation I suffered today." After saying that, Lu Ruyan immediately picked up the phone and dialed Qin Zhong's number, waiting for his response with great anticipation. However, after Qin Zhong answered the phone, his tone was full of sarcasm. "You and Gu Qian broke off the engagement? Ha ha, it's such a joke that the heir to the Gu family's head was broken off." Lu Ruyan was stunned. She didn't hear the answer she wanted, so she asked tentatively, "When are we going to get engaged? It would be best if it were today." Before Lu Ruyan could finish her words, Qin Zhong's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "Engagement? When did I say I wanted to get engaged to you? With your background, you still want to marry into our Qin family? That's wishful thinking. Don't contact me anymore, I'm busy." After that, Qin Zhong hung up the phone directly. Lu Ruyan stared at her phone in a daze, and called again unwillingly, but found that she had been blocked. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale, and she felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave. She muttered to herself, "Impossible. This is impossible. He clearly said it, how could he go back on his word?" When the head of the Lu family saw this scene, his face became extremely ugly. Helplessly, the head of the Lu family could only bite the bullet and walk towards Gu Qian. He knelt on the ground with a plop, slapped himself hard with both hands, and his tone was full of regret and fear. "Master Gu, I was bewitched and deceived by this damn girl. As long as you are willing to let our Lu family go, I will obey you in the future and never have second thoughts. As for Lu Ruyan, I will immediately drive her out of the Lu family and sever ties with her. I only ask you to let the Lu family go this time." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with despair and fear. She had never thought that her loving father would be so humble for Gu Qian, and even willing to push her out, completely disregarding her life or death. Seeing this, the other members of the Lu family also knelt down in front of Gu Qian and begged for his forgiveness. However, Gu Qian just sneered and shook his head. His tone was cold. "Stop acting here. This engagement must be cancelled, and the betrothal gifts must be returned. And this house, I remember it is our Gu family's property. Since there is no relationship anymore, just move out before sunset. If I don't see the betrothal gifts before sunset, I will use the Lu family's property to pay off the debt." This 3-story villa with a yard located in the city center is worth at least tens of billions of dollars, and it is a precious property that is difficult to buy even with money. Many first-rate forces do not have such qualifications. The Lu family can live here entirely because of the favor of the Gu family. After saying that, Gu Qian turned around and prepared to leave, but was suddenly thrown to the ground by the head of the Lu family and stopped. The head of the Lu family knelt on the ground, slapping himself repeatedly, his forehead hitting the ground with a thumping sound, his face full of regret and pleading. "Master Gu, I was wrong, I was blinded by this damn girl. As long as you let the Lu family go this time, the Lu family will definitely follow your lead in the future and will never have second thoughts again." Seeing this, the other members of the Lu family also knelt down in front of Gu Qian and begged for his forgiveness. When Lu Ruyan heard the accusations from her father and the clan members, her face turned pale. She could hardly believe that these people who were once the closest to her, and whom she trusted the most, were now so cold and heartless. she asked in a trembling voice. Dad, I am your biological daughter. However, the head of the Lou family mercilessly interrupted her and shouted, Shut up! I don't have a daughter like you! The Lou family members also criticized. If it weren't for you, how could the Lou family fall to this point today? If I were you, I would have hit my head and died a long time ago. Why would I embarrass myself here? Lou Ruyan listened to these harsh words. Her heart was dead, and her eyes gradually became numb. Her eyes finally fell on Gu Qian, and now her only hope was that Gu Qian would soften his heart. So Lou Ruyan disregarded her dignity, knelt down in front of Gu Qian, and begged with tears in her voice. Please let the Lou family go. As long as you let the Lou family go, I will do anything. Lou Ruyan has accepted her fate at this moment. No matter how Gu Qian treats her, she has no complaints. She only hopes to find a glimmer of hope for the Lou family. However, Gu Qian just looked at her coldly and said without any emotion, You know my temper. I will take revenge. I can't forgive you. People always have to pay the price for their mistakes. After saying that, Gu Qian turned and left without mercy, not giving the Lou family any chance to maneuver. The Lou family looked at Gu Qian's back and sat on the ground in despair, their faces full of helplessness and pain. They had no idea how to deal with it next, and the future of the Lou family was bleak. Soon after, the news that the Lou family went bankrupt and was expelled from Xingyin City spread quickly throughout the city. People were talking about it, and many people were shocked and sorry for the Lou family's fate, but more people thought that it was entirely their own fault. After all, even if Gu Qian is no longer the heir of the Gu family, he is still a member of the Gu family and not someone who can be offended by just anyone. However, Gu Qian didn't care about the outside world's comments at all. The next day, Gu Qian came to Xingyin No. 3 Middle School as usual to participate in the college entrance examination gathering for awakening abilities. On campus, people gathered in groups to discuss this year's awakening. Have you heard? A total of 4 S-level abilities have been awakened this time. This is a rare occasion in recent years. A fat black man said with envy. Who said it wasn't? In previous years, there was only 1 at most, and 2 was considered a lot. The tall and thin man also exclaimed in amazement. Huh, what's that? Didn't Xingyin No. 3 Middle School awaken an SSS-level ability? It's a pity that it was changed to F-level. What a joke. A pretty boy wearing glasses said sarcastically. Hearing this, everyone showed mocking expressions. Obviously, they all knew that this was referring to Gu Qian. The fat black man said disdainfully. Who lets him have a good family background? We can't compare. The tall and thin man continued. So what if you have a good family background? I think in a few days, the heir to the Gu family will be replaced. The pretty boy laughed even harder. That's right, among the 4 top families, only the heir of the Gu family is a waste. If I were the head of the Gu family, I would have been furious, ha ha ha. A burst of laughter rang out all around. Gu Qian, who was not far away, listened to these sarcasms and just glanced at them indifferently. He had no mood to argue with these people at all. In his eyes, the children of these second-rate and third-rate forces were not worth his anger at all. At this time, a tall and domineering young man strode over and said to Gu Qian with a strong sense of sarcasm. Hey, isn't this the young Master Gu who changed his SSS-level ability to F-level ability? I thought you didn't dare to come. What? SSS-level ability changed to F-level ability, and you don't even dare to deal with these people? I remember that young Master Gu was not like this before. This person is Qin Zhong. He and Gu Qian are both young masters of one of the 4 top families in Xingyin City, but Gu Qian is the heir to the family head, while Qin Zhong is just an ordinary young master, which makes him jealous all the time. Now that he finally finds an opportunity to strike Gu Qian, how can he let it go easily? Gu Qian turned his head and looked at Qin Zhong, then said earnestly, It turned out to be Qin Zhong. I thought it was someone else. There is nothing I can do, because I am the heir to the Gu family. Unlike you, you can make a fuss and no one will care. We can't compare. After Gu Qian finished speaking, he shook his head pretending to be helpless. Qin Zhong was so angry that his face turned blue. He said coldly, Gu Qian, don't be so proud. Even if you are the heir to the Gu family, you are just a useless person with F-level ability. But I am a real warrior with S-level ability. I will challenge you here today and knock you down. Then we will see how arrogant you can be. Qin Zhong continued proudly. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have broken through to the first level of warrior. Today I will let you taste what real power is. Hearing this, everyone around took a deep breath. They didn't expect Qin Zhong to break through so quickly and become a first-level warrior in just 2 days. This speed is unprecedented in Xining City. Gu Qian remained calm. He frowned slightly and asked calmly, Are you sure you want to challenge me? Of course. What? Are you scared? If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I might be able to spare your life. Qin Zhong was very proud, as if he was sure of victory. Gu Qian ignored his provocation, just shook his head, and then turned to walk towards the combat power test equipment in the middle of the playground. Seeing this scene, the people around laughed, thinking that Gu Qian was afraid. Wasn't he quite arrogant just now? Why did he run away when he heard he was going to be beaten? Said a boy. He is the heir to the Gu family's patriarch, but he has such little courage. He might as well abdicate immediately to avoid embarrassment, said another boy. Shameful? The Gu family has lost all its dignity. With such a useless heir, what dignity can they talk about? A girl said sarcastically. The laughter continued, but Gu Qian ignored it. He walked to the instrument, turned sideways to face it, turned to Qin Zhong and said, You said it, you can't regret it. After saying that, Gu Qian immediately activated his sacrificial ability, sacrificing his liver, stomach, kidneys, and gallbladder, instantly gaining a 200-fold increase in combat power. Gu Qian did not hesitate and punched the instrument directly. In an instant, the numbers on the instrument jumped wildly, quickly breaking through the limit and finally settling on a combat power of 9999 plus. This scene shocked everyone, and the entire playground fell into silence. Even the breeze around the playground could be clearly heard. The 4 principals stood there in a daze, staring at the numbers displayed on the instrument, unable to speak for a long time. No one dared to believe what they saw. Such combat power had already surpassed the scope of a 3rd-level ability user and reached an unimaginable height. 9999 plus? How is this possible? This is the combat power that only people with 3rd-level abilities can achieve. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaimed. Not only were the students shocked, but the 4 principals were also confused and unbelievable. They had presided over countless college entrance examinations in the past, but had never seen such a scene. In previous years, even those geniuses who awakened their SS abilities and became first-level warriors during the college entrance examination had a combat power of only over 1,000, barely reaching the threshold of second-level warriors. Gu Qian's performance this time was simply beyond imagination. Gu Qian's current level and awakened ability are obviously not as good as those top geniuses, but his combat power is nearly 10 times higher. He is simply a monster. Thinking of this, the 4 principals exchanged glances with each other, swallowed their saliva almost at the same time, and were filled with infinite shock in their hearts. Gu Qian only threw a punch lightly, yet he showed such terrifying fighting power. This was just a casual attack, and he didn't even use any martial arts. Everyone couldn't imagine whether Gu Qian would destroy the instrument directly if he used all his strength. After completing the combat power test, Gu Qian walked towards Qin Zhong with a smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Qin Zhong's face instantly turned pale as paper, his legs became weak, and he couldn't stop shaking. Qin Zhong looked at Gu Qian with fear on his face, his voice trembling so much that he couldn't even speak clearly. What are you going to do? You don't mess around, Qin Zhong was so frightened at this point that he could hardly think. The Gu Qian in front of him was simply a monster, and he did not have the courage to fight against him. If his legs hadn't gone weak, Qin Zhong would have run away long ago. Seeing that he was so scared but still standing there, Qin Zhong's brothers couldn't help but admire him. If it were them, they would have run away long ago. The boss is indeed the boss, and he is indeed courageous. Seeing the thumbs up from his younger brothers, Qin Zhong was so furious these idiots were actually giving him a thumbs up at a time like this instead of pulling him away to run for his life. Gu Qian walked up to Qin Zhong and patted him on the shoulder, his tone full of contempt. Don't let me down. After saying that, Gu Qian no longer paid attention to Qin Zhong's look of being almost scared to pee his pants, and casually found a chair to sit down. Gu Qian had long wanted to find an opportunity to deal with Qin Zhong. This guy had instigated Lu Rian to break off the engagement with him in public, which had brought great loss of face to the Gu family. This grudge could not be let go. Yesterday, Gu Qian didn't go directly to the Qin family to cause trouble, which was already a consideration for the overall situation. Today, Qin Zhong bumped into him, which just saved a lot of trouble. Qin Zhong's mood had already hit rock bottom at this moment. Facing Gu Qian's terrifying fighting power, he had long lost the courage to fight him. But the words had already been spoken, and in front of so many people, he could not go back on his word, otherwise the Qin family would be completely disgraced. However, when he thought about fighting this monster, his legs couldn't help but go weak. Finally, Qin Zhong gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, so what if you have high combat power? This young master is not afraid of you." Although Qin Zhong was tough on the outside, the shaking of his legs betrayed his inner thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Qian showed a sarcastic smile and looked at Qin Zhong's legs in surprise. "Master Qin is really tough, but it would be better if his legs didn't shake." Gu Qian's teasing caused the people around to turn their eyes from Gu Qian to Qin Zhong. At this time, everyone saw Qin Zhong's legs trembling like sieves, and couldn't help but laugh. Qin Zhong was made even more ashamed and angry by the laughter. He pointed at Gu Qian with a red face and stammered, "You!" But before he could finish his words, Gu Qian continued, "Stop saying you and find a place to sit down quickly, or you'll really piss yourself out." This completely ignited the laughter of the crowd, and everyone burst into laughter. Qin Zhong was extremely ashamed and angry, and roared, "Gu Qian, I will kill you!" As he said that, he was about to rush forward to attack. If it weren't for his brothers who stopped him, he would have rushed forward and been beaten. Fighting with a monster like Gu Qian, isn't this courting death? Gu Qian sat there calmly, as if all this had nothing to do with him. At the same time, the 4 principals on the playground did not participate in this farce. They were still immersed in shock at Gu Qian's terrifying fighting power. At this moment, Principal Neo suddenly laughed out loud, his laughter full of satisfaction and pride. "Good! Good! You are worthy of being a student of our number 3 middle school. Let's see who dares to compete with us for the first place this time, ha ha ha." Principal Neo laughed recklessly, completely ignoring the ugly expressions of the other 3 principals, and even looked at them provocatively. The anger in his heart was finally released. Ever since Gu Qian awakened his ability, the other 3 principals have been laughing at him. Now, Principal Neo can finally hold his head high. The principal of number 1 middle school was a well-mannered middle-aged man. He snorted coldly, gently pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses with his right hand, and said disdainfully, "No matter how high his combat power is, he is just a person with abilities that are not even at level 1. Whether in terms of speed or physical toughness, he can never surpass a real warrior. It's still uncertain who will be the first place." After saying that, the principal of number 1 middle school sat down angrily. The other 2 principals did not say anything, and their faces were also not looking good. It was already difficult to compete for the first place with the strong enemy of number 1 middle school. Now there is also the monster Gu Qian, and the first place is even more out of reach. Principal Neo looked at the principal of number 1 middle school, his smile still lingering, and continued, "Winning or losing is not important. What's important is to bring honor to number 3 middle school. Don't you agree, Shao Qin?" The middle-aged principal glared at Principal Neo hatefully and said nothing more. The principal of number 2 middle school, a fat man, saw that the atmosphere was not right, and hurriedly came out to smooth things over. "Stop arguing, let's get started quickly, otherwise we won't have enough time." Principal Neo then stood up with a smile, straightened his clothes, picked up the microphone and said to the audience, "Be quiet, now we will start the first item of the college entrance examination, the combat capability test." Following Principal Neo's announcement, the entire place suddenly fell silent, and everyone listened attentively to his instructions. The rules are simple. You just need to attack the combat power tester in front of your team with all your strength, and you are not allowed to use any weapons. Except for students in the taming profession, no one else is allowed to use magic beasts. Are the rules clear? Understood. Hundreds of people answered in unison. Principal Neo nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Let's get started." After that, Principal Neo sat down. Hundreds of students were divided into 4 teams in an orderly manner, neatly lined up in front of the combat power tester, waiting for the examiner to call their names. Qin Zhong. The examiner's voice sounded. Qin Zhong took a deep breath, calmed his mind a little, and walked to the combat power testing instrument. Afterwards, Qin Zhong activated the vitality in his body, and his entire body was wrapped in a layer of pale yellow vitality. He then shouted, "Activate the ability, Violent!" As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 centimeters of vitality that originally enveloped his entire body suddenly expanded to nearly 1 meter thick. Qin Zhong's body also changed accordingly. He became stronger, and the exposed skin became red as fire. Seeing this scene, the people around exclaimed in surprise. The S-level ability, Rage, is also an extremely rare and powerful ability among S-level abilities. After activation, the user will enter an extremely violent state, and all attributes will be increased sixfold, making him a strong man who can challenge opponents of higher levels. Under the same strength, he is almost invincible. However, this ability also has a fatal flaw: each attack consumes a lot of vitality, which can easily lead to the exhaustion of vitality and loss of combat effectiveness. Even so, Rage is still one of the most suitable abilities for warriors among the S-level abilities. Qin Zhong felt the envious gazes from all around him and couldn't help but reveal a smug smile on his face. Afterwards, Qin Zhong shouted loudly, "Martial Arts Lion Roar Fist!" Then, he concentrated all the energy in his body on his fist. A 3-meter-tall lion phantom appeared on his fist and slammed directly into the combat power tester. Bang! With a loud bang, Qin Zhong's fist hit the combat power testing instrument solidly. The numbers on the instrument soared wildly, and soon broke through 1,000, and finally fixed at a combat power value of 1207. The whole audience exclaimed again. This was the combat power threshold of a level 2 warrior. Qin Zhong had just broken through to level 1, but with his martial arts and violent ability, he had reached the combat power of a level 2 warrior. All this undoubtedly made him even more proud. Young Master Qin is so strong. He already has a combat power of 1207, which is really amazing. Who says it isn't? S-level ability is indeed powerful. If I can also awaken S-level ability, then I will have no regrets in this life. However, just as everyone was marveling at Qin Zhong's strength, a discordant voice came from the crowd. "You're amazing, you can actually reach such a high combat power. But it seems that I have to be careful when dealing with you later. If I accidentally kill you, it will be troublesome. It's really distressing." Qin Zhong's face instantly turned pale when he heard Gu Qian's slightly sarcastic words. He knew that the only person who could say such a thing was Gu Qian. But Gu Qian's tone did not contain any hint of embarrassment, but rather an obvious show-off. This kind of distress was like a slap in the face to Qin Zhong. In front of Gu Qian's amazing combat power of over 10,000, who can still say that they have high combat power? Qin Zhong originally planned to rely on his S-level ability, Rage, to suppress everyone in this test and enjoy the vanity of being the center of attention. But who could have expected that the pervert Gu Qian would suddenly appear and completely disrupt his plans? Gu Qian's fighting power was so ridiculously high that it even made the others who appeared later look pale in comparison. Humph. Qin Zhong was depressed and walked down from the stage in a dejected manner, with a look of resentment on his face. Seeing Qin Zhong's depressed look, Gu Qian felt relieved. "Want to show off in front of me? Are you worthy enough?" he sneered in his heart. "S-level ability? Bullshit." After the examiner recorded Qin Zhong's score, he began to call the next person's name. At the same time, the students in front of the other 3 combat power testing instruments also began the test. The first to appear is Gong Mu, a young master from one of the 4 top families. He possesses the S-level ability, Extreme Speed, which increases his speed tenfold after activating the ability. With the same strength, Gong Mu's speed is so fast that it is almost difficult to catch. His combat power directly reaches 941, which is already the top level among the first-level warriors. Next is Meng Su, another young master from one of the 4 major families. His S-level ability is Violence, which increases his strength tenfold when activated. With the help of martial arts, Meng Su punched out with a combat power of 1539, which was even higher than Qin Zhong's before, shocking all the teachers and students present. However, even so, in front of Gu Qian's unmatched combat power, their results still seemed bleak. Gu Qian's 99 plus combat power was like a mountain pressing down on their heads, almost suffocating everyone. The last person to appear is Lu Ruyan, the only mage among the four, who possesses the S-level ability. Light element boiling. After activating this ability, the surrounding light elements become extremely active, making it easier to cast light spells, and the power will increase tenfold. Lu Ruyan cast a basic spell called Light Arrow. Dozens of arrows formed by light elements floated behind her. Then, under the command of her mental power, they all shot towards the combat power testing equipment. The numbers on the instrument jumped rapidly, and finally stopped at 1025. Although this result was not as good as Qin Zhong and Gu Qian, considering that Lu Ruyan was only a mage apprentice, not even at level 1, and was using basic spells, her future potential was limitless. Gu Qian couldn't help but feel envious when he saw this scene. He stood up and stared at Lu Ruyan's movements intently, secretly praising in his heart. The power of a magician really can't be underestimated. Gu Qian shook his head as he looked at it, his tone full of regret. It would be great if I could become a mage, what a pity, what a pity. As soon as this sentence came out, it immediately aroused the resentment of the people around him. Gu Qian was a pity? They just felt that this was rubbing salt into their wounds. In front of Gu Qian's abnormal fighting power, any strength and ability seemed so insignificant. What else can you regret? This was the question in everyone's mind at the moment. Gu Qian's strength had already made them feel desperate, and when they heard him still regret, they felt even more powerless. Facing the resentful gazes of the crowd, Gu Qian didn't take it to heart at all. He just liked to see these people hating and helpless towards him. Lu Ruyan was filled with regret, quietly hiding in a corner of the crowd. She originally thought that Qin Zhong's provocation was the right choice, but now it seems that Gu Qian's strength is far beyond her imagination. If Lu Ruyan had known that Gu Qian had such a powerful force, she would never have broken off the engagement with him. Now Lu Ruyan not only ruined her own future, but also caused the Lu family to be driven out of Xingyin City. She regretted it so much. Oh. Lu Ruyan sighed softly, lowered her head and hid in the corner, unwilling to face anyone again. Under the brilliance of these few people, the performance of other students seemed extremely mediocre. Most of them could only barely exceed 100 combat power, reaching the threshold of level 1. Occasionally, those with around 200 combat power were considered good results. This huge gap made many people feel frustrated and powerless. However, what made them even more embarrassed was that Gu Qian commented on every tester without missing a single one, with sharp and merciless words. How many years have you been training your strength? Try harder. Is this what you call combat power? You only have a combat power of 70? What have you been doing these years? Have you trained well? You are really embarrassing for warriors. Look at you, if you hang a cabbage in front of the machine, even if a pig pushes it, your combat power will be more than 103. Don't say you are from number 3 middle school in the future, it's embarrassing. Gu Qian's heart-wrenching words made all the testers' faces turn pale, and they wanted to strangle him to death. However, regardless of Gu Qian's combat power or his identity, these people dared not take action, and could only swallow their anger. Gu Qian continued to point fingers mercilessly while cracking melon seeds, never tired of teaching those who dared to mock him. He has never been a person who would swallow his anger, and revenge is his code of conduct. Today, he made everyone understand this. Finally, after the last person finished the test, Gu Qian took a sip of water and said contentedly, "I'm thirsty after talking so much." The people on the playground finally breathed a sigh of relief, finally no longer having to endure his torture. Many people secretly blamed themselves in their hearts. Why did they have to provoke Gu Qian? Now it's all right, don't think about having a good day today. Not only the students, but even the 4 principals looked unhappy. Their students were devalued by Gu Qian, which made no principal happy. Especially this class of students, who were already the best in recent years, but in Gu Qian's mouth they became a bunch of trash. Principal Neo was extremely depressed. He muttered to himself, "Little ancestor, please be more gentle with your words and stop harming the students of your own school." Although the 4 principals were full of depression, they could do nothing about it. Gu Qian had an absolute advantage in both status and strength, so they could only endure it silently. At this moment, the examiner cleared his throat, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Well, everyone, be quiet, and let's start announcing the rankings. There was a sudden silence at the scene, and everyone waited with bated breath for the results to be announced. First place, Gu Qian from number 3 middle school, combat power 9999 plus dot. Hearing the result, Gu Qian raised his head, straightened his chest, ignored everyone's angry gazes, showed a smug look, and said lightly, "Alas, being the first place is really boring, there is no challenge at all." Gu Qian even hummed a little tune. How lonely it is to be invincible. The whole playground was filled with the sound of gnashing teeth, especially Qin Zhong, who was so angry that he almost gnashed his teeth. His heart was filled with hatred and unwillingness, and he wanted to rush up and knock Gu Qian to the ground immediately. However, Qin Zhong also knew that facing Gu Qian's terrifying strength, he had no ability to fight back at all. He could only swear secretly in his heart that he must get back at him in the future. Chapter 9. Who cares about rankings? The examiner then announced the rankings of other students. Second place, number 2 middle school, Meng Su, combat power 1539. Third place, number 1 middle school, Qin Zhong, combat power 1207. Fourth place, number 3 middle school, Lu Ruyan, combat power 1025. Fifth place, number 4 middle school, Gong Mu, combat power 941. The rest of the rankings have been announced on the official websites of the schools and can be checked by yourself. Hearing this, all the students couldn't wait to take out their mobile phones. Although I already know the approximate ranking, but I still want to see the exact ranking. After all, this is about the issue of resource allocation after entering college. Don't be careless. The 4 principals on the stage heard the rankings of the top 5. Principal Neo laughed out loud with his head tilted back to the sky, and slapped the table with his right hand, making a loud clacking sound. Ha ha, there are 2 in the top 5, and the first place is so far ahead. The first place is stable. Everyone should work hard. If you can't get the first place, you still have to fight for the second place, ha. Seeing Principal Neo's happy expression, the principal of number 1 middle school, which has always ranked first, said angrily, "Humph, so what if you have a high combat power? You still only have a rubbish F-level ability. Your speed and defense can't keep up. In the second item, there is no way you can beat Qin Zhong. The first place still belongs to our number 1 middle school." Hearing this, the eyes of the other 2 principals suddenly lit up. Yes. Actual combat is not just about combat power. If you can't keep up the speed, even if you have a lot of fighting power, it will be useless, and you can only be used as a sandbag. If you can't improve your defense, you'll be like a piece of paper, and you may not be able to withstand even a blow from others. You know, Gu Qian is not even a first-level ability user. How is it possible to defeat the other 3 just by fighting strength? Having said that, we still have to be careful when dealing with Gu Qian. You must not be touched by him. Otherwise, you will be disabled if you don't die. This combat power is truly terrifying. The discussion on the stage was naturally heard by the students below. The principal of number 1 middle school originally wanted to remind everyone. Naturally, I won't hide it. However, except for a few special people, most people still dare not challenge Gu Qian. After all, they haven't reached level 1 yet. The 3 people who were already first-level warriors felt more confident after hearing this. Among them, Qin Zhong was particularly angry, and now he had a place to vent. Ha ha ha, Gu Qian, let's see how you can still be so arrogant now. I will be the first one to challenge you. I will definitely beat you to a pulp, ha ha ha. Qin Zhong, who has regained his confidence, no longer remembers how he was scared by Gu Qian and almost wet his pants. Now, he just wants to step on Gu Qian. Gong Mu and Meng Su were also planning how to fight against Gu Qian later. In terms of speed, Gong Mu is number 1. 10 times the speed bonus is no joke. It is completely possible to prevent anyone except Qin Zhong from touching him. And he can do whatever he wants, there is no need to worry at all. As for Meng Su, although he is not as fast as Qin Zhong and Gong Mu, but he is a first-level warrior after all. The speed is far beyond what Gu Qian can match. It's still easy to beat him. The 3 people who had made up their minds no longer felt embarrassed. Just waiting to compete for the first place in the second item. Gu Qian glanced at Qin Zhong with disdain on his face, not taking him seriously at all. He said arrogantly, "With your fighting power, you still want to challenge me? Rubbish. You." Qin Zhong was so angry that he was about to go up and beat him. I have never seen such a rampant person. Today I must let him know how powerful I am. Just when Qin Zhong couldn't hold back his temper, Gu Qian spoke again. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you're trash." When everyone heard this, they were suddenly confused. What's going on? The always unruly young Master Gu also knows to bow his head and submit? This is not in line with his character. Just when everyone was stunned, Gu Qian continued. I mean, everyone here is garbage. Oh, I'm going to kill you. No, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to take care of him today even if I have to risk my life. Don't let anyone stop me. Stop me, I wish I could go up and beat him to death right now. I'm going to beat you till your teeth are all over the floor. Gu Qian's words immediately ignited everyone's anger. It's so rampant. It's really too rampant. Isn't it just about high combat power? What's so great about that? At this time, Gu Qian was facing a crowd of excited people. Not only did he not hold back at all, but he said to everyone provocatively, You bunch of rubbish, even if you all come at me together, I'm not afraid, but do you dare to come at me, huh? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's anger instantly reached its peak. I can't wait to take action now. Even Gong Mu, who is usually elegant, became so angry that his face turned red. In all these years, no one has dared to be so arrogant. No matter how strong you are, you will be beaten if hundreds of people attack you together. Since you want to be in the spotlight so much, I will help you. Everyone, please be quiet. Since young Master Gu wants to challenge all of us at once, then we should satisfy him. Principals, I propose that the rules of the second test be changed so that young Master Gu Qian can challenge all of us at the same time. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students responded immediately. I also suggest that since Gu Qian is so confident, we should satisfy him. That's right. Gu Qian's fighting ability is so high that a one-on-one duel is not fair at all. What nonsense! Even if the school disagrees, we can still go to school together. At worst, we can repeat a year. I have to beat him today. Right. The public was very excited, and even if the school disagreed, there was nothing they could do. The four principals had different expressions. Principal Nyo naturally disagreed. But in the current situation, he had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, this college entrance examination will be wasted. It's nothing. The worst thing is that this year's college entrance examination is hosted by number 3 middle school. There can't be any mistakes. Besides, these 3 guys won't let Gu Qian go easily. What should I do? Just as Principal Neo was thinking about countermeasures, the principal of number 1 middle school said elegantly, Principal Neo, what should we do? The students insist on doing this. If we don't agree, they will boycott the exam, and this matter will become a big deal. Maybe the higher-ups will directly remove the principal of the sponsoring school. Worse still, the 3rd middle school might even go bankrupt. That's really a headache. The principal of number 2 middle school, with a big belly, said with a smile. What's so difficult about this? Young Master Gu doesn't care, so he is naturally confident that he can deal with these people. What's more, his fighting power is so high, so he will definitely be fine. The principal of number 4 middle school didn't say anything, which was considered as his agreement. Moreover, the conversation between the several people was all transmitted throughout the playground through the microphone. All the students heard it. I know that as long as this matter is made a big deal, even Principal Neo will be unable to disagree. In this way, I can get what I want and breathe a sigh of relief. As a result, the candidates on the playground became more enthusiastic. The shouting was so loud that it almost shook the teaching building down. Gong Mu smiled triumphantly when he saw this. I want to see how you deal with so many people. Chapter 10. Let's go together. Principal Neo glared at the principal of number 1 middle school fiercely. This guy is just looking for trouble. But he was right. What if I fail the college entrance examination this time? Being dismissed is no big deal. The disbanding of number 3 middle school was a big deal. Thinking of this, Principal Neo glared at Gu Qian again. This guy really knows how to find trouble. But even if he was beaten by so many people, his life would not be in danger. Even those 3 guys wouldn't dare to kill the heir to the Gu family. It's just right for him to learn a lesson. You have to be Loki. Okay, for the second test, the rules will be changed to Gu Qian challenging all other candidates. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone shouted excitedly. Only Gu Qian looked confused. He pointed at Principal Nio's nose and shouted, "Old Nio, give the money back. Our Gu family donates so much money to the school every year, and you can't even handle this little pressure. Give the money back, give the money back." As soon as these words were spoken, Principal Nio became furious. He stood up with a bang, slammed the table angrily and said, "You little bastard, if you hadn't been so rampant, would it have turned out like this? You asked for this, you deserve it." Gu Qian was so angry that his teeth were itching. "Old Nio, just wait for me. I won't let this matter go." After saying that, Gu Qian turned around and told you to run. Qin Zhong was quick-witted and quick-handed. He went berserk and increased his speed 6 times. He rushed in front of Gu Qian and stopped him. "Hurry up and don't let him get away." A group of people swarmed in behind him, not caring whether the examiner announced the start or not. Afraid that Gu Qian would run away. If you miss this opportunity, you will never find such a good opportunity again. Looking at the group of candidates approaching from behind, Gu Qian changed his previous panic and looked at Qin Zhong as if his conspiracy had succeeded. He said with a sly smile, "You guys didn't let me leave, don't regret it later." Qin Zhong didn't take Gu Qian's words to heart at all. "Regret? I think you should be the one regretting it. Do you really think you can fight so many people alone?" Gu Qian didn't say anything else, but the smile on his face made people feel creepy. A ridiculous thought flashed through my mind. Can this guy really beat so many people? Thinking of this, Qin Zhong immediately shook his head. That's impossible. No matter how strong he is just a person with abilities below level 1. How could he possibly defeat hundreds of people? Absolutely not. It seems like he is cheering himself up. Qin Zhong immediately roared and quickly approached Gu Qian. This time, I will definitely trample him under my feet. Seeing this scene, Gu Qian instantly activated his ability and sacrificed his heart, brain, liver, gallbladder, stomach, and 2 kidneys. A 450-fold increase. Let them know today that what they have improved is not only their combat power, but also their speed. Qin Zhong's fist was less than 5 centimeters away from hitting Gu Qian's face. It seemed that he was about to be knocked down. Qin Zhong was extremely excited at this moment. I was just 1 step away from defeating this monster. Just a little bit. This became his nightmare in the future. Just as the fist was about to fall, Gu Qian's figure disappeared instantly, leaving only a residual image. The speed is so fast that even the naked eye cannot catch it. It was as if Gu Qian suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Qin Zhong was even more stunned and just froze in place. He didn't even have time to retract the force of his fist. The body fell straight forward. But he didn't care about these at all. I don't even care about falling. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Where did this guy go? Victory was clearly within reach. How could he possibly escape? Just when Qin Zhong was stunned, the body was almost touching the ground. The imagined scene did not appear. Qin Zhong only felt a severe pain in his abdomen. The whole body flew backwards instantly. It was like being hit by a train. It can't be stopped at all. But he didn't see anyone. What is going on? Immediately afterwards, another figure flew out. But before this man landed on the ground, 5 or 6 more people were knocked away. For a moment, all the students were stunned. I don't know what exactly happened. Be on high alert, and don't dare to act rashly. All the people with abilities above level 4 present widened their eyes, staring closely at the students on the playground who were preparing to besiege Gu Qian. His face was full of disbelief. The principal of No. 1 middle school even slammed the table and pointed at the students who were constantly flying in the field and shouted, "This is cheating. This is definitely cheating. How can someone with less than level 1 ability move so fast? It's absolutely impossible." Not only the principal of No. 1 middle school, but everyone found it incredible. How could Gu Qian be so fast? This is faster than the speed of a third-level warrior. How did he do it? Isn't his ability solidified at F level? There will definitely not be this level of bonus. Even with SSS-level abilities, it would be impossible. Everyone was stunned. Stay where you are. I don't know what to say. His combat power is ridiculous, and his speed is comparable to that of a third-level warrior. Is this still a capable person who is less than level 1? This guy is a monster. Now the Gu family is really going to become the overlord of Xingyin City. While the group of strong men were stunned, Gu Qian did not stop. The figures on the playground kept flying into the sky and then falling heavily. At the same time, Gu Qian's hateful voice rang out again. Oh, that speed? Are you a snail? Even a snail is faster than you. The moment the voice appeared, Gu Qian paused for a moment and looked at a girl with a playful smile. His appearance scared the girl and she screamed. Ah! Everyone would be scared if a person appeared out of nowhere. What's more, she is a girl. Then Gu Qian's voice sounded again. Well, I remember now. You didn't say anything bad about me, so I'll let you go this time. After saying that, the figure disappeared again. These students didn't realize it until now. All this was done by Gu Qian. But what exactly happened? Everyone's mind went blank. Even Gong Mu, who was the fastest among them, was stunned. Then his face suddenly turned ugly. I wanted to win by speed. I didn't expect that the speed I was so proud of was not even as fast as a snail in front of Gu Qian. Being crushed in the field that you are best at. This feeling is really depressing. Ah! He was roaring madly inside, but on the surface he remained restrained and didn't show any sign of it. As the young master of the Gong family, he must never lose his composure in front of outsiders. This is the upbringing of the Gong family. But the next moment he couldn't hold it anymore. Because he was knocked flying by Gu Qian's punch, and it was a punch in the face. Gu Qian, damn it! Gong Mu shouted loudly in midair. In less than 3 minutes, out of the hundreds of candidates, only Gu Qian was still standing. He looked at everyone with contempt and said, I told you that you are trash and you didn't believe me. Now you believe me, right? You must be beaten. After saying that, he shook his head with a look of regret. Chapter 11. A bunch of brainless people. Everyone blushed, but could not refute. Even Gong Mu, who was usually calm, was gritting his teeth in anger. Outsiders have never seen this kind of expression on the face of the young master of the Gong family. It can be seen how irritating Gu Qian is. Then Gu Qian said to himself, This is even. Hearing this, everyone was stunned again. Even? Could it be that this guy is still holding a grudge against the bad things that were said about him just now? Isn't this a bit too vindictive? Just because I said a few bad words, I have to beat you up. Wrong. This guy did it on purpose. He originally wanted to challenge everyone one-on-one. It's just that he didn't say it out loud, but he calculated it against everyone. Thinking of this, everyone's faces turned even darker. I didn't expect that so many people would be fooled by Gu Qian. I thought that Gu Qian was just a reckless man. I didn't expect he was so scheming. Even the 4 principals were deceived. He is indeed a descendant of a great family. Thinking of this, everyone's faces became extremely ugly. Only Principal Neo slammed the table and laughed out loud. Good boy, you even dare to plot against your grandpa Neo, just like your old grandfather. Well, ha 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 ha. Gu Qian turned around gracefully, hiding his achievements and fame. There was only a group of people left, who were sold and still helped count the money. He was calculated to death. When he thought about how he rushed forward and fell into the trap, his cheeks turned red with grief and anger. I wish I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It's so embarrassing. The examiner didn't know what to say at this time. It's over before it even begins. It started with a group of people besieging Gu Qian, and now everyone has fallen. It only took 3 minutes in total. More than 700 people were beaten so badly that they couldn't even stand up. Is this the legendary 30:70 split? In 3 minutes, 700 people were defeated? The young master of the Gu family is worthy of being the young master of the Gu family. But what to do next? The teacher looked to Principal Neo for help. Principal Neo did not delay and said to the teacher, "Just announce the result and proceed to the next preparation." After saying that, he sat down with a smug look on his face. The other three principals were so angry that they wanted to beat him to death. The examiner exhaled and said, "For the second item, the first place goes to Gu Qian." After saying that, he looked at the middle school student's ugly face and continued, "Is there anyone else challenging for the second place?" The second in combat power is Meng Su, although his combat power is very high. But their speed is far slower than Gong Mu and Qin Zhong. It is still unknown who will take second place. But now, who still cares about competing for ranking? My mentality was completely broken. The scene was silent. Then the examiner continued, "No one is challenging, so the second place is Meng Su. Is there anyone challenging the third place?" The examiner called out 9 times in a row, but no one challenged it. Once the top 10 are confirmed, you don't need to pay too much attention to the rest and can directly move on to the next preparation. The second item is over. The rankings have been published on the official websites of each school. Please check them out. However, this time, no one was in a hurry to watch. After all, they are now in deep self-doubt. What's more, the ranking is the same as the first item and has not changed at all. There's nothing good to see. Next, all students who have had their chips implanted can go home and prepare for the third item. 3 days later, they will set out to gather at the Xinghui Mountain Range meeting point. All the students became more excited when the Starry Mountains were mentioned. This is the first time in 18 years that the students have gone out of the city. Moreover, they entered the Starry Mountains, which were filled with various magical beasts. To be honest, I'm still a little excited. The same goes for Gu Qian and the other 4. Although there are many magical beasts in the Xinghui Mountains, there are many dangers. But there are also a lot of opportunities. There is a magic core in the body of the monster, which contains a large amount of energy. It is one of the main energy sources nowadays. The price is very high. Moreover, the higher the level of the magic core, the higher the price. It is really a good place for poor people to turn their lives around. Everyone line up according to school and get the chip injected. After hearing the examiner's words, everyone started moving. Gu Qian naturally ranks first among the 3 middle schools. Soon, a staff member came to Gu Qian with an exquisite box made entirely of metal. He put on colored gloves, opened the box, and took out a black chip the size of a fingernail. Gently press on Gu Qian's right temple. The moment the chip touches the skin, Gu Qian just felt like something was getting in. Immediately afterwards, Gu Qian pressed on his right temple impatiently. The school has already taught about the use of ability chips. It is one of the most important auxiliary tools for every capable person. This chip can not only record its own combat power and abilities, it can also test the data of other warriors. Even all the abilities of Warcraft discovered so far are recorded clearly. They can even communicate and form teams with the help of ability chips. And you don't have to worry about your private information being leaked. It is an indispensable tool for people with special abilities. The moment Gu Qian turned on the chip, a light blue light curtain appeared in front of Gu Qian. All of Gu Qian's information is clearly recorded on it. Ability user, Gu Qian. Occupation, none. Level 0. Awakening ability, F-level solidification, SSS plus level sacrifice. Ability introduction, solidification. The awakened person activates the ability of solidification, which can solidify the current physical state and keep it unchanged. This ability can only be activated once. Sacrifice, a passive ability. Every time you launch a martial arts spell or other attack method, you will be forced to sacrifice body organs or lifespan to increase the body's attributes. The more important the sacrificed organs and the more lifespan you have, the stronger the increase you get. This effect can be stacked. Combat power, 97. Speed, 73. Strength, 92. Defense, 86. Mental power, 84. This information is the same as the previous test. Gu Qian didn't care too much. Instead, he quickly turned his gaze towards other people. The first one I looked at was Gong Mu. This guy is too scheming, so we have to be careful. Among the three, Gu Qian was most wary of Gong Lu. This guy usually appears to be humble and good-tempered when he is outside. But Gu Qian doesn't think so. How could the children of a great family be like this? They are all full of ambition. What's more, this guy has awakened S-level abilities. User with special abilities, Gong Lu. Occupation, warrior. Level 1. Combat power, 147. Speed, 196. Strength, 138. Defense, 104. Mental power, 101. Very ordinary data, and the ability is not shown. Now I feel relieved. Gu Qian didn't want his ability to sacrifice to be exposed so early, as it was his trump card. Realizing that someone was looking at him, Gong Mu also looked in the direction of the gaze. When he found out it was Gu Qian, his face looked very unhappy. Why is this guy targeting me? No, it seems that it is still not hidden enough. Thinking of this, Gong Mu subconsciously took a step back. Let other people block Gu Qian's sight. Gu Qian sneered at Gong Mu's behavior. It's just a little trick, just enough to fool these kids. I have lived 2 lives, how can I be fooled by you? Soon, everyone was injected with the chip. Almost everyone chose Gu Qian as the first person to investigate. But the results showed that all of Gu Qian's body values were normal. There's nothing special about it. This made everyone even more confused. How did this guy improve his combat power to such a high level? Gu Qian was not going to waste time here. Within 3 days, you must break through to the first level warrior. Grandpa Nyo, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Principal Nyo said to Gu Qian with a smile. Go back and break through to the next level as soon as possible. Sure. I'm leaving now. Chapter 12, Angry at the Experts. As soon as the news of the college entrance examination came out, the entire Xingyin city was shocked. All those who were waiting for Gu Qian to make a fool of himself were stunned. How is this possible? A student who is not even at the first level of ability can actually punch out with a combat power of over 10,000. And it only took 3 minutes to answer more than 700 candidates? This must be a dream. This has never happened in all these years of college entrance examinations. In previous years, the highest combat power was a little over 3,000. This is the highest record since the construction of Xingyin City. And it has been maintained for hundreds of years. It was broken so easily. And it's more than 3 times as much? I'm afraid no one will be able to break this record from now on. The most unacceptable thing is that Gu Qian only awakened F-level ability. Still the most useless cure. This is so unfair. No one could accept it. But the facts are right in front of us, and we have to believe it whether we like it or not. Even the TV reporter who was interviewing the case was in disbelief when he received such a notice. All the reporters gathered at the school gate, waiting to block Gu Qian. For such big news, whoever had first-hand information would immediately become a hit. Who wouldn't be tempted? Even the other 4 in the top 5 were ignored. But Gu Qian didn't give them this chance at all, and flew back directly on Xiaobai. The most important task now is to quickly cultivate vital energy and become a first-level warrior. By then, his combat power will be improved, and with the amplifying effect of sacrifice, he might be able to fight against a level 4 warrior alone. A 4th-level warrior. Thinking of this, even Gu Qian was moved. A 4th-level warrior is already at the level of an intermediate warrior. Even in the 4 major families, you are treated very well. After all, there are only 5 level 6 warriors in the entire Xingyin city with a population of over 10 million. There are not many strong people at the lower level of level 5. At most, there are only 1,000 people. These are all top-notch combat forces. Although the 4th level ability users are not as good as them, they are definitely the high-level combat force of Xingyin City. If I could possess this kind of combat power now, I would be closer to my goal. Thinking of this, Gu Qian couldn't help but feel excited. And the reason why he is so anxious to improve his combat power. Mainly for my parents whom I had only met once. After I was born, my parents went deep into the Xinghui Mountains to find a way to solve the side effects of sacrifice. Just to find a mutated level 9 magical beast. I want to use special methods to obtain unlimited replication of S-level abilities. But the depths of the Xinghui Mountains are extremely dangerous, with powerful monsters above level 8 everywhere. Even though both of them had the strength of level 8 at that time, the hope of success was still slim. Even so, for her own sake, my mother didn't even take a month off from work, and the two of them went deep into the mountains. 18 years have passed and there has been no news of the two. The hope of survival is slim. But I can't give up. This is the first time in my 2 lifetimes that I feel such strong love. Besides, the two of them disappeared while trying to save me. Thinking of this, Gu Qian let out a long sigh and a smile appeared on his face again. Xiaobai, go home. Chirp. With a loud eagle cry, Xiaobai flapped his wings and flew high as fast as lightning, heading straight for the Gu family. Gu Qian didn't care about any of the news from the outside world. The first thing he did when he got home was to lock himself in the training room and start gathering his energy. The excitement in the outside world did not diminish in the slightest because of Gu Qian's silence. Instead, it is getting worse. In just 3 days, hundreds of versions were circulated. There were even so-called experts who spoke out on television about this matter. It is not important to say what the ability level is for the person with the ability. Let's take Gu Qian as an example for analysis. After all, the fact that Gu Qian's awakened F-level ability was solidified was there. Although it was opposed by many capable people. But there were still some children who didn't know the truth and believed what the experts said. And they took his words as the truth and argued with those who opposed him online. This farce lasted for 3 days. Even Gu Qian, who had blocked out all information from the outside world, received the news the moment he walked out of the training room. I was speechless for a moment. These so-called experts are just like the enemy spy experts in previous lives. He only does things that mislead young people. The level of ability is judged entirely based on the effectiveness of the ability. The stronger the amplification effect, the higher the level. It's like an S-level berserk that can increase the abilities of the ability user 6-fold. The attribute enhancement of D level can only increase by 5%. When the basic data is almost the same. The gap between them is obvious. Moreover, the further back we go, the higher the basic data will be and the bigger the gap will be. How can you say it's not important? But what is strange is that no well-known figure has come forward to refute it. After all, there is no benefit in going against these so-called experts. Many people hold the attitude that less is worse than more. Just treat it as a joke. But Gu Qian did not indulge these so-called experts at all. Directly and publicly express anger online. What a bullshit expert, misleading students! He was afraid that others didn't know who he was talking about, so he directly added the interview and even added the TV station that broadcast it. He also wrote, "What kind of rubbish interview is being broadcast? I think you are really hungry." After sending it, I turned off my phone, completely ignoring the huge waves caused by these 2 pieces of news. If someone else posted such a message, these experts would definitely smear and discuss them on various platforms, or even join forces with a group of experts to attack. Because they know that those who are much higher in status than them will not bother to go against them on such matters. The rest are those who are not as high in status as them, so it doesn't matter if they are attacked. But Gu Qian is an exception. He won't care about your status or position if you dare to cause trouble for him or say bad things about him in public. He definitely has 100 ways to make you suffer. So, the moment Gu Qian sent the message, all the experts apologized and admitted that it was their mistake. Even the various broadcasting platforms issued apology statements. This guy is really not to be messed with. It was the first time that netizens saw these so-called experts and various media platforms take such unified actions. In the past, I would never admit my mistakes even if I were beaten to death. Not to mention that the platform apologized after just broadcasting an interview. For a time, Gu Qian had a very good reputation online. Many netizens have transformed themselves into animerecap, with various connotations. He let out a deep breath of anger. After 3 days of training, he finally gathered his vital energy and became a first-level warrior. Various data have also improved. But the effect is far from what was expected. Sacrifice has the current greatest amplification effect. I want to achieve the effect of competing with a level 4 ability user. The combat power must be at least 210. But now his combat power is only 203. Although, it is considered the highest among all the candidates in this class. But even if all the internal organs were sacrificed, the limit of 100,000 would not be reached. There is no way he could be a match for a level 4 warrior. Just a little bit. Well. With a sigh, Gu Qian couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. If other people knew what Gu Qian was thinking, they would definitely be pissed to death. A mere first-level warrior actually wanted to compete with a fourth-level warrior. Isn't this wishful thinking? A first-level warrior, no matter how high his combat power is, his basic combat power cannot exceed 1,000. The basic combat power of a fourth-level warrior is at least 100,000. The gap between the two is like a chasm. Even if you use all the means, it is impossible to cross it. Gu Qian had just broken through to the first-level warrior. Just thinking about fighting a level 4 warrior, I'm afraid you've lost your mind. Gu Qian was just sad for a moment. He quickly walked out. Today is the day we go to the Starry Mountains, we can't be late. Fu! Gu Qian whistled. Xiaobai's figure instantly appeared above his head. Gu Qian bent his knees and jumped directly onto Xiaobai's back. After becoming a first-level warrior, all physical qualities are greatly improved. He can easily jump 4 or 5 meters high. Before the breakthrough, no matter how good the physical fitness is, one can only jump about 2 meters. This is the gap between warriors and ordinary people. Xiaobai flapped its wings and flew directly in the direction Gu Qian pointed. The gathering place is in the Xinghui Mountains, and there is a section of the road where there is no protection. There is a high chance of encountering warcraft. But they are all low-level monsters below level 1. As long as you handle it carefully, nothing will go wrong. Chapter 13 Earthquake Rat. Gu Qian rode Xiaobai all the way to the Xingyin city wall. Looking at the city wall that was dozens of feet high and made entirely of more than 10 meters thick fine steel, it was covered with dents, claw marks, and various bloodstains. Gu Qian's pupils couldn't help but dilate, his face full of shock. Xingyin city borders the Xinghui Mountains and is often attacked by monsters. The city wall is the first line of defense against monsters. It is also where the fighting is most intense. Although I thought it would be shabby here. But I never expected it to be like this. Everywhere you look, you see ruined city walls. There is no good place. This is a steel wall that is hundreds of kilometers long. And it's inside. I really can't imagine what the scene will be like outside. It is even harder to imagine how fierce the battle here will be. From this, you can imagine how dangerous the Xinghui Mountains are. Gu Qian took a deep breath, cleared his mind, and controlled Xiaobai to fly out. When the people with special abilities who stayed on the ground saw Xiaobai, they all let him go, and no one tried to stop him. You can't afford to offend the old man from the Gu family. At the same time, other students taking the college entrance examination had already gathered together and headed towards the assembly point. There was no escort. This is also a requirement of the college entrance examination. Qin Zhong was sweating profusely and couldn't help complaining. Why is it so hot here? And you're not allowed to bring anything that's not related to the college entrance exam. Are you trying to torture me to death? The other candidates were also unable to bear the heat. But he didn't complain like Qin Zhong. Fortunately, the monsters here have been cleared out long ago. Even if there are, there will only be some magical beasts that are not even at level 1 and cannot harm anyone. At the same time, the school staff who were secretly protecting the situation were also in close communication. In the command room, there was a middle-aged bald man with a resolute look and wearing a black warrior uniform, staring at the surveillance screen in front of him. Then tap your temple with your right index finger. The ability user chip is activated instantly. A light blue rectangular screen of light and shadow that was half curved inward appeared before my eyes. Black Panther, have you cleared out all the monsters in the second half of the journey? Make sure there are no monsters above level 1. The college entrance examination is so important, not to mention that there are young masters from 4 major families in the team this time. If anything unexpected happens, these security personnel will no longer be able to work in Xingyin City. So this time, even the few magical beasts below level 1 that were deliberately left behind in the past were cleared out. Not a single monster will appear. Don't worry, Boss Zhao, we have already cleaned them up, and we guarantee that not a single one will be left. Before he could finish his words, screams rang out from the surveillance screen. Boss Zhao immediately looked at the screen nervously. Then he immediately roared. Jilaolu, didn't you say there was no magical beast? What's going on with this earthquake rat? The person on the other side was obviously stunned by the shouting. Then he replied somewhat awkwardly. Boss Zhao, this is inevitable. Earthquake rats are underground and are difficult to clean up. However, don't worry, it's not even level 1. Even if you encounter it, there will be no danger. Just don't worry. Boss Zhao was so angry that he came to get the red-necked guy. He said angrily, You'd better clean up the back there. If something unexpected happens, our entire mercenary group will be in trouble. Jilao's flattering voice sounded. Of course, of course. After saying that, Mr. Zhao turned off the chip angrily and stared at the monitoring screen, fearing that something unexpected would happen. On the other hand, a group of people encountered the sudden appearance of earthquake rats and immediately became panicked. He fled madly, away from this giant rat that was half a man's height. At the same time, all of them opened their chips to check the properties of this monster. Ability user, Earthquake Rat. Occupation, Warcraft. Level 0. Awakening ability, E-level fast digging. Ability description, can quickly dig holes, increasing digging speed by 10 times. Combat power, 204. Speed, 189. Strength, 199. Defense, 595. Mental power, 17. The moment they saw the data, the crowd felt relieved. But looking at the combat power of Gundam 204, I still feel a little scared. There is no doubt that Warcraft is powerful. Although this earthquake rat is not even level 1, its combat power has reached the level of a level 1 ability user. Ordinary people have no chance of survival when encountering it. However, everyone present had awakened their abilities, and there were also several first-level warriors who had successfully advanced. There is no pressure at all to deal with this earthquake rat. Everyone, don't panic. Let's work together. It's very easy to deal with this earthquake rat. It's a good opportunity to practice our actual combat skills. Qin Zhong is very satisfied with the current situation. It's just the right time for me to come to the limelight. Yes. Let's listen to Master Qin and practice with this earthquake rat. Although the basic combat power of Qin Zhong and his 4 companions is not as good as that of the earthquake rat, after using martial arts and spells, their combat power is around 1000, which is more than enough to deal with this earthquake rat. Looking at the earthquake rat with bloodshot eyes staring at everyone, Qin Zhong said calmly, All level 1 warriors, gather all your strength and start to entangle the earthquake rat. Lu Ruyan, release spell arrows from behind. Other students who are less than level 1, protect Lu Ruyan. Remember, don't kill it so quickly. Okay, Mr. Qin. Gong Mu and Meng Su had no objection to Qin Zhong's arrangement. Lu Ruyan would not have any objection. Others responded one after another. Do it. At Qin Zhong's command, more than a dozen warriors activated their abilities and rushed towards the earthquake rat. Among them, Gong Mu was the fastest and left everyone behind in an instant. The others followed closely behind, and when Qin Zhong saw this, a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. Then speed up. Lu Ruyan released her mental power behind to communicate with the power of light elements into space. More than a dozen light arrows condensed in an instant, and were released at the earthquake rat. Gong Mu, who was the fastest, also rushed to the earthquake rat, ready to restrict its movements. But before he could do anything, the earthquake rat burrowed directly into the ground. As a result, Gong Mu's punch missed, and even Lu Ruyan's light arrow only landed at the place where the earthquake rat was just now. More than a dozen holes about 1 meter deep were blown out on the ground. Everyone was stunned. Apparently no one expected earthquake rats to hide underground. Then everyone felt the ground shaking beneath their feet. A series of grooves about 1 meter thick suddenly appeared. No one expected it to happen. He fell directly into a deep ravine. Even Gong Mu, who was the fastest, was not spared. As for those students who had not yet reached the first level, as well as Lu Rian, they were in an even more miserable state. Everyone was a little confused. How did this crack appear? Could it be dug by an earthquake rat? Everyone was a little confused. It turns out that such a useless ability as E-level rapid digging can be used in this way. Just when everyone was shocked, a scream was heard. I saw a male classmate who was originally in a deep pit suddenly fell deeper. There was no time to struggle, only to let out a scream. Ah! It was only at this point that everyone began to panic. The earthquake rat is going to drag people underground before taking action. Everyone, jump out quickly, don't let the earthquake rat pull you underground. Qin Zhong shouted loudly and then quickly jumped to the ground. The others also reacted quickly and jumped out of the ditch. In just less than 10 seconds, 3 more people were dragged underground and disappeared. Chapter 14, It's not even level 1. Everyone started to panic. I thought it was just a monster that was not yet strong enough. Moreover, the earthquake rats are born with E-level super speed digging ability, so they can be easily dealt with. There is no danger at all. Some people even wanted to use it for actual combat practice. But 4 people were killed just after the fight started. Thinking of the 4 classmates whose life or death is unknown, others were even more frightened. They all leaned together. There was a hint of resentment in the eyes when they looked at Qin Zhong. If he hadn't insisted on using the earthquake rat for actual combat practice, maybe if more than 700 people took action together, they could have solved it long ago. No one would be in danger. Qin Zhong's face looked very ugly at this time. Who could have thought that an earthquake rat that was less than level 1 could render more than a dozen level 1 warriors helpless? Boss Zhao in front of the surveillance screen was extremely angry at this time. He was red-faced and yelled at the chip screen in front of him. Ji Lao Lu, you'd better pray that those students are okay, otherwise I will skin you alive. The other side was obviously panicked as well. He quickly said, Boss, I'll be there right away. I'll be there right away. Old Zhao angrily punched the stone table in front of him and smashed it to pieces. At the same time, he cursed. This Qin Zhong is also an idiot. He didn't kill the monster as soon as he encountered it, and he even wanted to practice with it. Who do you think you are? Didn't you see that its statistics are higher than those of a first-level warrior? You are so arrogant and underestimate your enemy. Sooner or later you will suffer. It's really annoying. After saying that, he paced back and forth in the room. I just hope nothing happens. At this time, something unexpected happened on the other side. The ground began to shake again. Deep grooves appeared again. But this time everyone was prepared. It didn't fall. Everyone got out of the way. Just when everyone was rejoicing that they had escaped this time, a scream sounded again. Ah! I saw a girl disappear from everyone's sight in an instant, and where she had stood, there was only a huge dark hole with no bottom. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly panicked. How come he didn't fall down and was dragged into the ground? What should I do? For a moment, a feeling of terror appeared in everyone. The next second, another scream was heard. The crowd who were holding on suddenly couldn't hold it anymore. Start running away frantically. However, the earthquake rats underground showed no signs of stopping. Every few seconds someone would be pulled underground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Gongmu said at this time, Everyone, quickly find a tree to climb up and stay away from the ground. Everyone climbed up the nearest tree as if they were grabbing a life-saving straw. Sure enough, after everyone climbed up the tree, the earthquake rats' attacks lost their effect. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking they had escaped, they began to call for help from the school. But the reply was that it would take at least 10 minutes to arrive. And ask all students to stay away from earthquake rats as much as possible during this period. 10 minutes. After hearing this, everyone was very reluctant. Even many girls cried. But there is nothing we can do. After all, the earthquake rat hides underground, so it is difficult to deal with it. Fortunately, everyone hid in the trees and would not be attacked by the earthquake rats again. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the earthquake rat is in action again. This time, it was aimed directly at a big tree, and a crack spread across it like lightning. Boom! The tree, which was so thick that it required 3 people to hug it, shook violently. When everyone saw the scene, they held their breath, fearing that the tree would fall. Fortunately, the tree only shook for a while and then there was no movement. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the earthquake rat was unable to pull down such a thick tree. Otherwise, the place to stay that you have finally found will be gone. But the next second, the earthquake rat hit again. Boom! After a loud bang, there was a sound of breaking. Crack! The tree is broken. The person in the tree didn't react and fell to the ground. In an instant, 4 or 5 people disappeared. I want to go home. I won't take the exam anymore. I want to go home. The Warcraft is so scary. I want to go home. I want to go home. Mom, I want Mom, I won't come out again, For a moment, the scene was in chaos. Although a dozen first-level warriors are not afraid of the attacks of earthquake rats. But I don't dare to confront it. After all, once it's been pulled underground, who knows what tricks it will use. As long as there is a way, I won't fight it head-on. But now even the trees are not safe, what should I do? Just when everyone was panicking and didn't know what to do, the earthquake rat attacks again. This time the target was the big tree where Qin Zhong was. In just a moment, he arrived at the root of the tree. Qin Zhong calculated the time and prepared to jump to another tree. Even an earthquake rat can't break through such a thick tree. But before Qin Zhong jumped, a cracking sound was heard. The big tree fell down directly. Qin Zhong's body suddenly lost balance. Fell to the ground. Suddenly, my right ankle tightened and was caught by the earthquake rat. Not good! Qin Zhong was shocked. He quickly released his energy and activated his abilities to attack the earthquake rat. But before he could prepare himself, he felt his body sinking rapidly into the ground. There was no time to react. However, the moment he entered the underground, Qin Zhong saw Gu Qian watching the show in midair. Then he shouted, "Gu Qian, you!" As he spoke, he pointed in the direction of Gu Qian. Upon hearing this, everyone looked in the direction Qin Zhong pointed. I saw Gu Qian sitting on Xiao Bai's back, eating melon seeds and watching the scene happily. At this time, Gu Qian was also stunned. This guy is in such danger, how can he not escape? You still want to drag me into this? I was enjoying the show, but now I can't watch it anymore. Gu Qian patted the melon seed shells off his body and was about to ask Xiao Bai to leave. Gong Mu got anxious when he saw this and shouted, "Gu Qian, are you planning to leave so many classmates behind and run away by yourself?" After shouting, Gong Mu showed a smug smile as if his conspiracy had succeeded. But he quickly hid it. As the heir of the Gu family, Gu Qian's failure to help so many classmates damaged not only his own reputation. It's more about the reputation of the Gu family. What's more, many of them are young masters from powerful families in Xingyin City. Offending so many people at once, even the Gu family would find it difficult to cope. Everyone looked at Gu Qian with expectation. Hopefully he can make a move. After all, he has a combat power of over 10,000 and that terrifying speed. It will definitely kill the earthquake rat. Gu Qian turned around and looked at Gong Mu, then smiled sinisterly. Save you? Why should I save you? What good will it do me? The moment they heard this, everyone was stunned. Do we need a reason to save people? We are classmates after all, isn't this what should happen? You are so strong, it is a simple matter to kill this earthquake rat, and you can also save us, what else do you want? A male classmate said it confidently. It seemed as if this was what Gu Qian should do. I have completely forgotten how I belittled and ridiculed Gu Qian before I learned that Gu Qian had a combat power of over 10,000. Gu Qian looked at the classmate speechlessly. He said sarcastically, I am strong, so I should save you. Who are you to me? You want me to take action when there is no benefit. You really think you are a big shot. It is a favor for me to save you. It is my duty not to save you. You still want to play moral kidnapping, how ridiculous. As long as I have no morals, no one can kidnap me. After saying that, he patted Xiao Bai on the back and prepared to leave. Gong Mu became anxious when he saw this. Don't go. Then he glared at the person who had just spoken. I cursed in my heart. This guy doesn't play by the rules. He doesn't care about the Gu family's reputation at all. But the situation is critical now. Even the idiot Qin Zhong has been dragged underground. I don't know if he is in danger. We can't let Gu Qian go at this time. Just ask for whatever you want. Gong Mu almost gritted his teeth when he said this. Chapter 15. Taking advantage of the situation. Gu Qian smiled and said, I want a lot of things, but I'm afraid you won't give them to me. As the heir of the Gu family, Gu Qian has everything he wants. What he wants must be very precious. But now only Gu Qian can save them. There are still 10 minutes left before the school officials arrive. I don't know what will happen. Even if I get slaughtered, I have to accept it. You want something, and we promise you, don't you agree? Gong Mu said this and looked at the others. All the other students quickly nodded and said, Yes, 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 as long as you promise to save us, we will give you whatever you want. That's right, you should kill it quickly, it's so scary. Seeing this scene, Gu Qian smiled complacently, and then said calmly, Don't be anxious, take a look at what I want first. As he spoke, he tapped the chip with his right hand, and a light blue light screen appeared instantly. Then Gu Qian gently tapped the send button on the screen. A list instantly appeared on the screens of everyone present. It clearly states what each family needs to bring out. Moreover, they are all treasures that each family owns and are of great value. I still feel bad about taking it out, but I won't offend the Gu family for this thing. Seeing this, Gong Mu was instantly so angry that his heart ached. This guy Gu Qian came prepared. It's amazing how clearly things are listed. It seems that he had already anticipated that someone would ask him for help. I wanted to trick him, but he tricked me instead. The moment I saw the list, many people exclaimed, What? You want 10 level 4 fire elemental magic cores? Are you kidding me? You are still level 4, and I am level 5. Isn't this robbery? A level 1 magic core is already worth thousands. Level 2 costs over 10,000, and level 3 costs over 100,000. Level 4 is as high as 1 million, and level 5 is tens of millions. This price is enough to hire the highest level mercenary group. Gu Qian only needed this much to deal with an earthquake rat. Is he crazy? Listening to everyone's chatter, Gu Qian didn't care at all. He had just sorted these things out using the limited time he had. And it is determined based on the assets of each family. Even though it would be painful, they would definitely use these forces for the sake of their children. After listening to what everyone said, Gong Mu and Meng Su's faces turned even darker. What the two families wanted was actually a level 6 magic core. How is this any different from taking both of their lives? This is a level 6 magic core that costs hundreds of millions. How dare he ask for it? Have you thought it through? I don't have time to waste here with you. As soon as Gu Qian finished speaking, someone jumped out and said, You are robbing me. When I get back, I will definitely ask my dad to go to your Gu family to ask for an explanation. That's right, such a blatant robbery, you've gone too far. As expected, there was another round of shouting. Gu Qian used his right little finger to pick his ear and said contemptuously, I'll leave if you don't need me. Don't regret it later. Just as Gu Qian finished saying this, there was another sound from the ground. A 1-meter-wide crack was running madly towards the direction where everyone was. I recalled the scene where Qin Zhong was dragged underground without any resistance. Everyone was so frightened that their calves cramped. In addition, Xiaobai flapped his wings twice quickly. He acted as if he didn't care about anyone's life or death. Everyone panicked. Quickly shouted, We promise, we promise. As long as you save us, I will give you the things when we get back. Kill it quickly, kill it quickly. Gu Qian ignored everyone else and looked at Gong Mu and Meng Su. He said calmly, What about you guys? Everyone else is easy to deal with, even though what they want is not cheap. But the Gu family can get it easily. The 6th level magic cores these two families want are not so easy to obtain. Gong Mu and Meng Su were very conflicted. Even the two families wouldn't have much of this heavy stuff. If I gave it to someone else, my status at home would definitely be reduced a lot. Fighting for the position of heir is even more difficult. But if I don't give it to him, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive the remaining 9 minutes. Watching the earthquake rat approaching quickly to an unknown target. The two looked at each other and said almost at the same time, gritting their teeth, "We promise you." The moment the two agreed, Gu Qian instantly activated his sacrifice ability. Gain a combat power of nearly 100,000. He punched directly in the direction where the earthquake rat was moving. Boom! The entire ground began to shake violently. It was as if there was a huge earthquake. Countless cracks spread wildly with Gu Qian as the center. The violent shaking could be felt within a radius of dozens of miles. At close range, even thick trees were knocked down. The student standing above fell down in a miserable state. At the same time, Gu Qian's right hand was pulled out from the ground. An earthquake rat with a rotten head was caught in Gu Qian's hand. There is no life anymore. Gu Qian threw it to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. It's that simple. We solved the problem of the earthquake rats that left more than 700 people helpless? Also, what was up with his fighting power just now? 95,410? This is almost catching up with the level of a 4th level warrior. How did he do it? He had clearly just broken through to the 1st level warrior. How can there be such high combat power? I must be seeing things, or I must be dreaming. This must be fake. Everyone looked at Gu Qian in disbelief. Although I have long known that he has a combat power of over 10,000. Reached the level of a 3rd level warrior. But no one expected it to be so high. 100,000. That's the level of a 4th level warrior. Everyone opened their mouths in disbelief and looked at Gu Qian. Another group of people were repeatedly watching the combat power test records. After refreshing several times, I finally confirmed that it was true. At this moment, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. It's crazy, this world is completely crazy. Directly increase the combat power of 203 to nearly 100,000. Even with the strongest ability in SSS level, it is impossible to do this. This is an increase of more than 400 times. Moreover, what Gu Qian awakened was the solidified F-level ability. Such a useless ability could never have such a huge impact on combat power. Could it be that he has awakened other abilities? Thinking of this, all the students present were even more shocked. If that's the case, doesn't that mean Gu Qian has become a dual ability awakener? As soon as this thought came up, everyone gasped. I can't believe it! A person with dual abilities awakened. That is 1 in a million. Xingyin City has been built for hundreds of years and not a single one has appeared. How could Gu Qian be such a rare existence? A dual ability awakener, an extremely special existence among those with special abilities. According to legend, when they are born, they will awaken a powerful ability that far exceeds SSS-level abilities. At the same time, another ability will be awakened at the age of 18. This situation will only occur in a powerful tribe with gods within the tribe. But I have never heard of any ancestor of the Gu family becoming a god. But if Gu Qian is not a dual ability awakener, how can he explain all these abnormalities? Everyone looked at Gu Qian in shock, not knowing what to say. A peerless genius with dual abilities actually appeared in Xingyin City? Gong Mu couldn't accept it for a moment. Roaring inside. Why? Why did the Gu family, which didn't even have a god, produce a dual ability awakener? Why can't that person be me? Why? Gu Qian, who was being watched by everyone, simply said, "It's so weak, how come you guys can't even beat it? Trash is trash." Chapter 16, Waste is Waste. After saying that, he turned and left. The others were furious, but there was nothing they could do. After all, it was a fact that Gu Qian had saved them just now. But this guy is really infuriating. Gu Qian jumped onto Xiaobai's back and flew away. In front of the surveillance screen, Boss Xiao's hearty laughter rang out. Ha ha! He takes advantage of the situation, refuses moral blackmail, and acts decisively. This guy suits my taste. Ha ha ha, we have to find a way to get him into our Storm mercenary group. As he spoke, Boss Xiao frowned. No matter how outstanding he is, he would not care if he was noticed by Storm, the top mercenary group in Xingyin City. That is a blessing earned through several lifetimes, there is no reason to refuse it. But Gu Qian is the heir of the Gu family. What a distinguished status. If you want to get him to join you, you have to plan carefully. On the other side, Ji Lao quickly ran to the scene. Seeing the mess on the ground, he was obviously stunned. Although I have learned from Boss Zhao that the earthquake rats have been dealt with. But I still feel a lingering fear. Seeing this scene now, I can't help but laugh secretly. Even if I take action myself, I'm afraid that's all that will happen. No wonder the boss said this guy has the strength of a 4th level warrior. The destructive power of this casual attack is simply incredible. Now it seems that the rumors outside are true. Just when Ji Lao was stunned, those who were dragged underground emerged. Qin Qiong looked at the earthquake rat whose head had been blown off and asked in surprise, "Who killed it?" Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that they had returned safely. Otherwise, they really wanted to withdraw from this college entrance examination because it was too dangerous. No one spoke, but everyone looked unhappy. After all, no one would be happy if they were robbed. Ji Lao cleared his throat and said, "It was Gu Qian who rescued you." Qin Zhong obviously didn't believe that so many people couldn't deal with the earthquake rat. How could he possibly handle it alone? That guy was digging holes in the ground really fast. There is no way to capture its movement trajectory. And even though I was underground just now, I could still feel the violent shaking. With such a great destructive power, even if Gu Qian had tens of thousands of combat power, he would not be able to do it. It must have been this instructor who rescued him. Thinking of this, Qin Zhong was about to speak when he was ignored by Ji Lao. "I believe that after this incident, you have also realized the danger and power of monsters. Even if it is a level 0 earthquake rat, you can't be careless. Warcraft are naturally stronger than humans, and they regard humans as food. If you encounter them, you must use all your strength to kill them. Don't take any chances." Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and looked at Qin Zhong at the same time. Ji Lao was very satisfied with everyone's performance. Luckily, the ones we encountered this time were earthquake rats, which are relatively docile and don't like to eat meat. Otherwise, the few that were caught would have died. Gentle personality? This is called a docile character, but they attack when they encounter one. Is this also called a gentle personality? How violent would the other monsters be? Okay, adjust yourself and get to the gathering place as soon as possible to start the last part of the college entrance examination. After saying that, he turned around, jumped onto a tree and disappeared from everyone's sight. But he didn't walk far. Instead, he watched these people from afar, fearing that they might encounter another accident. After resting for a while, everyone continued on their journey. Soon a group of people arrived at the gathering place, and Gu Qian was already waiting there leisurely. Gu Qian was seen sitting in a rocking chair with various fruits and food in front of him, and iced juice in his hand. The most outrageous thing is that there is a barbecue oven next to it. Everyone who saw Gu Qian was stunned. What is this guy here for? Coming on vacation? This is the Xinghui Mountains. Which nice person comes here for vacation? A group of people who have seen the horror of Warcraft. I have long recognized the dangers here. Even every step I take has to be done with caution. How dare I be like Gu Qian? Besides, didn't the school clearly stipulate that we are not allowed to bring anything that is not related to the assessment? How come this guy can bring so many things and the invigilator doesn't care? Qin Zhong suddenly felt suffocated with anger. I am in such a mess, but this guy is so happy. And he came here on a mount, which is clearly a foul. Qin Zhong pointed at Gu Qian and said to the invigilator, "Teacher, what Gu Qian did clearly violated the rules. How can you just ignore it? If you protect him, our Qin family will let you know the consequences." Hearing this, the invigilator's brows instantly frowned. I cursed in my heart, this guy must be stupid. But before the teacher could speak, Gu Qian's sarcastic voice rang out. Oh, the Qin family is so powerful. So tell me, where did I violate the rules? As he spoke, Gu Qian threw a grape into his mouth and began to chew it comfortably. Many students who had been rushing along the way swallowed their saliva when they saw this scene. His eyes were fixed on the various foods in front of Gu Qian. Qin Zhong was even more furious. I also want to tell you that the notice clearly states that you are not allowed to bring anything that is not related to the assessment. Not only did you bring so much food and daily necessities, you also came here on a flying monster beast. Isn't that a violation? After that, Qin Zhong looked at the invigilator and said, if your school does not cancel Gu Qian's college entrance examination results and protects his violation, you know the consequences. The status of the 4 major families in Xingyin City is unshakable. Not to mention disciplining a small invigilator. It is easy to close a school. The invigilator at this time also had an unpleasant look on his face. It's not easy for anyone to be caught between 2 little ancestors. And Du Qian did not make things difficult for the teacher. He said to Qin Zhong in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, you scared me to death. If you didn't know, you would have thought you were the head of the Qin family. You're not even an heir, why are you yelling like that?" Gu Qian hit Qin Zhong's sore spot right from the start. Qin Zhong's face turned red with anger, and he pointed at Gu Qian with his trembling right hand. You! Don't be so twitchy. I will answer your idiotic question and convince you. First of all, what I brought did not violate any regulations. I was not allowed to bring anything related to the test because I was afraid that someone would cheat with powerful weapons and make the test unfair. That rule says that you are not allowed to bring food or other things. You don't bring anything with you. Are you going to survive in the wild in the Xinghui Mountains for 3 days? Qin Zhong was about to speak in rebuttal when he was interrupted by Gu Qian. Also, the assessment hasn't started yet. I ate and used it. So what if I brought something that doesn't comply with regulations? At most I can just throw it here. As for riding our xiao by here, it's all to save time. There's no rule on how to get here anyway, so what's wrong with me riding a monster? After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. Yes, the assessment hasn't started yet. You can come here any way you want. Why did you walk here? So stupid. Actually, it's not these people's fault. After all, that's how it's been in previous years. Except for Gu Qian, no one is unique. Even if someone realized it, no one said it. After all, the purpose of going to the Xinghui Mountains is to exercise. Who cares about these things? Gu Qian looked at Qin Zhong's face, which was dark because he couldn't refute, and then provoked him. With your IQ, it's a good thing you didn't become the heir of the Qin family, otherwise, the Qin family would be finished. As he spoke, he shook his head pretending to sigh. Chapter 17, Help You? Why? After hearing Gu Qian's words, Qin Zhong was so angry that he exploded on the spot. Gu Qian, I'm going to kill you! As he said that, he rushed towards Gu Qian. However, he was stopped by some quick-witted younger brothers around him. No wonder Qin Zhong reacted so strongly. After all, Gu Qian's words were merciless. The younger brothers around Qin Zhong tried their best to stop Qin Zhong. I was afraid that he would fight with Gu Qian. That guy is a monster. With a combat force of nearly 100,000, this group of people is simply not able to match it. Going up now would simply be asking for trouble. Boss, we can't go. We can't win. The moment he heard these words, Qin Zhong was stunned for a moment, then slowly calmed down. Then his face was full of resentment. Gu Qian glanced at Qin Zhong with disdain, then turned to the invigilator and said, "Teacher, can we start now? I'm almost falling asleep." The invigilator glanced at Gu Qian, nodded, and then said to everyone, "Everyone listen, the 3rd test will begin now. Now let me read out the rules. First, this will last for 3 days. Everyone is free to form a team and kill the monsters within range. Killing a level 0 monster gives 1 point, and getting a magic core gives 10 points. All the team members will share the points equally. Second, you are not allowed to bring any weapons or other equipment of your own. You are only allowed to use the weapons we provide. Third, except for some special circumstances, do not go beyond the specified range. There are only level 0 monsters within the range. When you encounter danger, you can click on the chip to ask for help. Asking for help means giving up the assessment. Fourth, this assessment will be broadcast live simultaneously. Don't even think about cheating. Your every move is under surveillance." The moment they heard the first sentence, everyone except Gu Qian looked grim. Just now, everyone has witnessed the horror of Warcraft. Just one earthquake rat was enough to leave everyone helpless. If we face this alone, what's the difference between this and seeking death? No, you absolutely cannot act alone. You have to find someone to form a team. Thinking of this, everyone turned their eyes to Gu Qian. He is the only one who can deal with the monsters here. However, given this guy's vengeful nature, he definitely hasn't forgotten what happened before. I will definitely not team up with others. Oh, if I had known this would happen, why would I be so mean? Such a good opportunity to curry favor with someone was wasted. When Lu Rian heard the teacher's announcement, she looked towards Gu Qian with a moving look. I feel so much regret in my heart. Although he awakened the S-level light element boiling and became a noble light element mage. But if a mage wants to grow, the resources he needs will be enormous. The Lu family simply can't afford it now. What's more, because of Gu Qian, the Lu family had no place to stay. It is not easy to afford to go to college. If I don't try to get more resources from the school, this life is over. Thinking of this, Lu Rian plucked up her courage and walked towards Gu Qian. Even if I get humiliated today, I will team up with Gu Qian and get second place. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. What does Lu Rian want to do? Go find Gu Qian? She is not crazy. I broke off the engagement with the Gu family in front of so many people. He had already offended Gu Qian deeply. Now she wants Gu Qian to help her. Isn't this embarrassing herself? Everyone knows that Gu Qian has the character of taking revenge double time. Even if you, Lu Rian, have been with him for 3 years, it would be useless. Lu Rian came to Gu Qian with a nervous heart. He lowered his head and said, I know that I was wrong in what happened before, but I hope you can help me for the sake of our 3 years of friendship. As long as you help me this time, I will never bother you again. Gu Qian looked at Lu Rian indifferently without saying anything. Everyone was waiting for Gu Qian's answer. If he could even agree to Lu Rian. They can also ask Gu Qian for help. Soon, a minute passed. Everyone was a little anxious. Lu Rian was even more nervous. His fingers kept rubbing the corners of the white clothes. Just when I was about to be unable to bear the inner torment, Gu Qian's voice slowly sounded. Why should I help you? What's in it for me? Benefit? Hearing this, Lu Rian was completely stunned. He looked at Gu Qian with puzzled eyes. Do we need to give something to help out in a team? Isn't this a simple thing? When Gu Qian saw Lu Rian's expression, he knew what she was thinking. With a sneer, he said mercilessly, You don't think I will help you for nothing, do you? Get rid of it. We are all adults and it doesn't matter. Why should I help you for nothing? As he spoke, Gu Qian stood up from his chair. He took a step forward and passed by Lu Rian. If you want me to help you, show some sincerity. Otherwise, I won't help you. Teacher, can we start? Okay. The invigilator nodded. After the teacher finished speaking, Gu Qian walked straight through the crowd and headed towards the Xinghui Mountains. Others also formed teams, each found a direction, and prepared to hunt the monsters. Maybe you will meet the elderly, the weak, the sick or the disabled and take advantage of them. For a moment, the scene was very lively. Only Lu Rian stood there blankly. She never expected that Gu Qian would say such a thing. Even if I am scolded, I can accept it. But now, after asking Gu Qian to do him a favor out of their 3 years of friendship, he actually wanted me to give something in exchange? Is it true that 3 years of friendship is worthless? Lu Rian's heart was filled with frustration, regret, and deep hatred. At the same time, I also felt waves of despair. If there is really no way to get a good grade in the assessment during college, there are no resources available. By then, based on my current situation, I don't know when I can become a level 1 mage. The road ahead will be more difficult. What to do? What should I do? At this time, Lu Rian was filled with regret. If I had not listened to Qin Zhong's instigation and broken off the engagement with Gu Qian, nothing that is happening now will happen. She is also Gu Qian's fiancée. Enjoy the glory and help of the Gu family. The Lu family will not be driven out of Xingyin City. I will not beg others for help because of resource problems. It's all Qin Zhong and Gu Qian's fault. If it weren't for you, How could I have become like this? Lu Rian clenched her fists and tried hard to restrain herself from shouting. At this moment, a voice rang out. Miss Lu, do you want to team up with us? The moment she heard the voice, Lu Rian turned around immediately. It was Gong Mu who sent the invitation. A hint of disappointment flashed across Lu Rian's eyes. But I adjusted quickly. It's always better to have someone to team up with than to be alone. Moreover, Gong Mu and his men are all first-level warriors, and their strength is quite good. Thank you, Master Gong. Gong Mu naturally saw Lu Rian's expression clearly. If it wasn't for taking advantage of this woman, why would he team up with her? Chapter 18 Betting. Gong Mu smiled and said, Miss Lu, you are too polite. For someone as beautiful and outstanding as you, our Gong family is actually willing to support you, but... As he spoke, Gong Mu looked at Gu Qian's back with a gloomy expression. The meaning is obvious. It was because of Gu Qian that he didn't dare to help Lu Rian, or even the Lu family. Lu Rian was very happy to hear that the Gong family was willing to provide funding. But after seeing Gong Mu's hint, he immediately understood. His hatred for Gu Qian deepened. But such a good opportunity cannot be missed. As long as we can get the help of the Gong family, relying on his S-level light element boiling ability, he will definitely become a strong man in Shinin City. This is the last chip. So, no matter what conditions Gong Mu put forward, you have to agree to it yourself. Otherwise, if I had suffered such a great injustice, I would never have a chance to turn things around. Master Gong, are the Gong family afraid of the Gu family? As long as Master Gong is willing to help me, I promise to obey Master Gong in everything without any complaints. From now on, I will be a dog of the Gong family. In order to get Gong Mu's help, he did not wait for the other party to put forward any conditions. Lu Rian gave her minimum. Gong Mu's eyes lit up when he heard this, but he quickly hid it. Pretending to be shocked, he said, Miss Lu, this is serious. How can someone as outstanding as Miss Lu lower herself like this? Actually, I won't hide it from Miss Lu. I have liked you for a long time, but I never had the chance. Now are you willing to be my girlfriend? Lu Rian looked at Gong Mu in disbelief. Ever since I broke off the engagement with the Gu family, Lu Rian has clearly realized that she wants to enter a wealthy family like the four great families. It is simply impossible to do this with just eyebrows and S-level abilities. You must have a strong family background. But now Gong Mu actually said such words to himself. Could it be? I do. Without time to think, Lu Rian answered quickly, as if she was afraid that Gong Mu would go back on his word. As long as he can get in touch with Gong Mu, his resource problems will be easily solved. Gong Mu seemed very surprised. He reached out to hold Lu Rian's hand. But in the end, his expression changed, as if he was very embarrassed. He looked at Lu Rian with evasive eyes and spoke hesitantly. It's just that you now know that my status in the Gong family is not high. They will definitely not offend the Gu family because of me. So, I have to let you down a bit, and not make our relationship public. At this point, Gong Mu's tone became extremely anxious. As long as you promise me, I will give you whatever you want. When I become the heir of the Gong family, I will definitely marry you openly. Lu Rian stopped talking and looked at Gu Qian's back with even more resentment. If it weren't for him, I could now be the young master and mistress of the Gong family openly. It's all your fault. Just wait, as long as I grow up, I will never let you go. I promise, I'll wait for you. Really? You're so nice, Rian. Gong Mu reached out to hug Lu Rian, but he was still timid and didn't dare to reach out. At the same time, Gong Mu was very proud. It's that simple to control a woman. This is such a good deal. On the other side, Gu Qian, who was walking, suddenly sneezed. I looked at the sky in confusion. How could I sneeze in such a hot day? Someone must be saying something bad about me. After that, he stopped caring and walked towards the edge of the designated range. I want to complete the third item quickly and easily and strive for first place. You can't hang around in this novice area like these people. You still have to hunt down level 3 monsters. This way you can get more points, and every level 3 monster has a magic core. Unlike level 0 monsters, there is only a small chance of having a magic core. It would be much easier to widen the points gap. Moreover, only by experiencing a battle with equal strength can the vitality in one's body grow rapidly. Get to level 2 as soon as possible. By then, my combat power will definitely exceed 100,000, and then I will be able to fight against a 4th level warrior. Delicious. Thinking of this, Gu Qian walked straight to the east, deeper into the Xinghui Mountains. When others saw this scene, they couldn't help but pay attention. Although I know Gu Qian is very strong. But no matter how strong one is, it is very dangerous to go deep into the Xinghui Mountains alone. There is more than one monster there. It's not a one-on-one battle. Many times, the monsters would rush forward in droves. The humans were killed by the beasts before they could even fight back. Therefore, no one would have thought that Gu Qian would go to the depths of the Xinghui Mountains by himself. However, the crowd did not follow. Fortunately, the school has equipped each candidate with a surveillance system. They can also watch other people's movements in real time. So, everyone stopped and prepared to see where Gu Qian would stop. Many people even started betting. Guess where Gu Qian will hunt monsters? A chubby boy said excitedly. The Xinghui Mountains are the dream place for all those with special abilities. Especially boys who have just awakened their abilities. Who doesn't want to conquer the entire depths of the Starry Mountains? That's not just a symbol of strength. It is also a symbol of glory, power, status, and wealth. As long as you can go deep into the Xinghui Mountains and hunt down magical beasts above level 10, will be respected by the whole country. By then, fame and power will be within your reach. This is something that all abilities aspire to. However, to obtain these, one needs great strength. Hunting down a level 10 monster deep in the Xinghui Mountains, you need to be at least level 11 in strength. That is also the top existence in the entire Qinxing Kingdom. It's not something that today's students dare to think of at all. As for Gu Qian, he wouldn't go that deep. But being able to get out of the novice zone is enough to make everyone envious. After all, they couldn't even beat a level 0 Quake Rat alone. He was beaten badly. Even if they were in a team, they didn't dare to leave the novice area. But Gu Qian is different. Judging from his attitude, he won't stay in the novice area. People just don't like it at all. I guess young Master Gu must be going to the area of level 1 magical beasts. With his strength, he will be absolutely safe there. A dark-skinned boy said with envy on his face. Although it was only a level 1 area, it was still out of his reach now. For a long time, it was even impossible to get there. TSK, you underestimated him too much. With his strength and personality, he should be in a level 2 monster area at least. That would be challenging. A skinny boy said with disdain. A level 2 monster already has a combat power of nearly 10,000, and has the advantage of numbers. Even if one has the 3rd level ability of over 10,000 combat power, he would not dare to go alone. But Gu Qian is different. His combat power is close to 100,000. Although there may be danger, we can definitely deal with it. After hearing what Skinny Monkey said, everyone gasped. At the same time, the envy on his face became even stronger. It would be great if I could have such strong fighting power. Chapter 19, What is fake must be fake. Forget it. Young Master Gu is someone of such status. How could he take such a risk? If something unexpected happens, the loss will be huge. The other short boy curled his lips and disagreed with the skinny boy's statement. When the skinny monkey saw someone refutate him, he immediately said anxiously, "Do you think everyone is like you, like a turtle, only knowing how to hide in a safe place? With your attitude, you will never be able to conquer the depths of the Xinghui Mountains in your lifetime, humph." The dwarf glared and said angrily, "You speak as if you can do it. I think that young Master Gu doesn't dare to go to the level 2 area. What do you think? Do you dare to bet?" The skinny monkey immediately came in front of the dwarf, looked down at him and said, "Let's bet. Young Master Gu will definitely go to the level 2 area. What's the bet?" The dwarf was unconvinced and said, "How about betting on a 1st level magic core? Whoever loses will give a 1st level magic core to the winner. Do you dare?" Level 1 magic core, although not very expensive. But for students from ordinary families, it is not easy to get it. But the skinny monkey didn't hesitate at all. He said directly, "Let's bet, whoever doesn't acknowledge me is my grandson." After saying that, he turned and left without hunting the monster. Instead, he sat on the ground and stared at the screen in front of him. I'd like to see where Mr. Gu will go. It's not just the two people who made the bet. Many people with special abilities in Xingyin City were also paying attention to Gu Qian. After all, this guy's performance was too outstanding. It's impossible not to pay attention. In the live broadcast of more than 700 candidates, Gu Qian's popularity ranks first. Directly broke through the 10 million mark. Ahead of others by a huge margin. The second place had less than 1,000 people. There are only a few other people, and apart from family members, almost no one pays attention to them. Such popularity was almost unheard of in previous years. Even the live broadcast server was almost paralyzed. The barrage of comments was overwhelming. Netizen 1. Finally, I can watch the live broadcast. Where is Mr. Gu going? Netizen 2. Mr. Gu is so handsome. Why does Mr. Gu keep going deep into the Xinghui Mountains? It's very dangerous there. Netizen 3. How could Master Gu be in the novice zone? With his combat power, he must be in the level 1 Warcraft zone. What's the point of being in the novice zone? Netizen 4. That's right, with a combat power of more than 10,000, playing in the novice zone is meaningless and can't improve your strength at all. Netizen 5. As far as I can remember, the deepest we went before was probably level 1. I wonder if Mr. Gu can break the record this year. Netizen 6. I think it's no problem. Young Master Gu has the combat power of a 3rd level warrior. It's easy for him to hunt those first level monsters. I really want to know how much combat power young Master Gu has. Netizen 7. Same as above, just waiting for Master Gu to make a move. Guess how much Master Gu can achieve? Netizen 8. I think it should be around 15,000 at least. It can't be lower than this. Netizen 9. Can you be bolder? It's only 15,000. I think it should be at least 16,000. Netizen 10. You are so bold, but you only added 1,000 combat power? Netizen 11. I think it should be around 20,000, no higher. Netizen 12. I think it can be higher, I guess 21,000. A group of netizens were happily guessing, but the best result was around 25,000. It doesn't get any higher. In fact, they didn't even believe that Gu Qian could reach 25,000. After all, Gu Qian had just awakened and became a 1st level warrior not long ago. Being able to reach a combat power of more than 10,000 is already astonishing. It simply can't be any higher. Just when the combat power gradually stabilized at 25,000. A netizen's speech immediately attracted everyone's attention. Netizen 13. What do you mean by 25,000 combat power? According to the latest news, Master Gu's combat power is close to 100,000. As soon as the news came out, the entire screen was instantly filled with unified comments. All of them were expressions of shock, mixed with expressions of disbelief like, "What?" Netizen 14. Please don't spread rumors. Although Master Gu is very powerful, there is no way he can have a combat power of nearly 100,000. That is a combat power that only a 4th level ability user can achieve. Netizen 15. Don't believe in rumors or spread them. These rumors are too outrageous and no one will believe them if you tell them. Netizen 16. That's right, absolutely impossible. The comments were one-sided and no one believed it at all. After all, this kind of thing was too unbelievable. For a 1st level warrior, it was outrageous enough to have a combat power of over 10,000. How is it possible that he has a combat power of nearly 100,000? This is definitely a rumor. This is incredible. Just hearing it, everyone felt a little uneasy. If a 1st level warrior really had such high combat power, wouldn't that cause chaos? When he reaches level 2 or 3, won't he be on par with the strong men at level 5 or 6? This is horrible. Facing everyone's doubts, Netizen 13 was not panicked at all. Rumors? I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be a rumor? If you don't believe it, you can come to my live broadcast room. I will show you the combat power test footage of Master Gu. The chip can't be fake, right? When netizens heard this, they panicked. Can this be true? For a moment, the live broadcast room was eerily quiet, without even a single comment. It's not that they don't believe it, but they are afraid that it is true. A combat power of 100,000. You can play level 4 at level 1, how can you play in the future? However, the biggest reaction came from not only the netizens who were just watching the fun, but it's the many forces in Shinin City, especially the people from the 4 major families. Gu Qian's fighting ability has always been a secret. I'm afraid that apart from Gu Qian and the head of the Gu family, no one else knows. It is now reported that Gu Qian's combat power has reached an astonishing 100,000. These forces can no longer sit still. 100,000 combat power. If this is true, Shinin City will be in chaos. Isn't this pattern going to be broken now? I'm afraid that before long, the Gu family will dominate Shinin City. Except for the forces affiliated with the Gu family, the leaders of other forces all had gloomy faces. Everyone thought that this was just nonsense made up by netizens to gain attention. After all, this kind of thing is too unbelievable. Netizen 17. Then tell me the live broadcast room number so we can go check it out. You can tell how nervous netizens are from these intermittent subtitles. As Netizen 17 asked this question, everyone's nerves became tense. Netizen 13. 125682, my room number, come and see. The moment the room number was announced, tens of millions of people instantly flocked into the live broadcast room of Netizen 17. Netizen 17 was stunned when he saw so many people suddenly pouring in. Although I knew there would be a lot of people, I didn't know there would be so many people. More than 10 million people. The entire Shinin City is out of service. Are you watching the live broadcast? Netizen 18. So it's this year's college entrance examination student, Bmoji. Hurry up and post a screenshot. If it's fake, I'll see how I'll deal with you when you come back. Netizen 19. That's right, that's right. If you dare to fake something like this, I will definitely skin you alive. Chapter 20. Making money is not shabby. Netizen 13 looked calm and was not afraid at all. I saw Master Gu take action with my own eyes. Unless the chip is faulty, there's no way that something could go wrong. Don't panic, I'm doing it, right? As he spoke, Netizen 13 began to slide the chip's screen continuously. No rush at all. Seeing Netizen 13 like this, some people immediately became anxious. Netizen 20. What are you doing here? Hurry up, we are still waiting to see Master Gu hunting monsters. Netizen 21. I can't tell yet, I'm just waiting for gifts. As soon as the barrage was typed out, a reminder barrage appeared in the live broadcast room. Netizen 22 sent a big rocket. Netizen 23 sent 2 big rockets. Netizens. Followed by a series of gift reminders. It only took less than a minute. More than 100 people sent big rockets. Seeing this, Netizen 13's eyes suddenly lit up. There are more than 100 big rockets, and even if one can raise 95, it is almost 10,000. This is just to take a look at Mr. Gu's combat record. I really can't imagine that I could have such combat power at the first level. How much money can be earned? Netizen 24. I've sent so many rockets, so hurry up and don't waste everyone's time. Netizen 13 said with a flattering smile. Okay, right away. After saying that, the index finger of his right hand quickly slid across the screen in front of him. I quickly found screenshots of Gu Qian's previous battle strength. Just click to open it. More than 10 million people stared closely at the screen, fearing that they would miss something. Ability user, Gu Qian. Occupation, warrior. Level 1. Power, 95,410. Speed, 94,000. Strength, 92,590. Defense, 96,350. Mental strength, 98230. Seeing this, everyone was stunned and didn't know what to say. It's hard to believe. A first-level warrior has a combat power of 95,000. I wouldn't even dare to think about it in my dreams. But now it is actually happening before our eyes. Netizen 25. It's fake. There must be something wrong with the chip, otherwise why would it be so high? The moment they saw this comment, everyone wanted to agree with him. However, there is no possibility that there is a problem with the chip. What's more, it was a small matter like testing combat power. The fact that the suspicion was even on the chip shows how hard it was for this netizen to accept this. Netizen 26. Stop struggling, admit it, a monster has appeared in our Shinin city. Monster. The name is very appropriate. At the same time, everyone has also realized the gap between themselves and geniuses. That's like a chasm. Now everyone gave up struggling. When everyone was silent, a barrage popped up directly. Netizen 27. Go and see, Master Gu killed a level 1 monster with one punch. His combat power is really over 95,000. The moment they saw the news, everyone evacuated. Returned to Gu Qian's live broadcast room again. However, everyone missed the scene of Gu Qian killing the monster. They are all very upset. They started to post comments one after another. Netizen 28. Mr. Gu, please kill one more, we didn't see it. Netizen 29. That's right, Mr. Gu, kill another one quickly, we all want to see it. Netizen 30. Yes, you can spend money. Although many of them are people with special abilities, and many of them can kill monsters by themselves. But look at Gu Qian, a genius in hunting monsters. It's completely different from watching others hunt monsters. Although there are many people hunting World of Warcraft in other live broadcast rooms. But there is no live broadcast room where you can see people hunting monsters above their level. There are even fewer anchors who can kill Warcraft of the same level. This is the only one of its kind, Master Gu. Netizen 31. What is the above person thinking? Young Master Gu is the kind of person who is short of money. Will he listen to your arrangements for a small gift? You should just wait patiently. After the barrage appeared, no one thought there was anything wrong. Even the netizens who posted comments saying that they would pay Gu Qian to hunt down the monsters quickly became depressed. What is the Gu family's family background? Mr. Gu's monthly pocket money is probably higher than the annual salary of the losers here. Why would you listen to other people's arrangements just for money? Just when everyone was expecting Gu Xiao to be sarcastic, Gu Qian suddenly changed his stern face. Suddenly, he smiled happily and said to the live broadcast, Sure, as long as you give enough gifts, don't ask me to kill it quickly, just ask me to kill a certain one, and I will do it for you, but the premise is that there must be enough gifts. Everyone was stunned. Is this something young Master Gu would say? Incredible. Is this still the same young Master Gu who gets angry at everyone if things don't go his way? He was so fawning just for a small gift. This is incredible. Is the Gu family going to go bankrupt? Or is he possessed by someone? Netizen 32. Mr. Gu, this is not your style. Shouldn't you scold him, then search the entire internet to find out his information, then go to where he lives and teach him a lesson so that he will never dare to speak nonsense in your live broadcast room again in his life? Netizen 33. Yes, Mr. Gu, this is your style. Can the Gu family be short of this little money? Netizen 34. Yes, Mr. Gu, where is your pride? For a moment, the crowd in the live broadcast room was excited. It was as if Gu Qian had done something unforgivable to earn this gift. Gu Qian looked at the overwhelming comments and said calmly, What's the big deal? It's just making money. It's not shabby. Brother, how many gifts are you going to give me to kill the monster? Seeing Gu Qian's flattering smile, everyone was heartbroken. But before anyone could start to send out comments to continue persuading him, you can see a large string of rockets floating across the screen. It directly covers the entire screen. News of gift giving continued to spread. Finally, with everyone staring in astonishment, the system tallied up the exact number. A total of 100 big rockets. That's a full 10,000 yuan. Just by killing a level 1 monster, you can instantly get 10,000 yuan. Isn't this money too easy to make? A group of netizens who just advised Gu Qian to have backbone. I was stunned for a moment. If it were me, I wouldn't even think about 10,000 yuan. Even if it's just $1,000, I'll do it. After all, with Mr. Gu's combat power, killing a level 1 monster is extremely easy. And this is just the beginning. With people at the beginning, there will be a series of big rockets behind. Everyone's scalp was numbed by the sound of giving gifts. The footage of the rocket passing by lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Everyone in the live broadcast room was numb from watching it. How big a rocket must this be? How much does this cost? Until all the big rockets float by. The live broadcast system will then calculate the final results. 11,250 large rockets. 100 per piece, that's more than 1 million. This money is so easy to make. Gu Qian also couldn't stop smiling. Okay, I'll go kill the monster right now, everyone wait. As he spoke, Gu Qian's figure began to move quickly in less than 10 seconds. Then I encountered a level 1 monster, the exploding boar. However, before the huge wild boar, which was as tall as a man, could make any move, a huge head flew up directly. Even the body remained standing and did not fall down. Chapter 21. They panicked. Netizen 35. Kill him now? Netizen 36. The speed was so terrifying that I didn't even see how it was done. Netizen 37. Don't mention you. I'm a level 3 warrior and I didn't even see how he did it. The speed of more than 90,000 is really not something I can compare to. Netizen 38. I saw it clearly, it's about the same as mine. First of all, let me make it clear that I'm a level 4 warrior with strength ability. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. It's about the same speed as a level 4 warrior. As expected, the monster of Xingyin City. Well deserved. Just when everyone was shocked, the heads of the first level monsters all flew up. Some of them even hadn't landed on the ground yet when the other one's head flew into the air. It's just like harvesting corn in a cornfield, flying up one after another. At the same time, Gu Qian's points were also soaring. Kill a level 1 monster, add 2 points, obtain a level 1 magic core, add 20 points. Kill a level 1 monster, add 2 points, obtain a level 1 magic core, add 20 points. The announcement sounded continuously from other examinees' chip screens. In less than 3 minutes, he reached 2,354 points, directly leading the second place by 2,355.8 points. Everyone was silent. According to the points rules, Gu Qian killed 107 one-attack monsters? And in less than 3 minutes? Is this not enough to let people survive? Although almost an hour has passed. Except for the second-place Qin Zhong's 5-man team that killed a level 0 caterpillar beast. The other candidates didn't even encounter Warcraft. It's not that they can't touch it. But I dare not touch it. Some teams even have to avoid level 0 monsters when they encounter them. Because that monster is stronger than a level 0 earthquake rat. I can't win. I can't win at all. It was calculated that it was Qin Zhong's 5-man team that killed the caterpillar beast. Everyone was injured and in a terrible state. All lying on the ground to rest. Even the weakest caterpillar beast cannot be easily killed by a first-level warrior. And these people are compared with Gu Qian. It's like heaven and earth. There is no comparison. He easily killed 107 of them in less than 3 minutes. It's still a level 1 Warcraft. More importantly, there are all types available, so you don't have to pick the weakest one to kill. How can this be compared? Seeing this, Qin Zhong, who was lying on the ground gasping for breath, looked extremely ugly. Although I know I can't compare with Gu Qian. But isn't this gap too big? Don't lie down, hurry up and find Caterpillar Man. We must not let others surpass us. Looking at Qin Zhong's ugly face. Even if the other 4 had complaints, they didn't dare to speak. To provoke Qin Zhong at this time is no different from seeking death. It's just a pity for them. Gu Qian's live broadcast room was bustling with people. While everyone was chatting and laughing, Gu Qian had already completed his current task. Then he said to the live broadcast screen, "Everyone, now the task has been completed. Do you want to see me kill a level 2 monster? Rockets are coming. I will go to the level 2 monster's territory and kill it for you to see." Level 2 monster. Hearing this, everyone became excited. Originally they were still thinking about how to let Gu Qian explore the territory of level 2 monsters. Unexpectedly, Gu Qian brought it up himself. The territory of a level 2 monster is not as good as the territory of a level 1 monster. The danger level is very high. Even those with level 3 abilities wouldn't dare to go in without forming a team. I didn't expect that Mr. Gu was so brave and dared to go there on his own. But they have the capital. With a combat power of 95,000, he is not afraid of these level 2 monsters at all. Netizen 39. I'm going to send 1,000 big rockets, who's going to follow me? As he spoke, 1,000 huge rockets flew out. The live broadcast room is almost ruined. Netizen 40. I'll follow 1,000 of them. In just 10 minutes, more than 200 large rockets arrived. Gu Qian felt very happy seeing this. Originally, I wanted to go deeper. You can also make money at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This group of netizens is really easy to please. Okay, I'll go right away. After saying that, Gu Qian quickly ran deeper into the cave. At the same time, the leaders of the other 3 families who were watching the live broadcast all had gloomy faces. They have seen Gu Qian's performance very clearly. The combat power of 95,000 is indeed certain. And this was without using any martial arts. If you add martial arts and the combat power of weapons, it can definitely exceed 100,000 and reach the level of a 4th level warrior. This is not good news for other forces. Gong family meeting room. 20 people sat around the oval conference table, watching the live broadcast with serious expressions. The head of the Gong family, who was in his 40s and wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a suit and tie, asked sternly, "What do you think?" A fat old man leaned on a cane with both hands, knocked it heavily on the ground, and then said, "What else is there to say? Of course we should kill him. If we let this little guy grow up, what will happen to our Gong family in Xinxian City in the future?" This sentence touched everyone's heart. But everyone still has concerns. A thin and elegant old man said softly, "Now is not the best time to attack the Gu family. If we kill his grandson, old man Gu will definitely go crazy. At that time, he will really fight to the death. At that time, I am afraid that even if the 3 of us join forces, it will be difficult to hold on." The reason why the Gu family is the first of the 4 major families. It is closely related to the powerful fighting power of the head of the Gu family. What's more, the Gu family has 2 top fighters. And one of them is also proficient in assassination. By then, old man Gu will really go crazy. The 4 major families will all be hit hard. A short old man said disdainfully, "What else can we do but kill him? Are we just going to watch Gu Qian grow up? Now he is only level 1, but he can crush level 3 people. When he reaches level 3 or 4, won't the head of the family be his opponent? By then, we won't be able to deal with him even if we want to. By then, the Gong family will really have no chance of recovery. Not killing is like boiling a frog in warm water. The 3 major families will lose their current status little by little. It even fell from the ranks of the top forces in Xingyin City. Become a first-class force. This is something they cannot accept." Upon hearing this, Patriarch Gong frowned deeply. "We must kill him, but we must ensure that there is no mistake. We must kill him in one go and never make any mistakes." A beautiful woman said with a sweet smile, "We have to succeed, so it can't be just us. We have to join forces with the other 2 families. Yes, we must tie up all the fighting forces of the Gu family and prevent them from taking any action." A bald old man spoke. "No," the head of the Gong family said with a gloomy face. After these words were spoken, everyone frowned and looked at the head of the Gong family. Did he give in? Want to submit to the Gu family? This is absolutely not allowed. This is the foundation that the ancestors of the Gong family worked so hard to build, and we must not give it up to others in this generation. Just when everyone was about to speak out in opposition, the head of the Gong family continued, "It is a joint effort with the other 3 families, including the Gu family." Chapter 22. Want to take action? Come on. This situation is not limited to the Gong family. The other 2 companies couldn't sit still either. Even in the Gu family, there are undercurrents. Everyone knows that the second son of the Gu family has the ambition to seize the position of the head of the Gu family. Now that Gu Qian has become so strong, he is the one who is most worried. In the courtyard of the second son of the Gu family, A middle-aged man was seen pacing back and forth anxiously. He said anxiously, "Dad, what should I do?" When Gu Lao learned that Gu Qian's fighting power was so terrifying, I was also shocked. I thought Gu Qian gave up his SSS-level ability and exchanged it for an F-level ability. The opportunity to replace him has arrived. But who could have imagined that his fighting power would become more and more terrifying? It seems like things are changing all the time. For the first time, he defeated his grandson, who was already 2 levels higher, with 1 punch. The second time, the combat power was accurately measured to be over 10,000. The third time it directly became 95,000. How can we argue about this? Am I destined to be the runner-up forever in this life? No, I won't accept that. We must find a way to get rid of him. Just when the second son of the Gu family made up his mind to take the risk and get rid of Gu Qian, a phone call came in. The second son of the Gu family picked up the phone and his eyes suddenly became sharp. The boy from the Gong family? Why is he calling at this time? Is it also because of Gu Qian's matter? Thinking of this, Gu Lao answered the phone. Master Gong, why are you calling an old man like me? Mr. Gu, I don't want to be in the same circle with you anymore. I have already contacted the heads of the other 3 families and are ready to take action against Gu Qian. Now the only one missing is you. As long as you succeed this time, the head of the Gu family will definitely be yours. Gu Lao didn't expect that the head of the Gong family would speak so directly. And we have already contacted the other 2 companies and are ready to take action. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the 3 companies join forces, even the biggest one may not be able to withstand it. What's more, the goal this time is just to delay them and kill Gu Qian. It's much easier. Don't miss this opportunity. Okay, when do we start? Of course, the sooner the better. We will soon send a large number of level 5 ability users to kill Gu Qian. You just need to work with us to stop the Gu family's ability users when the Gu family leader sets out. Okay, it's settled. After hanging up the phone, Gu Lao's eyes were full of joy. As soon as I felt sleepy, someone gave me a pillow. Although it is a bit risky, and doing so will damage the foundation of the Gu family. But as long as I can seize the position of the head of the Gu family, everything is worth it. In the small villa where the head of the Gu family lives, Grandpa Chio stood beside the head of the Gu family and said worriedly, Master, is it too risky for the young master to do this? It is so rash to expose one's fighting power. Obviously it will cause everyone to be wary. The other 3 families will not sit idly by. It's really too dangerous. As long as the young master grows up slowly, it is only a matter of time before he dominates the entire Shingyin city. There is absolutely no need to do this. The head of the Gu family watched the live broadcast happily. He said nonchalantly, This kid dared to do this, he must have a backup plan, don't be afraid, just wait and see. After that, without any plans, he just crossed his legs and watched the live broadcast. This made Grandpa Chio standing by very anxious. But the young master has instructed us not to interfere in this matter, and now the young master has not given any instructions. It's not a good idea to take any action. Well, all I can do is wait here and hope nothing happens. For a moment, the entire Shingyin city was filled with a tense atmosphere. Because many people have discovered it. Those level 5 abilities that don't usually appear are deployed one after another. And they are all from the other 3 major families except the Gu family. It was obviously directed at Gu Qian. But what is puzzling is that the Gu family did not make any movement at all. Could it be that he had abandoned Gu Qian? This is impossible. Not to mention that Gu Qian is the grandson of the head of the Gu family. And he's so strong at only level 1. The future revitalization of the Gu family depends entirely on him. How could the Gu family give up? I can't figure it out. On the other hand, Gu Qian seemed to be completely unaware of the impending danger. At the urging of the majority of netizens, we have reached the depths of the level 2 World of Warcraft area. However, the monsters here are very powerful, each of them has a combat power of tens of thousands. But it was still too weak for Gu Qian. Basically, it takes only one move to kill them. Until now, I have never used martial arts. Netizen 40. Gu Xiao is so amazing, he can kill level 2 monsters with one punch. It's so enviable. I wish I could be half as amazing as Gu Xiao, at least a quarter. Netizen 41. Forget it, you are the only one who wants to compete with Gu Xiao, you are asking for trouble. Netizen 42. Mr. Gu, there's no challenge at level 2. Do you dare to go to level 3 area? Give me money. As soon as the barrage of bullets appeared, 1,000 rockets flew out. It really scared everyone. There are so many rich people in Xingyin City. From the start of the show to now, I don't know how many times more than 1,000 rockets have been launched. This time, before Mr. Gu even agreed, the rocket had already been launched. When Gu Qian saw this, his eyes lit up. 1,000 rockets, about 100,000. Although the combat power of the third-level monster has reached 70,000 or 80,000. There is no danger even if there are a large number. It costs 100,000 yuan for one trip, it's worth it. Gu Qian was about to speak. Then I saw another barrage. Netizen 43. You are looking down on Gu Xiao. Level 3 is nothing. Level 4 is no problem, right, Gu Xiao? As long as Gu Xiao kills 10 monsters in the level 4 area, I will give him 30,000 rockets. What do you think, Gu Xiao? As soon as this barrage came out, everyone was stunned. The 4th level area is where people with level 5 abilities have to form teams to go. Letting Gu Qian go alone is no different from seeking death, right? Whose young master is this? Why is he so fearless of death? If anything happened to Mr. Gu, their entire family would be buried with him. Moreover, it seems that Mr. Gu will not go. Not to mention going to get 30,000 big rockets, it's only 3 million. Even if it was a 100,000-ton rocket, it would be impossible for Master Gu. Just when netizens were preparing to post comments to smooth things over and give Gu Xiao a way out, unexpectedly, Gu Qian smiled and said, "It's settled. You can't regret it." The moment these words were spoken, the entire live broadcast room was silent. Not a single comment. Everyone was shocked. What did Mr. Gu say? He is going to the level 4 area? He must be crazy. Or is the Gu family really going bankrupt? I haven't heard the news either. Or maybe Mr. Gu has no idea how powerful a level 4 monster is. The magical beasts there each have a combat power of over 100,000. Although Mr. Gu is very powerful, but the combat power is less than 100,000. How dare he go? Netizen 44. Mr. Gu, you are kidding, that's a level 4 area. Netizen 45. Mr. Gu, you must be joking. How could you possibly go to a level 4 area? After seeing the barrage, Gu Qian frowned slightly and looked very embarrassed. Only at this point did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. This is a regret. I said that Mr. Gu would not take such a risk. Now, as long as we give Mr. Gu a way out, this matter will definitely be left unresolved. It's so hard to find a monster like Gu Xiao. But we must not let anything happen so early. Otherwise, watching live broadcasts will be much less fun in the future. Chapter 23, 1 Foot In, is that also called going in? During the live broadcast, Gu Qian said with an embarrassed look on his face. No. The vast majority of people breathed a sigh of relief. At least I have managed to keep my happiness for today. If Gu Xiao acted impulsively, and went directly to the area of level 4 monsters. If I die there, how can I have so much fun in the future? I also want to see Gu Xiao break into the level 4 area when he is level 2. Please don't let anything happen. At the same time, Gong Mu, who sent out the barrage to ask Gu Xiao to go to the 4th level area, had an unpleasant look on his face. I originally wanted Gu Qian to go to the level 4 area and be killed by the monsters there. I didn't expect him to be so lucid. It would be a mistake to go straight ahead without acting on impulse. Gong Mu looked at Gu Qian's live broadcast room and was very anxious. I don't want to miss such a good opportunity. Just when Gong Mu was racking his brains to persuade Gu Qian again, Gu Qian's direct words made everyone break down. It costs extra money. Everyone in the live broadcast room looked incredulous when they heard this. I thought Gu Qian had come to his senses and realized the danger of the level 4 area. I didn't expect that he didn't go just because he didn't have enough money. Now everyone was confused. Mr. Gu, how much do you need money? Could it be that such a big company as Gu's won't give money to you, the heir of the family? As for, is it worth working so hard just to make money? Gong Mu was also stunned. Add money? We have already offered 3 million, how much more do we want? This is already my pocket money for a year. If there is more, you have to ask for it back home. But if I don't agree to him, I won't have such a good opportunity again in the future. However, Gong Mu only hesitated for a second. He gritted his teeth and typed, "You tell me how much money to pay, and then you go. I can afford it." Gu Qian was immediately amused when he saw this comment. He bared his teeth and said, "It should be at least 200,000 big rockets. Besides, I can't kill a level 4 monster. Your condition is a bit too difficult. I'm only level 1. How can I kill a level 4 monster?" After hearing Gu Qian's words, everyone fell silent. If you didn't tell me you were level 1, everyone would have thought you were a level 4 warrior. A first level warrior has a combat power of nearly 100,000. Also, aren't you asking for too much? A 200,000-ton rocket costs a total of 20 million. Don't kill the 4th level monster yet. You can get 20 million just by taking a look around. People are not stupid, so how could they agree to it? It seems that Mr. Gu is taking a step forward to retreat. This way you not only save face but also save your life, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As expected, he is Mr. Gu. When Gong Mu heard Gu Qian's words, he was so angry that his teeth were itching. 20 million, that's 20 million. I just buy you a trip to the 4th level area, and you'd be so valuable. The most important thing is, if I ask my father for these 20 million, won't my legs be broken? Gong Mu was breathing heavily due to anger. Just when he was about to give up, a phone call came in. The number showed it was my father's. Gong Mu was a little hesitant, but still quickly answered the call. "Father!" Before Gong Mu finished speaking, the other party said anxiously, "Promise him, as long as he goes to the 4th level area, I will have someone transfer the money to you immediately." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Gong Mu was a little slow to react. Didn't father forbid us to go against the Gu family? Why did you proactively call support today? There is definitely something going on here. But before he could think about it, a message about the arrival of the money came to him. A full 20 million, not a penny less. Seeing this, Gong Mu's mouth curled up. No matter what the reason, Gu Qian must die today. Don't think that everything will be fine just by going to the level 4 area. The perception of a magical beast of this level is terrifying. Once you go, don't even think about coming back. Then he directly swiped 100,000 big rockets. And send out barrage after the special effects disappear. This is the deposit. As long as you go to the level 4 area, the other 100,000 big rockets will be given to you immediately. See the screen full of big rockets and barrages. Everyone was stunned. That's a full 10 million. Who is this person? He is so rich. And look at the situation. I won't stop until I get young Master Gu to the 4th level area. When Gu Qian saw so many big rockets, he immediately said in a flattering manner, "Of course you can, just wait and see." After saying that, he ran directly to the deeper part. The speed has been increased to the extreme. People with low levels can't see the live broadcast clearly at all. The speed of over 90,000 is no joke. It only took less than 10 minutes. It crosses the entire 3rd level area. On the way, he also dealt with several level 3 monsters that were blocking the way. I feel a little numb after seeing all those high-level abilities. The 3rd level monster couldn't even withstand 3 punches from Gu Qian and died. This kind of combat power can probably only be achieved by someone with level 4 abilities. Soon, Gu Qian was standing at the edge of the level 4 area, breathing slightly heavily. He said to the live broadcast screen, "The 4th level area is ahead. Should we transfer the remaining 10 million over?" Gong Mu looked at the screen with a pale face. My stomach was churning. Gu Qian's speed was really too fast. It makes people feel carsick. With low-level abilities in the entire live broadcast room, most people have already started vomiting. Gong Mu, this is considered good. Trying hard to suppress his nausea, Gong Mu posted a comment. You go in, and I'll swipe the rest of the big rockets. Gu Qian didn't hesitate at all. Just stepped right in. But before anyone could react, Gu Qian stepped out and said to the live broadcast screen, Okay, I've been there, let's swipe the rest. Everyone was confused by Gu Qian's action. No, are you playing? It's easy to get out with one foot in, why don't you put both feet in? Isn't this a bit too perfunctory? At this time, the barrage was already full of joy. Netizen 50. I thought Mr. Gu was a reckless man, but he turned out to be a smart guy. I am impressed by his operation, ha! Netizen 51. Just say that Gu Xiaojin didn't enter the 4th level area, ha! Netizen 52. Why don't you step in with both feet? Is it because you haven't received half of the money yet? Ha! Netizen 53. Ha ha ha, half of the money is not received yet, it really makes me laugh to death. Netizen 54. 10 million to buy Gu Xiao to take one step forward. This is really treating people as enemies, ha ha. There was a burst of joy in the live broadcast room. Gong Mu, who was said to be a big wrong person, was staring at the live broadcast room with his face turning pale and blue. He wished he could eat Gu Qian alive. At the same time, I no longer have the time to pretend to be good-tempered. He made angry remarks directly in the live broadcast room. Are you kidding me? If you put one foot in and come out, it counts as having been there. Hurry up and go in, otherwise I will definitely not swipe the remaining 10 million. Saw this angry comment. Many netizens fell silent. It seems that the sponsor is anxious. After all, anyone would be angry after spending so much money but being fooled by Mr. Gu. I just don't know if young Master Gu will really enter the level 4 area. After all, judging from his performance just now, Mr. Gu is really short of money. Chapter 24, Really Unlucky. When Gu Qian saw this comment, there was some hesitation on his face. Everyone was very nervous. It looked like Mr. Gu was going to go in. It seems that he is really crazy because of poverty. People from the Gu family, look at what you have done to young Master Gu. If you give the child some living expenses, he won't end up like this. Just when everyone thought Gu Qian was going in. Unexpectedly, Gu Qian raised his head and said with a silly smile, If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. Anyway, I don't plan to take this money. It's not bad to earn 10 million. It's enough for my living expenses for a month. Having said that, he took a step and was about to walk back. Everyone was dumbfounded. Mr. Gu just left like that. Weren't you still thinking about it just now? What about the other 10 million, which is 2 months' living expenses? Aren't you short of money? Why would the Gu family give you so much living expenses? With so much money, why are you working so hard? Thinking of this, everyone suddenly realized. It turns out that Mr. Gu is not short of money, he is just having fun with his netizens. Everyone thought that the money was a lot, but it was not even enough for the young master's living expenses for a month. And Mr. Gu was still playing with everyone so seriously. It really hurts. I thought you were fighting for your life. Unexpectedly, this amount of money is not even enough for your living expenses. The young master is worthy of being a young master. It offends us poor bastards. When Gong Mu heard this, he exploded in anger. Ah, Gu Qian, I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. The subordinates and Lu Ruyan who were resting on the side all looked at Gong Mu in surprise. They have followed Gong Mu for so many years, but this is the first time they have seen Gong Mu lose control. It can be seen how angry Gu Qian was. On the other side, before Gu Qian had walked far, he heard a cold voice. Now that you are here, don't leave. Gu Qian stopped immediately when he heard the voice. The corner of his mouth pulled out a sneer and said, You came very quickly. I wanted to play for a while longer, but it seems that there is no chance. I just don't know which company sent you. As Gu Qian finished his words, a figure covered in black clothes walked out from behind a big tree not far behind him. You won't get the answer you want this way. After hearing this, Gu Qian immediately turned off the live broadcast. What happened next was indeed not suitable for too many people to know. It doesn't matter whether you say it or not. It's nothing more than the Qin family, the Gong family, and the Meng family. At worst, it's all three of them together. What consequences will your actions bring? Gu Qian knew it clearly. So the appearance of the man in black was not surprising. Turning around, the other party's information instantly appeared on the chip screen. Ability unknown. Occupation, warrior. Level 5. Power, 239,583. Speed, 103,948. Strength, 90,284. Defense, 79,024. Mental strength, 357. When he saw the level, Gu Qian was very surprised. You think highly of me. You actually sent a level 5 warrior to kill me. Hearing this, the man in black laughed. Mr. Gu underestimates himself. I am not the only one here. Almost half of the level 5 ability users in the entire Xingyin city are here just to save Mr. Gu's life. Hearing this, Gu Qian was not surprised at all. It seems that my life is quite an eyesore, but you may have made a wasted trip. As he spoke, Gu Qian took out a ball from the space ring and mobilized his energy to start it. The moment he saw the ball, the man in black frowned instantly. Space jumper, you actually prepared this thing. A space jumper is an instrument that allows people to jump in space over a short distance. This is an instrument that can only be made by a wizard with 5th level space elemental power. It is very precious and can save your life at the critical moment. One is worth at least hundreds of millions. Moreover, the quantity is extremely scarce and basically there is no market for it. I didn't expect Gu Qian to prepare such a thing. But the man in black quickly calmed down. It's useless even if you have a space jumper. You can't have too many of these precious instruments. Now the entire level 3 area has been controlled by us. You can't escape. Although the space jumper is powerful, it also has great limitations. The distance of each jump is not too far. Moreover, a space jumper can only be used once. So it is very easy to find Gu Qian. Gu Qian didn't waste any time and directly injected his vital energy into the space jumper. Prepared to escape. Fighting with a level 5 warrior is simply seeking death. Really? Then give it a try. After saying that, the space jumper directly split open, and a ball of silver light instantly enveloped Gu Qian's entire body. The next second, Gu Qian's figure began to become illusory. The man in black saw this scene but did not try to stop it. Instead, he conveyed this message to all those who were trying to kill Gu Qian. Get everyone ready. After doing all this, the man in black turned around and jumped onto the tree. Keep your body hidden and always observe your surroundings. As soon as there is a little news, be prepared to send reinforcements quickly. Until Gu Qian is killed. Soon, in an area of dense bushes, the space began to fluctuate. Gu Qian's body fell directly out of it. He fell to the ground, looking very embarrassed. But Gu Qian didn't care about anything else. Get up quickly and check the surrounding environment to see if there are any enemies. After confirming that there was no one around, Chia cursed in a low voice. This bunch of lunatics actually sent out so many people. They must kill me. This time they are playing big. Gu Qian took out the only 2 remaining space jumpers from the space ring with a bitter look on his face. I thought the 3 companies would at most send out a dozen level 5 experts. Unexpectedly, more than 500 people were sent directly. It almost surrounded the entire 3rd level area. I can't escape even if I want to. Moreover, except for the space elemental mage, no one else has a way to control the direction of this space jumper. I don't know where this is. I hope it doesn't jump to the level 4 area, that would be really dangerous. As soon as Gu Qian finished speaking, a roar of a monster was heard. It seemed to be to verify Gu Qian's guess. A tiger covered in red flames jumped in front of Gu Qian. His eyes were fixed on Gu Qian, his face full of greed, and he regarded him as his prey. Gu Qian saw this huge tiger that was more than 3 times taller than him. I was stunned for a moment. At the same time, the chip also displayed the information of this monster. Warcraft, Scarlet Tiger. Level 4. Combat Power, 730947. Speed, 290,483. Strength, 820,948. Defense, 503,928. Mental strength, 509. The moment he saw the data, Gu Qian swallowed nervously. Why am I so unlucky? Jump right in front of this guy. This is a genuine level 4 monster. Moreover, it is a top-notch existence even among the 4th level monsters. Nothing else to say. With a combat power of more than 700,000, even a level 5 ability user would not dare to face it alone. What's more, his combat power is less than 100,000. I'm afraid it can't even withstand a single blow. How can we possibly win? There are pursuers in front and tigers behind. Escape, you must not die here. Chapter 25. I can't run away now, I'm dead. His mind raced as Gu Qian looked at the red flame tiger nervously. He held the space jumper in his hand and was about to inject vitality into it. Then the red flame tiger suddenly opened its mouth and roared. Roar! Then he turned into a residual shadow and pounced directly over. Gu Qian opened his mouth in surprise and shouted, "Don't come over here!" The expression is very ferocious. The right hand speeds up the input of vital energy. But the terrifying speed of the red flame tiger didn't give Gu Qian any chance at all. He pressed his claws directly on Gu Qian's chest. Gu Qian's eyes suddenly widened and his face turned red like blood. It just felt as if I was hit by a mountain. The internal organs in the body churned and burst one after another. A stream of scarlet blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, under the effect of the solidification of F-level capabilities, all damaged internal organs recovered instantly. And after a loud noise, Gu Qian's body was embedded directly on the hillside behind him. It was pushed in for hundreds of meters and there was no way to get it out. In the darkness, Gu Qian coughed violently. Blood kept spurting out. His body was extremely weak. The chest is directly sunken. I don't know what the bones are broken into. What made people feel even more desperate was that the space jumper in their hands also fell off under this blow. Damn it, that slap almost sent me to hell. Am I really going to die here? Gu Qian endured the pain in his body, his mind spinning rapidly. With his current combat power, even if he sacrificed all his internal organs and added the bonus of martial arts, there are only a few 100,000 combat forces. There is no room for resistance in front of the red flame tiger. The space jumper was also lost. You can't escape even if you want to. Is there really no solution? Just when Gu Qian was anxious, suddenly I felt a violent shaking. Next second, the darkness before my eyes was gradually replaced by light. But Gu Qian did not feel any joy at all, because the huge figure of the red flame tiger appeared before his eyes again. This guy is really haunting me. At the speed it digs the mountain, I'm afraid that in a few seconds I will dig myself up. By then, I'm afraid I'll be really dead. Unexpectedly, he escaped from the group of level 5 ability users, but failed to escape from the level 4 red flame tiger. What a miscalculation. Just as the figure of the red flame tiger was getting closer, Gu Qian suddenly had an idea. I can even sacrifice my life. Sacrifice all organs and life together. Can't we improve it again? Even if the combat power cannot be increased to more than 700,000. But as long as the speed can exceed 300,000, wouldn't it be possible to get rid of the red flame tiger? Thinking of this, Gu Qian felt happy. But soon he got into trouble. I've never tried sacrificing life before. I don't know how many times life expectancy can be increased in 1 year. There is no chance for trial and error right now. If there are fewer sacrifices, there will be death. There were too many sacrifices, but he was unwilling to give up, so he gritted his teeth. Never mind, just sacrifice for 20 years first. Be safe and don't die here. Having made up his mind, Gu Qian directly launched the sacrifice. All the internal organs disappeared and grew back in an instant. At the same time, Gu Qian felt the energy being drawn out of his body. It should be lifespan. This is something that the curing ability cannot recover. Gu Qian didn't dare to delay and quickly checked his combat power. Ability user, Gu Qian. Occupation, warrior. Level 1. Awakening ability, F-level solidification, SSS+level sacrifice. Ability Introduction, Solidification. The awakened person activates the ability of solidification, which can solidify the current physical state and keep it unchanged. This ability can only be activated once. Sacrifice, a passive ability. Every time you launch a martial arts spell or other attack method, you will be forced to sacrifice body organs or lifespan to increase the body's attributes. The more important the sacrificed organs and the more lifespan you have, the stronger the increase you get. This effect can be stacked. Power, 502,425. Speed, 475,200. Strength, 487,575. Defense, 425,700. Mental strength, 457875. The moment he saw the data, Gu Qian was stunned. The combat power directly exceeded 500,000. Is this too exaggerated? How many times has it increased? This kind of combat power is considered as a master among the 4th level abilities. It's much better than sacrificing organs. As expected, the combat power gained by spending money is really strong. Before Gu Qian could be happy, the red flame tiger had already appeared in front of him. It opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow Gu Qian. At this time, Gu Qian was not in a hurry. Although its combat power is not enough to match that of the red flame tiger. But its speed is already far beyond that of the red flame tiger. As long as I run now, the red flame tiger will never be able to catch up with me. So, don't be afraid at all. If you raise the corner of your mouth, disaster is imminent. That's why you were so arrogant just now. Now it's my turn to take revenge. Just when Gu Qian was preparing to rely on his speed to consume the red flame tiger and finally kill it, suddenly I realized that I couldn't exert my full speed at all. The physical injuries were too severe. This discovery made Gu Qian suddenly terrified. At this time, the red flame tiger's big mouth was less than 3 meters away from Gu Qian. One could even see the red flame tiger's throat. Wouldn't it be fatal to tell him now that the speed is not that fast? Gu Qian's face was full of regret. If I had known the injury was so serious, I would have run away faster. Now look what happened, I have ruined it all myself. It seems that this is my fate. Just when Gu Qian was about to give up resistance, a terrifying black and white interweaving, a huge energy ball fell from the sky. The red flame tiger's originally ferocious expression suddenly turned into one of extreme fear. It was as if he was being stared at by some extremely ferocious beast. Even the prey that is in its mouth is abandoned without hesitation. Turn around and run. But before it could move its body, that huge ball of energy has already arrived. The huge body of the red flame tiger turned into ashes in an instant and disappeared along with the hill beneath its feet. The entire ground was destroyed by the energy ball as if it had been hit by a huge meteorite. And the scope is constantly expanding. All areas affected by this energy disappeared. At the same time, the ground began to shake violently. It was as if the end of the world had come. Even Xingyin City could clearly feel this terrifying energy. Even the 3 major families that were confronting the Gu family had to devote their attention to this huge change. The head of the Gu family flew into the air immediately and looked towards the direction where the energy came from. Even though they were hundreds of kilometers apart, they could still feel the terrifying energy fluctuations. The 5 level 6 ability users in Xingyin City all looked pale. He was suspended in the air in a daze, staring at the direction of the Xinghui Mountains without blinking. It is really hard to imagine what the scene would be like if this terrifying energy descended on Xingyin City. How could I stop it? As soon as this thought came up, the 6 of them laughed at themselves. Block? How is that possible? The combat power displayed by this energy is at least over 1 billion. My combat power is only tens of millions. How could it be stopped? I'm afraid it will be destroyed by this energy before it even gets close. If the attack really comes to Xingyin City, no one in the entire city will survive. Fortunately, it was in the Xinghui Mountains, not the Xingyin City. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, the head of the Gu family reacted. That direction? Isn't this the direction where Gu Qian is? This discovery immediately made the head of the Gu family extremely nervous. Although the area where Gu Qian is located is a level 3 area, it is not a level 4 area of energy explosion. But this energy is too terrifying. That is, many level 3 areas were destroyed. If Gu Qian. Not good. As they spoke, Patriarch Gu and Grandpa Chiu flew directly towards the Xinghui Mountains. He didn't care about the horror of that energy at all. Chapter 26, Not Long to Live. At the same time, Xingyin City has fallen into chaos. Everyone is guessing what happened. Such terrifying energy, could it be that a high-level magical beast from the depths of the Xinghui Mountains has escaped? Or are warcraft going to invade Xingyin City again? Thinking of this, the whole city fell into panic. No matter what the result is, it will be a disaster for Xingyin City. Xingyin City is close to Xinghui Mountains. I don't know how many beast attacks we encounter every year. Fortunately, they are all low-level monsters. Even if Xingyin City is just a small 4th-tier city, it can still survive. But this energy is totally unlike what a low-level monster can emit. It's at least a level 6 monster. If a monster of this level really wants to attack Xingyin City, not to mention triggering a beast tide, even if it were just a single one, the entire Xingyin City would be unable to deal with it. I hope it's just 2 high-level monsters. Don't notice the star hidden city, don't notice the star hidden city. Everyone started praying. And a group of candidates and teachers are taking exams in the Xinghui Mountains. Faced with such powerful energy, they were all dumbfounded. Is this the power of high-level warcraft? Just the energy fluctuations emitted were enough to make everyone lose the will to resist. To really face this kind of terrifying existence. I'm afraid I can't even muster the desire to fight. It's so scary. Everyone stared in amazement at the raging energy fluctuations. He swallowed nervously. Gong Mu was naturally also looking in the direction of the energy explosion. Suddenly I realized that seemed to be the direction where Gu Qian was. Although it is not clear, judging from the direction Gu Qian was heading during the live broadcast, it was undoubtedly nearby. If that's the case, then Gu Qian might have died in the explosion just now. That's great. No, we have to contact the killer sent by the family to confirm it. Must confirm. Gong Mu was very excited to learn that Gu Qian was most likely dead. He called directly and told his father his speculation. Soon Gong Mu hung up the phone and waited quietly for news. Soon, news came that Gu Qian was near the center of the explosion. Upon hearing the news, Gong Mu laughed out loud. Finally dead, ha 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 ha, finally dead, now I want to see how your Gu family can still be number 1 in Xingyin City, ha 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 ha. Although it was not explicitly stated that Gu Qian was dead. But such a strong energy, let alone being nearby. Even within a radius of 100 miles, the death is certain. Because it has become a huge pit. All life disappeared. There was no way Gu Qian could survive. After venting, Gong Mu slowly calmed down. Like everyone else, waiting for that energy to disappear. Explore the source of that energy. And at this moment, 2 huge figures fell from the sky. I saw a huge black python and a 3-headed giant eagle with a white glow all over its body falling down together. Everyone who saw this scene was so frightened that they dared not speak. At just one glance, everyone recognized the identities of the 2 huge monsters. Aren't those 3 giant eagles the level 8 magical beast, the 3-headed shining eagle? How did it get here? And he looked seriously injured and dying. This being is able to destroy the entire Xingyin City with just a gust of wind from its wings. And isn't its territory in the 8th level area? How come you are here? Also appearing was an 8th level 8-winged black-striped python. Also seriously injured. Are the 2 of them fighting? What exactly happened? Boom! The 2 giant beasts fell to the ground. Even in the faraway edge of the Xinghui Mountains, one could clearly feel the earth shaking. You can imagine how big these 2 behemoths are. When everyone saw this scene, their hair stood on end. They turned out to be 2 level 8 monsters. Such a big thing must be reported to the people in the city as soon as possible to escape. If the 2 of them go crazy, the entire Xingyin City will be reduced to ruins, and no one will survive. You must make plans to escape as soon as possible. It's a level 8 monster, run away. Why am I so unlucky? Why did I encounter a level 8 monster? The scene suddenly became chaotic. Even though he knew that the level 8 monster was seriously injured. But everyone was still extremely panicked. This level of magical beast is simply beyond the ability of human power to contend with. Must get away as soon as possible. All the invigilators and mercenaries were also thrown into panic. But he still resisted the urge to run away. Tried to ensure the safety of these students. Everyone, return to Shingin City as quickly as possible. Do not stay here. Everyone, leave as soon as possible. At the same time, Shingin City also received the news. The name of the 8th level monster spread quickly. Everyone stood there in a daze. I could even feel the aura of death looming over me. But it was only silent for less than a minute. Everyone fled like crazy in the direction away from the 2 level 8 monsters. It seems that only this way can the fear in my heart be relieved. The entire Shingin City has been in chaos. There is absolutely no order. At this moment, 2 huge monster bodies were lying in the center of the explosion. There was no movement at all, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Within a radius of 100 miles, the only sound was the wind. Suddenly, a small bulge appeared on the ground. Then it broke apart from the top. A pair of hands emerged. Then the head came out. I'm dying of suffocation. What on earth is going on? Why is there such a strong energy fluctuation? Are they going to kill me here? Thinking of the moment of the explosion just now, Gu Qian's heart began to pound. At that moment, Gu Qian truly felt the coming of death. If he hadn't sacrificed 50 years of his life at the last moment. Gain 1,000,000 defense points. Plus there's the red flame tiger blocking in front. Offsets a large portion of the energy. Gu Qian had turned to ashes long ago. Fortunately, we have the ability to offer sacrifice. However, even if he survived, Gu Qian would not be happy at all. In one day, 70 years of life were sacrificed. Who can be happy? If we calculate it as 100 years old. Gu Qian can only live to 30 years old now. He only has 12 years left to live. Thinking of this, Gu Qian collapsed to the ground, lying with his head tilted back, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. Now that I have the ability to solidify, my life is no longer a concern. Who could have imagined that something like this would happen? First he encountered the red flame tiger and sacrificed 20 years of his life. Then there is this weird ball of energy. Another 50 years of life were sacrificed. What a hard life. Gu Qian lay on the ground with a depressed look on his face. I was extremely depressed. But before he could vent his resentment, a huge shadow enveloped Gu Qian. When Gu Qian saw the other person's figure clearly, he was so scared that he stuttered. 8. Winged Black, Pattern Giant Python. The moment of recognizing each other's identity. Gu Qian's eyes rolled back and he fainted without any response. Chapter 27 Devouring. The black python raised its head, which was as big as a hillside, and stared at Gu Qian. Although Gu Qian didn't seem to be moving at all at this time, he seemed to be really unconscious. But in my heart I was praying madly. Don't eat me, don't eat me. What a coward. But it's really not Gu Qian's fault. The opponent is level 8, with a combat power of several billion. Even if the combat power has exceeded 1 million now. But the gap between us and the other side is too big. I can't even escape. I just hope the other party doesn't look down on such a weak human being. Just as Gu Qian was praying madly in his heart, an extremely weak voice suddenly came into my ears. Human, I know you are fine, and I will not eat you. As long as you promise me one thing, I will give you a huge benefit. The moment he heard the voice, Gu Qian was stunned. This monster can actually speak. It can actually talk. How is this possible? Could it be that when the warcraft reaches a high enough level, it will be able to communicate with humans without any obstacles? This is too incredible. But even if it could talk, you can't be fooled easily. It must be testing me. Yes, that must be it. Thinking of this, Gu Qian continued to pretend to be dead and did not respond. The black python ignored Gu Qian's reaction. At this point, it is already running out of energy and must arrange things before it dies. I know you don't believe me, but you must help me with this matter. Take care of my king's offspring until it reaches adulthood. As a reward, I will grant you my own abilities. Gu Qian remained unmoved. But my heart was in turmoil. What kind of existence is the king of level 8 monsters? Such a powerful creature actually needs humans to take care of its offspring? Isn't this a bit too unreasonable? What else are you saying? Give me power? I've never heard of such a thing. Do you really think you are stupid? Gu Qian made up his mind not to react. The black python continued. If you don't say anything, I will take it as your agreement. Once you accept my ability, you can't regret it. The sound is heard. The black python raised its huge head high. A chant suddenly sounded. I will sacrifice my life, devour my own power, and grant it to the human before me. After the sound was rang out, a dazzling light shot out from between the black python's eyebrows. Directly penetrated into Gu Qian's body. Gu Qian, who was still pretending to be dead, felt his body go numb. It's as if there's something extra. The next second, a piece of information forced its way into my mind. Ability Devour. Activate the ability to devour the opponent's ability that has lost resistance. There is a 50% chance of success. After the ability is successfully activated, regardless of success or failure, the opponent will permanently lose the ability. This black snake did not lie to me. It can actually transfer its abilities to others. And it's such a powerful ability. Devouring, with this ability, wouldn't it be easy to obtain all other abilities? Wouldn't that mean I could become a wizard? This is so cool. Think of the power of devouring ability. Gu Qian could no longer contain the joy in his heart. Jumped directly from the ground. He laughed out loud. Haha! I am such a genius! I actually have a third ability, and it's devouring, ha 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 ha. Anyone would be extremely excited if they encountered this situation. What's more, Gu Qian only lay on the ground pretending to be dead, and he was able to obtain such a supernatural power. It's a good thing that he didn't go crazy. As long as you have this ability, you can get whatever ability you want. I only have a dozen years left to live. Is there any hope for my life? Thank God. Just when Gu Qian was happy, the black python's body fell to the ground in an instant and completely lost its life. At the same time, a head-sized, pure white monster egg suddenly appeared in front of Gu Qian. Gu Qian looked at the black python lying on the ground, with a rare hint of sadness on his face. I will definitely take care of what you said, so you can go with peace of mind. This black python not only saved himself in times of trouble, and he also bestowed this heaven-defying ability upon himself. Not to mention raising a magical beast, even avenging it is a duty. But it seems that there is no need for revenge. The monster that killed the black python had already gone one step ahead of the black python. Gu Qian bent down and picked up the monster egg. He was very curious about what kind of monster it was. What a terrifying level of existence it will reach. But the most important thing now is to gain the ability to become a magician. In this way, your combat effectiveness will be improved again. I can also seek revenge on those guys. Thinking of this, Gu Qian looked at the area that was blown into a basin with cold eyes. Most of them are in Tier 3 areas. It is unknown whether those people are dead or alive. Such a powerful energy impact is not enough for a level 5 ability user. Even if it's level 6 or 7, there's no chance of survival. I hope you don't die too easily. I haven't avenged myself yet. After saying this, Gu Qian did not pause at all. He put the two corpses into the space ring, and then rushed to the level 3 area without looking back. Want to gain the ability to become a wizard? The first point is that the other party must lose the ability to resist. The second point is to encounter the ability to become a mage. Now we can only go to the third level area to find suitable targets. At the same time, in the third level area, the killers sent by the 3 companies all saw the 2 huge figures. They also recognized each other's abilities. I can't believe it! 2 level 8 monsters appeared here. And there is also that power ball that can destroy the world. If the ball wasn't so large, a group of enthusiasm has long been wiped out. A middle-aged man in a black robe quietly stood up from the shade of the tree behind him, looking from afar at the place where the two giant beasts landed. I wonder if the man surnamed Gu is dead. If he is dead, it would be a good thing for us to assassinate Gu Qian, even if the three major families are backing him up. Also be careful of the Gu family's revenge. If Gu Qian was killed by a monster, he couldn't blame anyone else. I hope so. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the shade of the trees, ready to escape from this matter. But before he could make any move, a laughing fireball fell from the sky like a meteorite. There was not even time to dodge. The man in black only saw the powerful strength of the fireball. Boom! The level 3 area, which had just calmed down, began to boil again. Countless trees were burned to ashes. It was only at this time that Gu Qian came out from the darkness, looking coldly at the direction where the man in black disappeared. The fighting power of the mage is very high, and with my sacrifice, even if I fight against a level 5 ability user now, it is very exciting. No excessive stay. Gu Qian disappeared again. Start looking for other, destined people. At the same time, Patriarch Gu and Old Man Chiu appeared together above the deep pit. He looked at the scene in front of him with a grim face. All I see is desolation, without a trace of life. Qianer, where are you? Chapter 28. The hunt begins. Gu Qian was very satisfied when he saw the killer was reduced to a pile of ash on the ground. Then open your information panel. Ability user, Gu Qian. Role, warrior, mage. Level 2. Abilities, sacrifice, solidification, devouring, fire element affinity. Power, 3468. Speed, 3049. Strength, 3102. Defense, 3306. Spirit, 4901. Ability introduction, Devour, has the ability to devour 50% of objects that have no resistance. Regardless of whether the shot is successful or not, the opponent will lose this ability. Affinity with fire elements and the ability to communicate with fire elements are one of the requirements for becoming a fire elemental mage. When casting fire elemental spells, the power of fire elemental spells will be doubled. Seeing this, Gu Qian grinned with satisfaction. I didn't expect that just by pretending, I would die, and I would gain SSS-level devouring abilities. He even became the wizard I had always dreamed of. This would make me laugh even in my dreams. Moreover, while resisting that energy, he exerted all his strength to output his vital energy, and luckily broke through to level 2, greatly improving his strength. Now with his full strength, coupled with the blessing of sea-level ability fire affinity, the combat power directly exceeded 2 million. With a sneak attack, killing a level 5 ability user is not a problem at all. I can't believe this is only sea-level affinity for fire elements. If you get B-level, A-level, S-level, or even SSS-level, your combat power will be enhanced to a terrifying level. Thinking of this, Gu Qian couldn't stop smiling. The only bad thing is the loss of 70 years of life. Now I only have a dozen years left to live. However, I also know how many times the lifespan of a sacrifice can be increased by 1 year. 1 year is 100 times, and the upper limit is 100 years, which is 10,000 times. Sacrificing lifespan is really abnormal. Thinking of this, Gu Qian couldn't help but smack his tongue in surprise. If you could continue to sacrifice your lifespan, you could get a 10,000-fold increase. A level 5 ability user is nothing. What a pity, at most I can sacrifice more than 80 years of life. Now there are only 12 years left. It would be great if I could devour the SSS-level ability of eternal life. Then I can use it however I want. How great! But Gu Qian was just thinking about it. SSS-level abilities are extremely rare, not to mention the top-level eternal life. Although it does not increase the combat power of the awakened one except making him immortal. But even so, it cannot shake its position as the top SSS-level capability. After all, as long as you live long enough. Whether it is level 13 or becoming a god, it is only a matter of time. So far, no one in the entire human society has heard of anyone awakening this ability. Thinking of this, Gu Qian shook his head in disappointment. It seems that we have to find other ways to increase our lifespan. Take a deep breath, clear your mind, there are more important things to do now. Since the three major families dare to take action against me. If I don't make you bleed a little today, where will I put my face? Immediately afterwards, Gu Qian started the live broadcast with a very explosive title. Hunting Level 5 Ability Users. This title plus Gu Qian's popularity instantly caused a sensation in Xingyin City. Everyone knew that Gu Qian was nearby when the powerful energy exploded. In fact, everyone thought he was dead. Even though he was lucky enough to escape that attack. With the arrival of 2 level 8 monsters behind, Gu Qian could not escape death. Now not only is he not dead, he has also started live streaming. At that moment, everyone in Xingyin City rushed into the live broadcast room. Before Gu Qian could say anything, the screen was filled with questions like a flood, and even Gu Qian's face could not be seen. Netizen 50. Fuck, Master Gu is not dead. He is so lucky. Netizen 51. Mr. Gu, please tell us what happened. What happened to those 2 level 8 monsters? Are they going to invade Xingyin City? This question hits the nail on the head for everyone. After all, no one wants to leave the home where they have lived for so long. In an instant, almost all the comments stopped, waiting for Gu Qian to give an answer. Gu Qian didn't keep anyone in suspense and said directly, "Don't worry, those 2 guys have left. Otherwise, I wouldn't be broadcasting here." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Gu Qian's words. Everyone who was running away also stopped. After all, with Gu Qian himself as the guarantee, the credibility is still very high. The reason why Gu Qian said that the 2 level 8 monsters should leave was because he had given it careful consideration. 2 level 8 exotic beasts, not to mention how precious the level 8 magic core is. Even the corpses of level 8 monsters are enough to buy the entire Xingyin City. If the people in Xingyin City knew that the Gu family had obtained 2 complete corpses of magical beasts, then the Gu family would be doomed. Human greed is enough to destroy everything. Seeing all the netizens calm down, Gu Qian began to say, "I believe you have all received the news. The 3 major families have all sent out level 5 ability users to assassinate me. Today, I will tell the people of the 3 major families that if you go against me, you will definitely suffer the consequences." As soon as Gu Qian's words came out, everyone was stunned. The news of the 3 major families assassinating Gu Qian had already spread. But aren't these all covert tactics? Why did Master Gu expose himself so openly? Is this something ordinary people like us can hear? Mr. Gu really doesn't treat us as outsiders. When Gu Qian started a live broadcast, it wasn't just the idle netizens who joined in. People from the 3 major families also came in. At this moment, seeing Gu Qian say this without any scruples, his face turned blue and red. This kind of thing is said openly. It's really embarrassing. And it's 3 companies against 1. The person sent out was a level 5 ability user. Deal with Gu Qian, a young boy who has just awakened his abilities. It's really a loss of face. What makes the 3 major families even more worried is, Gu Qian said it out loudly, it is obvious that they are going to fall out with the 3 major families. This time it doesn't matter whether Gu Qian is dead or alive. The Gu family will take action against the other 3 families. But if Gu Qian didn't die, it would be a huge loss. The head of the Gong family immediately turned on the chip screen and issued tasks to the level 5 ability users who participated in the encirclement and suppression of Gu Qian. Everyone, do your best to kill Gu Qian. If you succeed, you will get a reward of 1 billion. The rest of you will get 10 million each. This message was sent. All level 5 ability users were very excited. That's 1 billion. As long as I kill Gu Qian, I won't have to worry about my life. Gu Qian must die today. Everyone quickly approached Gu Qian, afraid that someone else will grab the opportunity. At the same time, Gu Qian also started his own plan. Turn off the live broadcast and hide quickly, waiting for prey to appear. The live broadcast just now was to let the enemy know our position and your attitude towards this matter. The purpose is to force the 3 major families to make a desperate attempt. Only in this way can the foundations of the 3 major families be damaged. Gu Qian raised his head and glanced into the distance. I'm also feeling a little excited. The hunt is finally about to begin. Chapter 29. Recognize the Big Brother. After Gu Qian went off the air, all netizens were stunned. The live broadcast room did not lose any of its popularity due to Gu Qian's departure. Netizen 61. What did I just hear? Master Gu wants to hunt level 5 ability users? Am I frightened and in a trance? Netizen 62. I also misheard. How dare Gu Xiao? He is a level 5 ability user. His basic combat power alone must exceed 1 million. How could Gu Xiao possibly kill a level 5 ability user? Netizen 63. Yeah, Master Gu is a bit too arrogant, but he is so powerful at level 1, so he does have the capital to be arrogant. Netizen 64. No, didn't you guys notice? Gu Xiao is already level 2 now. As soon as this comment came out, everyone was stunned. Level 2? No. When did he reach level 2? Didn't he just awaken his ability a few days ago? Why is it level 2 today? This is simply impossible. Although in the early stage, when the level is low, the improvement is still fast. But it will take at least 3 to 5 years to get to the next level. Even if it's fast, it will take a year. This is despite the huge expenditure of resources. I have never heard of anyone being promoted from level 1 to level 2 in just a few days. How did he do it? Everyone was shocked at once. It's fine if you say your combat power is ridiculously high. The level is increasing so fast. Are you going to let people live? Netizen 65. So what is Master Gu's combat power now? Netizen 66. The data panel I just looked at is over 3000, but this should be basic information without any ability to use it. No one hesitated about this. At level 1, their combat power is close to 100,000. According to this ratio, the combat power should be at least 1 million now. After all, the basic combat power of a first-level ability user is between 100 and 1000. The basic combat power of a second-level ability user is between 1000 and 10,000. The difference is 10 times. It is normal to reach the million level. Realizing this, everyone was excited. A level 2 warrior hunts a level 5 ability user. This is something I have never heard of. I didn't expect Gu Qian to be serious. Netizen 67. Mr. Gu is awesome, fuck him, he is a piece of shit, bullying the weak with his numbers. Netizen 68. That's right, that's right. It took Xingyin City so many years to produce a genius like Gu Xiao, and these people still want to kill him. They are really heartless. If they have the ability, they should go and destroy the monsters instead of fighting among themselves. Netizen 69. Who says it's not true? Whenever there is a beast tied, the Gu family is always the first to rush to the front. The 3 major families are like turtles, fighting among themselves. It's really shameful. The online public opinion is one-sided. The people from the 3 major families could only suppress their anger after seeing this. As for compromise and sparing Gu Qian, that was impossible. Gu Qian must die. As long as he is there, the 3 major families will have no chance of turning things around. Gu Qian didn't pay much attention to the heated discussions on the internet. Now Gu Qian is only thinking about fighting against a level 5 ability user. Let the vitality of your whole body boil, so that you can reach level 3 faster. By then, these level 5 ability users will no longer be their opponents. If you dare to have ideas about me, I will make you pay for it. Gu Qian stayed where he was and hid. In less than half an hour, a bald man with a muscular body and a muscular upper body came down directly. The man in his 30s, who was about 2 meters and 5 centimeters tall, burst into laughter as soon as he landed. Haha! I'm the first one. These 10 billion are mine. Gu Qian, get out here now. I'll give you a quick death. After saying that, without waiting for Gu Qian to come out, he squatted slightly. Make a fist with your right hand and hammer it directly on the ground. Then he shouted loudly. Martial arts, earth-shattering sky-rushing. In just a moment, countless cracks spread wildly around with the strong man as the center. Cracks as wide as 2 meters spread rapidly like a spider web. All the affected trees fell down. When Gu Qian saw this scene, he was stunned. This guy is too reckless. You're already taking action before you even meet each other? Aren't you afraid that I'm not here? Also, this guy's fighting power is too high. There are exactly 7,492,941 of them. I encountered some tough guys right from the start. No, we have to do something shady. Thinking of this, Gu Qian jumped silently in the woods. Finally, stay out of the range of destruction, he said in his heart. Sacrifice the heart, brain, kidney, liver, gallbladder, stomach, spleen, and appendix. Magic spell, Yenyu. After doing everything, Gu Qian's combat power instantly broke through to 3294600. However, Gu Qian was not in a hurry to let Yenyu fall. Instead, it is released at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Then he stopped hiding and stood on a thick branch, shouting to the bald man. Bald, I'm here. The bald man was visibly stunned when he heard the voice, staring blankly at Gu Qian. This guy has a bar on his mind. When he sees me, he doesn't run away, but jumps out on his own. This is really interesting. I want to see what this guy is going to do. Thinking of this, the bald man bent his knees slightly and jumped directly under the big tree where Gu Qian was standing. With his hands on his waist and a wide grin on his face, he looked up at Gu Qian. Boy, you are so brave. You dare to show up when you meet me. You are really not afraid of death. Tell me, if you have any last words, I will tell them to your family. Looking at the arrogant bald man, Gu Qian was not angry. Instead, he jumped down from the tree with a smile. With a smile on his face, he said, Big brother, as soon as I saw you, I was impressed by your majestic figure and powerful fighting ability. If you don't mind, you can recognize me as your younger brother. I will definitely listen to my elder brother in everything. If my elder brother tells me to go east, I won't dare to go west. If my elder brother tells me to chase away dogs, I won't dare to chase away chickens. In short, my elder brother's needs are my needs. Satisfying big brother is what I pursue in my life. If you want money, just ask. As long as my Gu family has it, I won't even blink an eye. I just hope you can accept me as your little brother. After saying that, Gu Qian looked at the sturdy man with sincere eyes. The sturdy man was stunned by Gu Qian's call. What's going on? Are you scared, silly? Doesn't he know I'm here to kill him? He actually wants to recognize me as his elder brother. Are you willing to satisfy me with anything? This is probably crazy. No, I have to test him. Do you think I will believe you if you say that? Unless you transfer 1 billion to me right now, I will kill you and collect the reward. As he spoke, the sturdy man clenched his right fist again. Powerful vitality gushed out. Upon hearing this, Gu Qian didn't even stutter and just tapped on the chip screen. Then he said to the strong man, Brother, the money has been transferred to you. Look, you can take me as your younger brother now. The sturdy man's eyes widened as he looked at the extra 1.3 billion in his balance. He really transferred the money. And it's still 1.3 billion. What on earth is going on? Is it possible that I am so charming? It was actually possible for a genius like Gu Qian to do this. The heir of the Gu family is willing to be my younger brother? Thinking of this, the sturdy man looked even more proud. I never thought that this day would come. Now I want to see who dares to look down on me in the future. Chapter 30. It's you who did it. Having a younger brother like Gu Qian, regardless of status, position, or talent, is the top one in the entire Xingyin city. You will definitely feel proud if you take it out. What's more, this little brother can also explode gold coins. He gave me 1.3 billion just after I accepted him as his younger brother. Will you still be short of money in the future? Although I am not short of money now. But who wouldn't like to be richer? From now on I will protect you. I don't know who dares to bully you. The sound was so loud that the leaves fell to the ground. I'm sure it could be heard dozens of miles away. This is a warning to others. Seeing this scene, Gu Qian laughed in his heart, a big guy, but a simple mind. 1.3 billion to buy a bodyguard with a combat power of 7 million, it's not a loss. It can also help you break through levels, which is pretty good. However, we need to add more fuel to the fire. Thinking of this, Gu Qian deliberately revealed an embarrassment and said, But brother, you are from the other 3 families. They all want to kill me now. If you become my eldest brother, will they join forces to kill you? In this way, wouldn't I be harming my eldest brother? At this point, Gu Qian's eyes were still red as he said, If I harm my brother because of this little brother, even if I lose my life, it won't be enough. So, brother, you should just kill me. I can't let my brother fall into danger. As he spoke, Gu Qian gave up all resistance, closed his eyes tightly, and had an expression as if he was ready to die. The bald man looked at Gu Qian with admiration in his heart. I must definitely protect this kind of brother who is so loyal and righteous. Even if I risk my life, I won't let him get hurt in the slightest. Brother Gu, I have recognized you as my brother. I am not afraid of the 3 major families. Even if hundreds of them join forces, I can kill them all. Follow me, and I will never let you suffer any injustice. Gu Qian laughed secretly in his heart. Very good, this is the result we want. The Yenyu should be coming down soon, and it's time to start the last fire. Boom, boom, boom! While the two were talking, balls the size of houses, burning with flames that could instantly melt rocks, fell from the sky and continuously hit the 2 people on the ground. Gu Qian was so scared that he jumped back and forth. He yelled, What kind of spell is this? How can it be so powerful? It's over, it's over. They found out so quickly. It's all my fault, brother. What should I do? The bald man looked at Yenyu, each of whom had a combat power of more than 3 million, with a serious expression. The only fire elemental mage who can cast this kind of spell is Lao Chen. I didn't expect that all these years of friendship would not be worth a billion bounty. They all attacked me. Lao Chen, don't blame me then. After that, his expression darkened, and he used all his energy to cover the 3-meter distance around his body, and then said to Gu Qian, Come to big brother, I will protect you. Gu Qian didn't hesitate at all. Jumped straight in. Gu Qian could see Yenyu's falling trajectory clearly, and there was no way he would be hit. I was just jumping back and forth on purpose just now. This is to prevent the bald man from getting suspicious. Maybe he couldn't doubt it either. With this kind of thinking, the 1.3 billion yuan might have been wasted. Brother, what should we do now? The bald strong man obviously has some brains. The Yenyu spell would not last that long. It seemed that Lao Chen was determined to take the lives of both of them. What else can I do? Go over there and kill them. No one who dares to touch me will come back alive today. After that, he turned to Gu Qian and said, Follow me closely, don't get hurt. After saying that, he rushed towards the south with Gu Qian. He walked while smashing away the flames that blocked his way, without stopping for a moment. With a combat power of more than 7 million, there is no pressure at all to deal with the flames of 300 combat power. But this flame rain seemed endless. No matter how strong the bald man was, he was still out of breath when he rushed out of Yenyu's range. At the same time, the bald man's murderous intent became stronger. Just at this moment, a thin figure in black clothes and holding a dagger suddenly jumped onto the branch of a big tree. He looked at the bald man with a puzzled look, then looked at Gu Qian beside him. Greed flashed across his eyes, but was quickly suppressed. If someone else found Gu Qian, they could still snatch him away. If you are found by Lao Jing, you can only get the reward money. Old Zheng, what are you doing? Why don't you kill him? Hearing this, I recalled the frustration I had just felt in the rain. Bald Jing immediately yelled in anger. Kill your mother! I'm going to kill you first today, and then I'll go find Lao Chen. None of you can escape. After saying that, his figure flashed and rushed directly towards the man in black. With a punch, the vital energy surged and the big tree in front of him was turned into powder. The man in black quickly jumped to the side, barely avoiding the attack, and fell to the ground in a mess. Before he could stand firm, Lao Xing attacked again. Old Zheng, what are you crazy about? If you don't want to kill that kid named Gu, why are you hitting me? The man in black kept dodging and didn't dare to confront Lao Xing head-on. I'm going to hit you, prepare to die. With a punch, powerful energy erupts directly. The man in black dodged quickly and didn't dare to confront Lao Xing head-on. Although the peak combat power of the man in black is more than 5 million. It also has speed capabilities. But facing Old Jing, who has the 5th level ability of Xingyin City, he is no match at all. If you get hit by a punch, you will be seriously injured if not killed. Fortunately, I have the ability to speed up, otherwise I wouldn't be able to escape. Seeing such a suitable opportunity, Gu Qian naturally would not let it go. He immediately shouted, "Brother, I'll help you contain him." After saying that, his figure flashed and joined the battlefield. A combat force of more than 5 million. Even if all the amplifications were combined, there was no way he could win. You might even be killed instantly. But the more we face such a strong opponent, the more the vitality boils, the faster the level breakthrough. What's more, with Lao Jing by our side to protect us, there will definitely be no accidents. And you can give full play to your abilities and fight to your heart's content. Facing Lao Jing alone, the man in black was suppressed everywhere. Now there is another annoying person like Gu Qian who is as annoying as a fly. There was no time even to dodge. The wounds on his body gradually increased. And every time Gu Qian fought with the man in black, they will all be seriously injured. But Gu Qian did not show any anger. Instead, the smile on his face grew wider and wider. Because every time they fought, Gu Qian poured out all his energy. Only then could he barely block the attack from the man in black. And every time the vital energy is depleted, the body will quickly replenish it. With each passing moment, the vitality in your body will increase. The distance to breaking through level 3 is getting closer and closer. Let Gu Qian immerse himself in it. The three of them fought directly from the place where they met to a distance of 100 miles. The battle lasted for an entire hour. The man in black had no resistance at all and was hit on the head by Lao Jing. White brain matter and red flesh were scattered all over the ground. It was very disgusting. It was the first time that Gu Qian saw such a bloody scene. He immediately held onto the tree trunk and vomited. Old Zheng laughed and said, "Brother, you still have to adapt. There will be even bloodier scenes when you face monsters in the future." Chapter 31. Who is really in the bureau? Gu Qian lowered his posture and said, "Big brother is right, big brother is right." Lao Zheng panted and said, "Let's go, next one. Today I have to let these bastards know the consequences of offending me." After saying that, he took Gu Qian and walked south. Gu Qian hurried to catch up. Along the way, all the level 5 ability users they encountered were dealt with by Gu Qian and his companions. The vitality in Gu Qian's body surged wildly. The fighting lasted from noon till night. Both were covered in blood. At the same time, the other party also knew that Lao Jing and Gu Qian had joined forces to kill everyone. After a brief panic, everyone gathered together. "What's wrong with Lao Jing? He's leaving the 1 billion yuan bounty on the table and wants to kill us. Has he been bribed by Gu Qian?" Hearing this, everyone felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. As people with level 5 abilities, they are all well-known figures in Xingyin City. Many people are even supported by the 3 major families, which is why they have the strength they have today. Therefore, they generally will not abandon their families. But Lao Jing is an exception. Start with awakening your abilities. I have always been alone. There was even no family providing funding because the level of his awakened ability was too low. Thus he became a casual warrior. Even the mercenary group was unwilling to recruit him. But who could have thought that this guy's fighting power would become higher and higher as time went on? After reaching level 5, he became the strongest among all level 5 ability users. Just relying on basic combat power, he can crush the combat power of others after using their abilities. It's really scary. The 3 major families tried their best to recruit him. But he doesn't care about anyone and only cares about money. He will work for whoever pays more. Never join any faction. This time, the 3 companies jointly issued a 10 billion bounty to attract him. Unexpectedly, I got myself into trouble. Instead of killing Gu Qian, he killed this group of people. At this time, a tall, thin, square-faced middle-aged man wearing glasses and holding a dry branch in his hand said with a serious expression, "We can't give up the mission given by the master just because of old Jing. Even if we can't defeat him alone, with so many people, are we still afraid of old Jing?" A fat white man on the other side echoed, "Old Chen is right. As long as we cooperate, with so many people, even if old Jing is very powerful, he has no chance of winning." "Then what are you waiting for? The master said that Gu Qian must be killed today, otherwise we will not get the 1 billion and the reward money for each of us. The fat white man continued. That's right. With Lao Chen, the fire elemental mage, here, as long as we hold Lao Jing back, he will definitely die. Old Chen frowned slightly, feeling inexplicably panicked. We still can't be careless when dealing with Lao Jing. Let's gather the others as soon as possible so that we can be more confident. After saying that, Gu Qian looked at the dozens of people around him. Although he had the advantage in numbers, Lao Chen always felt uneasy. The fat white man said, Old Chen is right, I will. Just as everyone was discussing a strategy, a laugh made everyone nervous. Ha! I knew you were here. You dare not come up with so many people? You are such cowards. Then two figures, one big and one small, jumped down from the tree. Old Chen? A cry of surprise was heard, and everyone was on full alert. Old Chen looked at Old Jing with a gloomy face and tightened his grip on the wooden stick. Old Jing was not worried at all. He glanced around and said with some disdain, There are only a few of us. Your reaction speed is not good enough. Did none of you come? Or did the rest run away? When Gu Qian saw so many people, his heart skipped a beat. Then he secretly glanced at Lao Jing. I muttered to myself. With so many people here, can Old Jing do it? Although your combat power is very high, you are the first at level 5. But it's not to the point of crushing. At most, it would only increase the combat power by 1 or 2 million. Can you handle so many people? Don't learn from me. I crushed that group of people in all aspects before I challenged a group of people alone. No, I have to be more careful this time. Don't fail. Gu Qian was still thinking about his own things, but Old Jing couldn't wait any longer. Brother, today I will let you see my big brother's strength, martial arts, earth-shattering and sky-splitting skills. With a loud shout, Lao Jing gathered all his energy, gathered it in his right fist, and then slammed it to the ground. Gu Qian sneered at Lao Beng's behavior. I have seen the power of the earth-splitting sky strike. It is effective against those below level 5, or those with level 5 abilities who are not very powerful. In the current situation, the most we can do is disrupt the other party. Oh, it seems I have to prepare for escape early. As he spoke, Gu Qian took out the last space jumper from the space ring and reached out to grab Lao Jing. Before reaching level 3, Lao Jing is still useful. But before Gu Qian could grab Lao Jing, Gu Qian stopped abruptly. The scene before him shocked Gu Qian. The vital energy bursting out from Lao Jing's fist directly tore the surrounding ground apart. Entire pieces of land flew directly into the air, and then were crushed into dust by the violent energy and disappeared. The ground was shaking continuously, and even Gu Qian couldn't stand steadily. Those enemies who were attacked by Lao Jing suffered even more. All of them were seriously injured by the impact of this punch, and were swept into the air. Only a few people were able to block this attack with their own strength. But even they were seriously injured. Blood was flowing from the corners of their mouths. Everyone looked at Lao Jing in horror. The combat power of this punch actually exceeded 10 million. It's really horrible. Gu Qian opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. I didn't expect Lao Jing's strength to be so terrifying. It turns out that the earth-splitting sky strike martial art that he had used on himself before was just a random one. Gu Qian thought he had seen through Lao Jing, but he didn't expect that Lao Jing was the one who hid the most from beginning to end. As a result, everyone fell and was seriously injured, except Lao Chen, who relied on his strong mental strength. The communicator tricked the fire element in the space and barely blocked the attack. Only minor injuries. At this time, everyone looked at Lao Jing with an expression as if they wanted to eat him alive. Old Chen narrowed his eyes dangerously. As a noble wizard. And he is a powerful wizard who possesses S-level boiling fire element. You are treated well wherever you go. When has it ever been so embarrassing? Lao Jing must be killed today. Let him understand that some people cannot be provoked just because of their strength. At this time, after one attack, all the energy in Lao Jing's body was exhausted. Extremely weak. He just lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, and said to Gu Qian, Brother, I have tried my best, and the rest is up to you. If you want to break through to the third level, you have to defeat Lao Chen. You can't grow if you keep hiding behind others. Hearing this, Gu Qian was even more shocked. What's going on with this guy? How do you know everything? Could it be that he knew everything I did? Gu Qian was completely stunned, looking at Lao Jing in disbelief. At this time, Old Jin looked at Gu Qian with a cunning expression. Chapter 32. The Old Man Has Many Tricks. Gu Qian shook his head, not caring whether Lao Jing could see it or not, or how much he could see. I can't let go of such a good opportunity. And it seems that Old Jing is on my side, so I don't have to be afraid. Thinking of this, Gu Qian grinned at Old Jin. The chip screen also clearly displays the opponent's combat power. 2345210. Plus the bonus from the fire elemental mage profession. The combat power is at least 5 million. But now I'm injured, and I consumed too much energy just now. The combat power that can be exerted should be around 2 million. Fully capable of fighting. Thinking of this, Gu Qian laughed even more wildly. Without waiting for Lao Chen to react, just rushed over. There were afterimages behind him. The speed is so fast that it catches up with those level 5 ability users with innate abilities. Old Jing was also very excited when he saw this. Good boy, you hit it well enough. At the same time, he also agreed with Gu Qian's approach. The magician's combat power is indeed very high, and his mental power is even more terrifying. But other attributes are far inferior to those of warriors. Both speed and defense are pitifully low. It can even only be compared with those with level 4 abilities. At the same level, once someone gets close to you, you will be suppressed or even die. However, Lao Chen is not an ordinary level 5 wizard. Being able to become a 5th level magician, I already have a set of methods to deal with this situation. Boy, you still have a lot to learn. Old Chen looked at Gu Qian, who was approaching quickly, and a flash of shock passed through his eyes. He is only at level 2, but he has such terrifying combat power and speed. I heard that he is a vengeful person. If I don't kill this guy today, I will be the one to die in the future. Thinking of this, Lao Chen no longer held back. Raise the cane in your right hand. The powerful fire element gathered madly. Spell White Firewall. Following Lao Chen's loud shout, the power of the fire element poured out. In an instant, a white firewall several dozen meters high, hundreds of meters long, and 10 meters thick formed around the body. The moment Gu Qian approached, he separated the two of them. The moment the white flame appears, the surrounding temperature directly rose to a terrifying level. All the plants around were burning in an instant. Even the earth and rocks were melted directly and turned into magma. The entire battlefield turned into a magma inferno. All the living people with special abilities frantically mobilized their energy to resist the high temperature that could burn a person to ashes. But Lao Chen didn't pause at all. Cast several spells in succession. Magic spell, rocket, magic spell, rain of flames, magic spell, fire snake, magic spell, earth core fire. After releasing 4 spells, Lao Chen still did not stop. He muttered something and released powerful mental power. Communicate with the power of fire element in this space. It was obviously about to release a powerful fire element spell. Gu Qian naturally wouldn't let him succeed. Powerful vitality envelopes the whole body. He raised his foot to bypass the wall of fire and approached Lao Chen. But before he could move, countless flaming arrows appeared out of thin air around him. Shoot directly at Gu Qian. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued to sound. Gu Qian increased his speed to the extreme and dodged frantically. But there were too many flaming arrows. It's impossible to avoid them all. You can only bear it. Every arrow that hits your body will consume a lot of your energy. In addition, the scorching heat of the magma under his feet was constantly consuming Gu Qian's energy. At the same time, flames as big as watermelons fell from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a group of flaming snakes swam towards Gu Qian quickly in the magma under their feet. Then, the moment he got close, he swooped down. He bared his fangs and bit away. This made the space, which was already filled with flaming arrows, even smaller. And that's not all. Pieces of flames burst out wildly from the ground. It's totally unpredictable. In just a moment, Gu Qian was enveloped by flames rising into the sky. At this moment, countless arrows, fireballs, and fire snakes attacked Gu Qian frantically. There is no possibility of dodging at all. Boom, boom, boom! A series of explosions sounded wildly. The violent power of the fire element raged. Everyone stepped back quickly, afraid of getting contaminated in the slightest. Then he looked at the center of the explosion in surprise. And the combat power that exceeded 10 million in an instant. This is the true combat power of a 5th level fire elemental mage. Not to mention Gu Qian, even if it was old Jing who was in peak condition, he would be seriously injured if not killed after being hit by this. Now Gu Qian is dead. Lao Jing opened his eyes wide and looked at the center of the explosion in disbelief. Is this defeat? That's impossible. This kid is very cunning. How could he be defeated so easily? Old Chen opened his eyes. He was breathing heavily and weakly. His face was pale. But now he smiled. Finally killed this kid. Then he looked at Lao Xing and said sarcastically, "Is this the path you chose? How ridiculous!" Before he could finish his words, a cold voice sounded from behind him. "You don't think you can kill me like this, do you? You think too highly of yourself." Hearing this, Old Chen broke out in a cold sweat. When did he run to the back? This is simply impossible. There was no way he could escape from that attack. But now is not the time to think about these things. Feel the violent fluctuation of vital energy behind you. Old Chen smiled grimly. How can you be sure that this wizard didn't lead you here on purpose? Then the powerful force of the fire element condensed in Lao Chen's right hand. A pure white feather floated quietly in the palm of his hand. Level 5 spell, Exploding Feathers. The moment the sound fell, a violent burst of fire elemental energy exploded. It bypassed Lao Chen and swept towards everyone around. The combat power value on the chip skyrocketed. It directly reached more than 15 million. Everyone's eyes widened in fear. Run away! Someone shouted loudly, and everyone ran away as fast as they could. Gu Qian's eyes were bigger than copper bells. I was complaining even more in my heart. The old man is so evil that he actually plotted against me. This time I have fallen flat on my face. The moment the thought arose, Gu Qian was enveloped by the extremely violent energy of the fire element. Afterwards, everything within a radius of 100 miles was completely destroyed by the power of this blow. The smoke and dust rushed straight into the sky. The red power of the fire element exploded like a ball. Everything within range was destroyed. The power of this attack is very similar to the attack of the previous level 8 monster. But the power is very different. A 5th level fire elemental mage, who can cast spells with a combat power of 15 million, is already a very powerful existence. The scorching power of the fire element lingered for a long time. Those who managed to escape were all lying on the ground gasping for breath. At the same time, he cursed Lao Chen. In order to kill Gu Qian, he didn't even let them go. But many more people failed to escape. It was burned directly without leaving any ash. Lao Jing stood not far from the edge of the explosion, staring blankly at the center of the explosion. I don't know what I'm thinking. However, with so many level 5 ability users dying in there was no way Gu Qian could survive. Chapter 33, Deep Scheming. At the center of the explosion, Lao Chen was kneeling on the ground on all fours. His face was extremely pale, and there was a large pool of blood on the ground in front of him. Obviously seriously injured. At this moment, he was breathing heavily, but his face was full of smiles. The power of the 5th level spell is too strong, even he, the person who cast the spell, cannot completely avoid it. As for Gu Qian, who was also at the center of the explosion, there is no need to mention it. Although he has millions of defense and combat power. But the combat power of this spell has reached more than 15 million. It's simply not something he can bear. This time he was doomed to die. Thinking of this, old Chen laughed weakly. Ha! A young boy dares to fight with this wizard, what a... But before he could finish his words, a cold voice rang out. You don't think you can kill me like this, do you? When old Chen heard this voice, his laughter stopped abruptly. He looked behind him with disbelief. I saw Gu Qian standing not far behind me. Not to mention being injured, even his clothes weren't torn. This was totally unacceptable to Lao Chen. No way, this is impossible. How could he still be alive? With his combat power and defense of 2 to 3 million. It is impossible to resist a spell with a combat power of 15 million. What is going on? Could it be that he used defensive equipment? Not only Lao Chen, but other surviving level 5 ability users also looked incredulous. With that attack just now, not to mention that Gu Qian was at the center of the explosion. Even if you are within the explosion range, you will die. How could he still be alive and well? And there was no injury at all. There is only one explanation. That is, Gu Qian used defensive equipment. However, it is defensive equipment that can withstand a blow from a spell with a combat power of 15 million. They are all priceless, and one piece is worth at least tens of billions. And there is still no demand for it. Only a 6th level caster can make it. There is no such thing in Xingyin City. Therefore, it is even more unlikely that such equipment exists. How could Gu Qian have that? Gu Qian gave a rascally smile and threw out something like a metal Rubik's Cube with his right hand. I feel so sad. Level 5 defensive equipment, the infallible cube, is very useful. But 1.7 billion can only be used once, and even Gu Qian felt distressed. But fortunately, the result is good. Moreover, in the process of resisting the 5th level spell, he also successfully broke through to the 3rd level. The 1.7 billion yuan was not spent in vain. When everyone saw the metal Rubik's Cube that Gu Qian threw, they suddenly realized what was going on. It turns out that Gu Qian really has level 5 defensive equipment. The Gu family is really willing to do this. Also, why would Gu Qian carry this kind of equipment? Could it be that he had already anticipated what was going to happen today? If this is true, isn't this kid a little too scheming? Thinking of this, everyone took a deep breath. Old Chen looked at Gu Qian somewhat unwillingly and said with a bitter face. At this time, his mental strength was almost exhausted, and there was very little elemental power left in his body. Even if he cast a spell, his combat power was less than 1 million, and it was impossible to hurt Gu Qian. Gu Qian clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Is this predictable? All your actions today are within my plan. Do you think I would be so stupid as to show all my strength and wait for you to kill me? I did this deliberately to lure you out, you idiots." When Old Chen heard Gu Qian's words, he was stunned. What? Was this all a trap set by Gu Qian? The 3 major families in Xingyin City were all plotted against by an 18-year-old boy. How is this possible? This guy usually looks so reckless. How could there be such deep scheming? Even the heads of the 3 major families who had experienced intrigue and deception since childhood fell into his trap. No, the entire Xingyin City fell into his trap. No one doubted that this was a trap set by him. This Gu Qian is really scary. But why did he do all this? Is it just to lure the 3 major families into taking action? But what benefits does this bring to the Gu family? Gu Qian had no intention of answering Lao Chen's questions. Directly sacrifice your own internal organs to gain a 475-fold increase. The combat power directly increased from more than 40,000 to over 10 million. All the survivors who saw this scene opened their mouths in shock. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, no one would believe it if you told them about it. More than 40,000 combat power directly became more than 10 million. What level of ability does this require? What kind of perverted ability did Gu Qian awaken? Now, no one believes that Gu Qian has only awakened the F-level solidification. Because it's simply impossible. Not to mention F-level, even SSS-level abilities cannot achieve this level of increase. Moreover, in all the records about abilities, there is no mention of such a perverted ability. Everyone's mind went blank and they stared at Gu Qian in a daze. I simply cannot accept this fact. Gu Qian was very satisfied when he looked at the combat power on the chip screen. This is also one of the reasons why the 3 major families took action. The most important thing is to test the attitudes of the 3 great families towards the Gu family, and to lure those who have ill intentions in the Gu family. Now that all goals have been achieved, it's time for reckoning. Gu Qian said indifferently. Magic spell, Yenyu. The moment the sound fell, balls of flames about 10 meters in size appeared in the air. The scorching temperature instantly scorched the earth, turning it into flowing magma. Everyone stared at Yenyu in a daze. There is not a single thought in my mind. After all, the scene just now was enough to shock everyone. Even at this moment, Yenyu's combat power exceeded 20 million. It also failed to bring everyone's thoughts back. And Gu Qian didn't have any other emotions. As the right hand gently falls, endless flame rain fell rapidly. In just a moment, the area where Lao Chen was turned into a sea of fire. Even the space was distorted by the powerful force of the fire element. Old Chen didn't even resist. He already knew it when he saw Yenyu's combat power of more than 20 million. In the entire Xingyin city, there is no level 6 ability. No one is Gu Qian's opponent anymore. What's more, he was extremely weak at this moment. There was no possibility of escape. The only emotion I feel is regret. I regret not getting involved in this. He regretted even more that he shouldn't have had the idea of killing Gu Qian and was the first to do so. However, there is no use regretting. With Gu Qian's vengeful character, let alone old Chen, other people involved in this incident will not have a good ending. The sky in Xingyin City is about to change. When the survivors in the distance saw this, they came to their senses from the shock. I was filled with panic. This kind of combat power is far beyond that of Lao Jing and Lao Chen, who were originally the strongest level 5 users. They couldn't even beat Lao Jing and Lao Chen. How could he be Gu Qian's opponent? Run. We must run back to Xingyin City as soon as possible. Only by returning to Xingyin City can there be a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, everyone turned around and fled frantically. Only Lao Jing stood there blankly, as if he had not recovered yet. Chapter 34. The hunt begins. Gu Qian glanced at the people who were running away, and calmly clicked on the live broadcast function of the chip. In an instant, more than 10 million people poured into the live broadcast room. Netizen 71. How is Master Gu? How is the battle going? Netizen 72. Oh my god, Master Gu has already reached level 3, with a combat power of 19002375. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Nearly 20 million combat power. What the hell is this monster? Even level 5 ability users aren't this perverted. If there wasn't a gap in combat power between level 6 ability users and level 5 ability users, these 20 million combat forces can compete with those of level 6 ability users. But even so, Master Gu is also the strongest among the level 5 ability users in Xingyin City. As for those with level 6 abilities, each of them has a combat power of over 100 million. It is totally beyond the reach of those with abilities below level 6. And the most shocking thing is, Gu Xiao actually advanced 2 levels in one day. This has never happened before. You know, whether it is a warrior, a mage, or any other profession, they all need to repeatedly refine their own characteristics. Only when you reach the critical point of breakthrough can you advance to the next level. For example, a warrior needs to constantly consume the vital energy in his body, then replenish it, and then consume and replenish it again, until the vitality in your body reaches its fullest state. To break through, this process is difficult and takes a long time. Besides, other means are of little help. Even if it's easier in the early stages, it is also impossible to break through 2 levels in one day. For someone like Gu Qian, it would take at least 3 years to break through to level 3. No one can finish it in one day. What on earth did Master Gu go through? How could the breakthrough be so fast? Netizen 73. At this rate, Master Gu will soon be able to break through to level 4. By then, a level 6 ability user. I have typed here and there is nothing more. Everyone has guessed what happens next. The first level has a combat power of tens of thousands. The second level has a combat power of tens to millions. Level 3 has a combat power of nearly 20 million. When you reach level 4, you will have combat power of over 100 million. Become the top combat force in Xingyin City. Hiss. The live broadcast screen was filled with the sound of people gasping for air. An 18-year-old with a combat power of over 100 million. I'm afraid Mr. Gu is the only one. There is definitely no more in front. There will definitely not be any more of that later. Absolutely not. Looking at the quiet live screen. Just as Gu Qian was about to speak, he heard Lao Xing shouting and running over. Boy, how dare you lie to me! Hear this sound. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Not only the audience, but even Gu Qian was stunned. He looked at Lao Xing, who was running towards him quickly. His eyes were full of confusion. What's wrong with old Zhang? Didn't he already know everything? Why do you look so angry? Soon, the people in the live broadcast room also recognized Lao Zheng's identity. Before, he was the first person with level 5 abilities in Xingyin City. He is also the most popular person who can break through to level 6 ability the fastest. Lao Jing is still very famous. But now this title has been taken away by Mr. Gu. But people don't care about this. What they are most concerned about now is what happened to Gu Xiao. Makes him so excited. Netizen 74. Old Jing said that Gu Xiao cheated him. What did you do, Gu Xiao? Netizen 75. It's not what I thought, Mr. Gu. Could it be that you? Netizen 76. A sturdy bodyguard and a handsome young master? Ah. Below is a group of Fujoshi who started to imagine and scream crazily. Gu Qian looked at the live broadcast comments, his head full of black lines. How did things develop in a strange direction? Without waiting for Gu Qian to say anything, Lao Jing ran over in a hurry. He grabbed Gu Qian by the collar and said viciously, I treat you as a brother, but you plotted against me? Tell me, was it you who released Yen Yu? Gu Qian looked a little embarrassed, but he still asked softly, Brother, don't you know everything? Why are you still asking me? Old Zheng was stunned. No? No what? This time it was Gu Qian's turn to be confused. You don't know, so what did that gesture and expression of yours mean? As he spoke, Gu Qian imitated it. Old Jing recalled it immediately. Then he gritted his teeth and said, I was asking you to cheer up. Who told you that I knew anything? I treated you as a brother with good intentions and helped you break through the levels, but you actually threw Yen Yu at me as soon as we met. Tell me, how do we solve this problem? Gu Qian was even more surprised after hearing this. It turns out that Lao Jing didn't know anything at all. It's all my misunderstanding. Gu Qian smiled and said, I was wrong, big brother. I will compensate you right away. As she spoke, Sister Hui transferred another 100 million to Lao Jing. When Lao Jing saw the money collection information, he immediately smiled. He loosened his hand that was holding Gu Qian's collar and considerately smoothed out the wrinkled areas. These are all small matters, all small matters. If you need any help from me, please let me know. As he spoke, he patted his chest. Gu Qian grinned and said, Of course, let these people have a taste of being hunted down. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. The vast majority of people who were still watching the live broadcast vomited all over the floor. Gu Qian's speed was too fast, and these people couldn't keep up at all. All caused physiological reactions. Netizen 77. It's quite enjoyable to watch Gu Xiao's live broadcast, but it's a bit weight loss. Netizen 78. This is the first time I've heard someone describe vomiting in such a refreshing and refined way. Soon Gu Qian caught up with someone. Run beside the other person. Then he said with a smile, Hello, you are so tired from running, so stop running and take a rest. As he said that, he punched straight through the other person's chest. The other person's steps were still moving quickly, but his face was full of surprise. Then he fell straight down and closed his eyes. Netizen 79. It's good to be young, you can fall asleep as soon as you lie down. Netizen 80. A level 5 ability user was solved with just one punch? Master Gu is awesome. Netizen 81. I think Mr. Gu should be more radical. This is the fate of a bully like this. The online public opinion is one-sided. No one spoke for those who were killed by Gu Qian. After all, they were the ones who started the incident. And they were besieging Gu Qian. Being killed now does not deserve any sympathy at all. Old Jing also grinned when he saw this. It's time for me to stretch my muscles. As he said this, he joined the hunting team. In front of the live broadcast room, people from the 3 major families saw this scene. All of them had terribly gloomy faces. These are all their people. Every one missing is a huge loss. Although they really want to take action. But when they saw Patriarch Gu and Old Man Chiu flying in the air and watching them closely, they all became quiet. Before, they were able to keep an eye on Old Man Gu and Old Man Chiu, and now the 2 of them can also keep an eye on the people from the 3 major families. Now we can only hope that more people will come back. Keep more strength. At this time, Gong Mu, Lu Rian and others saw this. Different expressions. But all of them are very ugly. Chapter 35. Throw them out? Gong Mu clenched his teeth and stared at Gu Qian, who was constantly hunting down level 5 ability users. Keep shouting in your heart. Why? Why is he still alive even though so many people are trying to kill him? Why is he always the one in the spotlight? Why should I be suppressed by him? I'm not willing to accept this. Thinking of this, Gong Mu punched the big tree next to him. But it only left a fist mark on it. Under the same circumstances, Gu Qian could smash the tree into pieces with one punch. The gap is really too big. Lu Rian looked at Gu Qian on the live broadcast. I feel mixed emotions. If that incident had not happened, he would be the most dazzling person besides Gu Qian. How could such a talented fiancé not attract attention? How could it not arouse the envy of other women? But it's too late now. Don't even think about remarrying after calling off the engagement. It will be impossible to contact him even if I want to from now on. This kind of genius will only move further and further away from us. Thinking of this, Lu Rian sighed softly. But he was furious in his heart. Gu Qian, even if you are a genius, I will still surpass you. No matter what method I use, I will never give up. Whatever the method. When Lu Rian thought back to everything she had gone through because of the broken engagement, she felt an intense sense of humiliation. Ever since breaking off the engagement with Gu Qian, the entire Lu family was reduced to its original state. Even worse than when she was engaged to the Gu family. Being ostracized by the entire Shingyin city, he has no place to stand. He was regarded as a thorn in the eyes of the entire Lu family. If it weren't for the fact that I awakened my S-level ability, I'm afraid he had been kicked out of the Lu family and left to fend for himself. There is not even the chance to continue going to school. But why? Isn't it just breaking off the engagement? Why do I have to go through this? Can I cancel the engagement? Thinking of this, Lu Rian was extremely angry. I must let everyone see it. Even if I leave Gu Qian, I, Lu Rian, will still be the most dazzling one. When others saw Gu Qian's performance, they were filled with envy. There is no one else except Gu Qian who can achieve such an achievement. The 2 people who had made the bet before, one was jubilant, and the other was dejected. Gu Qian not only went to the secondary area. I also went to level 3 and even took a walk around the level 4 area. Now it has the combat power to kill all enemies in the 4th level area. This is a place that only people with level 5 abilities dare to go to. Gu Qian is still just a student now. Students like me. The level 5 ability has already been hammered to the ground. But I am fine. It's difficult to move forward in the outer areas. Even the entrance examination could not be completed. Now he is hiding behind a group of invigilators and mercenaries. I dare not enter the Xinghui Mountains at all. That's the difference. Soon, the candidates standing under the city wall saw someone running towards them in a panic. The speed is so fast that you can't even see the afterimage of some of them. If not those level 5 ability users being hunted by Gu Qian, who else could it be? Get out of here, all of you! The moment the sound rang out, an afterimage rushed past the crowd. A strong wind was stirred up. The crowd was blown all over the place. Caused a commotion. But the other party didn't even stop, let alone apologize. Very rude. But even so, the invigilators and the mercenaries could only curse in their hearts. After all, the other party is a level 5 ability user. There are only 1,000 or so people in the entire Shingyin city. It is the top combat force except for those with level 6 abilities. Not to mention them, even the elders in the family have to be respectful when they see them. So I have to keep my anger to myself. They are not Gu Qian. He has identity, status, and strength. There is no comparison at all. Those level 5 ability users who rushed in. It was as if I had found a shelter. He just lay down on the ground, gasping for breath without any image. There is no trace of the unattainable look of the past. Not long after, many people with level 5 abilities came one after another. They all looked the same. Until the last batch of level 5 ability users appeared in front of everyone. Gu Qian's figure also rushed out from the Xinghui Mountains, chasing those level 5 ability users slowly and steadily. It's like forcing them into the pen. It gives people a very funny feeling. Gu Qian then rushed to the group of level 5 ability users. Everyone was so scared that they gathered together, looking at Gu Qian in panic. A middle-aged man stood at the outermost edge, very close to Gu Qian. Watching Gu Qian approaching step by step, cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead. The steps kept moving backwards. He stammered, "Gu Qian, this is in the city, you can't attack us. This is the rule of the city, set by your 4 major families. You can't break the rules set by your family." That's right. This is the rule set by your family. As the heir of the Gu family, you can't break it. Everyone started to make a noise, even though it was very loud. But everyone's face was filled with horror. Keep retreating backwards. Who knows whether this living king of hell will abide by this rule? Now that the level 6 ability user has not appeared, who can do anything to Gu Qian? Moreover, in this battle, the 3 major families have completely torn their faces with the Gu family. Does anyone know if this rule is still in effect? But now they have no other choice but to use this rule to restrict Gu Qian. You can neither beat him nor run away. If Gu Qian hadn't shown mercy, I'm afraid no one can return to Xingyin City alive. It's really horrible. The candidates standing by were filled with envy when they saw this scene. The level 5 ability user who had just been so arrogant and looked down on them. In front of Gu Qian, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. Lianda Saint didn't even dare to speak. There is still a bit of the majesty of a level 5 ability user. It's so hilarious. Young Master Gu is mighty. Gu Qian didn't have time to speak. Old Jin came running over in a hurry. He said to those people, "Do you really think that we can't do anything to you in the city?" After that, he turned around and gave Gu Qian a sly smile, then said, "No, should we throw them out?" Hear this. Everyone's faces turned pale. He looked at Lao Qing as if he saw a devil. Is this still a human being? He actually came up with such a dirty trick. Gu Qian looked at Lao Qing, then touched his chin with his right hand, as if thinking about the feasibility of this method. Everyone was looking at Gu Qian nervously. I'm really afraid that he will agree to Lao Zheng's proposal. Master Gu, we were wrong. Please let us go. If I meet you or someone from the Gu family next time, I will hide as far away as possible and will never appear in front of you again. Please forgive me. Having said that, the man knelt down on the ground. No dignity at all. If there is a first, there will be a second. Please forgive us, Master Gu. I won't dare to do it again. A large group of people knelt down in an instant. When Gu Qian saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. This is the ending I want. Chapter 36. Earning 10 billion a day is not a dream. Killing them will not benefit the Gu family. Make them afraid of the Gu family and even use them is the ultimate goal. Want to completely disintegrate the 3 major families. Fighting power alone is not enough. However, it is impossible to let them go so easily. Thinking of this, Gu Qian smiled and said, "Don't be like this, I didn't say you have to do this, right?" After hearing Gu Qian's words, everyone stopped and begged for mercy. Looking at Gu Qian with hope. As long as this devil can let me go, I am willing to do anything. Looking at the people who dared not speak, Gu Qian felt helpless. These people are really tactless, and I have to make things clear myself. I don't dare to ask for anything. Just compensate me for my mental damage. After all, you guys are so numerous that you scared me a lot. After hearing Gu Qian's words, everyone on the opposite side was stunned. Mental damages? Are you scared? Isn't this the opposite of what is said? From beginning to end, I never saw you show any fear. Instead, we were fooled by you. In the end, he fled back to Xingyin City like a stray dog. Even if you have to pay compensation for mental damage, you should compensate us. Although everyone was complaining in their hearts. But I dare not say this out loud. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen to this living devil. We finally found a solution, we can't lose it. I don't know how much we should pay, Mr. Gu, please tell me clearly. As long as the problem can be solved, what does it matter if I spend some money? Hearing this, Gu Qian's eyes lit up and he looked at the middle-aged man who spoke with approval. Still has some insight. As he spoke, Gu Qian pointed a finger at everyone. Then he whispered, 100 million. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Although I know Gu Qian will ask for a lot. But I didn't expect it would take so much. 100 million. Even if he is a level 5 ability user. It will take more than 10 years to save up. It really hurts that Gu Qian asked for so much. Fortunately, there are a lot of people here, so it's not that we can't come up with that much money. The middle-aged man did not ask for anyone else's opinion. If anyone raises objections at this critical juncture, Gu Qian will definitely take action. This group of people have to throw him out first. He said directly to Gu Qian, It's our fault. It's our fault that you made young Master Gu worried. This little money is all for your honor. We will collect it and transfer it to you right away. Having said that, he turned around to collect the money. But Gu Qian said, You must have understood me wrongly. The 100 million I mentioned is not a total of 100 million, but 100 million for each person. After that, he looked at everyone with a smile and said, Pay the money and leave, otherwise. The following words were not spoken. But his eyes were directed at Lao Jing. The meaning is obvious. If you don't hand it in, just throw it out. Lao Jing also cooperated by clenching his fists and bumping them together in front of his chest twice. The people who originally wanted to resist were frightened. More than 100 million, that's a lot. But compared with my own life, it's nothing. The middle-aged man thought about it, and finally gritted his teeth and said, I'll pay it. After that, he operated on the chip screen for a while. Gu Qian received a transfer message. Arrived, 100 million yuan. When Gu Qian heard the information about the arrival of the money, his mouth stretched to his ears. Can I go now? The middle-aged man asked carefully. Even if you have paid the money, you still have to be careful in front of this living devil. Okay, take your time. Gu Qian's attitude is very good. There was no trace of the shouting and killing from just now. This is just like a waiter in a restaurant. You can't tell at all that he is the heir of the Gu family. Everyone was stunned by Gu Qian's sudden change of attitude. Isn't this change too fast? But think about it, I can charge so much money. I'm afraid I've done better than Gu Qian. Recalling Gu Qian's previous live broadcast, everyone came to a conclusion in their hearts instantly. Gu Qian really loves money. This has nothing to do with whether he is the heir to the Gu family. The middle-aged man turned and ran, as if afraid that Gu Qian would regret it. Then the rest of the people looked at each other. Then they all began to rush to Gu Qian to pay money to save their lives. Gu Qian's face was all smiles, he was extremely happy. Everyone, please line up, come one by one, and try to get everyone home as soon as possible. Don't panic, don't be chaotic, come one by one, come one by one. Watching Gu Qian's skillful operation. If you don't know, you might think that Gu Qian really worked as a waiter before. Then there were voices saying, 100 million yuan has arrived. Make everyone who hears it envious. This is 100 million yuan. Even for the first-rate forces in Xingyin City, it would probably take several months to make a profit. Did Gu Qian make money so easily? And there is more than one. But hundreds. How can one not be jealous? Even Gong Mu and the other two looked envious. It is impossible to earn so much money even if the family works for a year. Gu Qian made the money in just one day. It really is. In the past, I only knew that Gu Qian was a brainless playboy. He is useless except for his great strength and many clever ideas. I didn't understand it until now. He is not stupid at all, he is just pretending to be stupid. Everyone was deceived by him. In less than half an hour, all the level 5 abilities had paid and left. No one stayed. Only a group of students, invigilators, and mercenaries were left at the scene. Gu Qian looked happily at the balance of hundreds of billions in his account, smiling from ear to ear. But this cannot satisfy me. Thinking of this, Gu Qian turned his gaze towards Gong Mu and the other two in the crowd. Then he walked straight over. Seeing this, the three of them were frightened. I feel so much regret. What are you doing here? Gu Qian is a guy who takes revenge on the spot. How could he let me go? And it was a complete fallout. Now it's bad, you can't run away even if you want to. Gong Mu, Qin Zhong, and Meng Su all looked pale. He looked at Gu Qian with panic on his face. Before Gu Qian walked in, Qin Zhong stammered. Gu Qian's incident has nothing to do with me. It was all done by those old guys in my family. If you want revenge, go find them, not me. As he spoke, Qin Zhong continued to back away, trying to increase the distance between the two of them. Meng Su is relatively better. Not so panicked. Gu Qian, I know there's no room for reconciliation between our families, but you can't vent your anger on us. Even if you kill us, it won't threaten our family. Just tell me what you want. Gong Mu avoided Gu Qian's gaze and did not dare to look him in the eye. As far as he knew, this plan was organized by the Gong family. If Gu Qian wants to cause trouble, the first one would be the Gong family. The most dangerous person now is yourself. Gu Qian ignored the two of them, walking on his own. This made the three of them very nervous. I don't know what Gu Qian is going to do. Chapter 37. Gao Wu, I become a god by sacrificing organs and Kryptonian life. 98 I 19-inch. Robbing the rich to help the poor. Seeing Gu Qian getting closer and closer, Gong Mu couldn't help but said in horror. What on earth are you going to do? Gu Qian came up to the three of them and grinned at Gong Mu. At this moment, Gong Mu's heart really rose to his throat. Sure enough, he came for me. What should I do? Gu Qian, this isn't the city, you can't do anything to me, and this matter has nothing to do with me. If you want to find someone, go find those old guys. Gong Mu's face turned pale. Keep backing away. He was really afraid of Gu Qian. He knew Gu Qian's character too well. Do things without considering the consequences. Revenge is inevitable. Revenge is taken on the spot and never left overnight. Such a big thing happened. It's still right under his nose, how could it possibly run away? I just don't know how Gu Qian will retaliate. Gu Qian looked at Gong Mu, who was terrified, and said disdainfully, I don't have the habit of bullying the weak. I came here to ask for money. You still owe me 10 million. Transfer it over quickly. As he spoke, he pointed his right index finger directly at Gong Mu. Just as Gong Mu was about to open his mouth to refute, he heard Gu Qian asking for money. 10 million? Isn't this the money agreed upon in the live broadcast? Does he still remember it? Is it that simple to just ask for money? You just want money? Gong Mu asked uncertainly. Gu Qian frowned and said, What else? Like you? Kill you? I'm not as shameless as you. Although I have no morals, I am not that immoral. Gong Mu and the other two were so embarrassed that their faces turned red. Let a level 5 ability user hunt down a level 2 ability user. In this matter, let alone the three major families, even any first-rate family would not do such a thing. Even if there are grudges, they are resolved among peers. There will be no situation where the older generation will intervene. Unless the other party's level has reached the level of the older generation. But this situation has never happened. Even Gu Qian's fighting power far exceeds that of his peers, and he has even caught up with the older generation. The level is only level 3 now. What's more, when the three major families took action, Gu Qian is only level 2. Sending out a level 5 ability user is indeed a bit shameless. And there were 600 or 700 of them. Even more shameless. So, even though Gu Qian openly mocked them, the three of them had no words to refute. I could only lower my head and blush. Seeing the reactions of the three people, Gu Qian became a little impatient and said to Gong Mu, "Hurry up and transfer the money. I have other business to do." Gong Mu didn't dare to delay and directly transferred 10 million. Seeing the arrival information, Gu Qian immediately smiled. At this time, Lao Xing trotted over. He rubbed his hands together and said to Gu Qian, "Brother, do you think my contribution is quite significant? Can you give me some too?" "He looks very flattering." Gu Qian looked at Lao Xing and said with a smile, of course, but in the future business, Big Brother has to work with me. If I make money, I will share it with you, how about it?" Hearing Gu Qian's words, Lao Veng's eyes sparkled. Considering Gu Qian's generous personality, this must be a lot of money. "You must not miss the following deals." So, Lao Xing agreed without even asking. "As long as I can make money, I will do whatever you asked me to do." Gu Qian grinned, looking a little cunning. "You are worthy of being my good brother." As he said that, Gu Qian transferred some money to Lao Xing. Lao Xing was waiting for the arrival information with great anticipation. Gu Qian had just collected so much money, so he would definitely receive no less this time. At least a few 100 million. Thinking of this, Lao Xing became very excited. Earning tens of billions in one day is such a great feeling. Just when Lao Xing was thinking about how much Gu Qian would give. When the payment information came in, Lao Xing quickly clicked on it. But the numbers that came into his sight made Lao Xing stunned. Some even counted them in disbelief. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million? 1 million? Why is it so few? Old Jing was immediately unhappy. 1 million, how are you going to give to a beggar? I just made hundreds of billions, and this is all you give me. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Looking at Lao Bang's angry expression, Gu Qian didn't feel embarrassed at all and put his arm around Lao Zheng's shoulders. Then he smiled and said, "Don't think it's too little, big brother. This is just a deposit. Once the deal is done, I will definitely not let you down. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" Old Jing looked at Gu Qian suspiciously. "There's no need to talk about your character. It's never been a good one." As soon as Old Jing said this, even though Gu Qian was very thick-skinned, he touched his nose in embarrassment. In fact, what Lao Jing said was still euphemistic. It's more than not very good. It's simply not human. Just mention Gu Qian. It has always been associated with words like dandy, unreasonable, domineering, second-generation rich, and little bully. Now there is another factor, materialism. Although materialism and Gu Qian seem to have nothing in common. But through today's live broadcast, everyone associated Gu Qian completely with this word. Gu Qian said awkwardly, "That's for others, big brother, you are different. A warrior as powerful as you would cost more than this much money, right? Don't worry, even if you don't trust me, you still can't trust the Gu family, right?" Old Jing lowered his head and thought for a moment. "Okay, I'll believe you this time. Now, what's the deal?" Gu Qian looked at Lao Jing with a bright smile, then turned to look inside the city and said, "Of course it's extortion." Hearing Gu Qian's words, everyone was stunned. Blackmail? Can this be said so bluntly? Also, although I know you love money very much. But this can't be the case. Just now, I asked Lao Xing to save face for the Gu family. If you do this, the Gu family will lose all their face in the future. A powerful man with a combat power of more than 20 million actually wanted to blackmail. And he is the heir to the top power like Gu family. Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to the Gu family by saying such things? Old Jun looked at Gu Qian with disdain. Even a rough guy like him feels a little disgusted. Gu Qian glanced at everyone with disdain. Then he said, "What are you looking at? I am robbing the rich to help the poor. Besides, if you don't take revenge, you are not a gentleman. The three major families and all the forces that intervened in this matter today, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer, don't even think about the end of this matter today." Then he turned to Lao Xing and said, "Are you going or not? If you are not going, give me back my money." When Lao Xing heard Gu Qian asking for money, he was a little hesitant, but now he is no longer hesitant at all. Go, rob the rich and give to the poor, that's what I like best. When the time comes, you must give a lot of help to a poor man like me. Gu Qian looked at Lao Zheng with disdain. You are the only one who is poor? Which farmer has a bank account balance of over 1 billion yuan? Old Jing felt a little embarrassed after hearing what Gu Qian said. Then I heard Gu Qian say, if you want to provide relief, it should be for poor people like me. After saying that, ignoring everyone's surprised faces, he turned around and walked towards the end. Chapter 38. You guys teamed up to deceive me? Good, good, those who have a surplus of more than 10 billion are not considered poor. People with billions of surplus are considered poor, right? Then what are we, beggars? Everyone stared at the two people leaving in amazement, with mixed feelings. One of them looked at Gu Qian's back in a daze. He murmured, Young Master Gu didn't even turn off his live broadcast. If he said this, wouldn't everyone in the three major families know about it? As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him. Suddenly this classmate felt embarrassed. At the same time, the three major families and all the families involved in this matter received the news. I couldn't help but worry. Although Gu Qian said he came to ask for money? But can such a big thing be solved with money? This operation is not as simple as assassination. It was a blatant encirclement and suppression. He has completely torn his relations with the Gu family. Not to mention Gu Qian's character, even old man Gu would not let the three major families go easily. This battle is probably inevitable. Moreover, the three major families suffered heavy losses. Many level 5 warriors were killed. They are no match for the Gu family at all. The most important thing is that Gu Qian is now the strongest person below level 6. How can we fight this? Gong family meeting room. A group of people sat around the oval wooden table, looking at Patriarch Gong anxiously and saying, Patriarch, what should we do? The head of the Gong family took off his glasses in annoyance and threw them on the conference table. Lie directly on your back in a chair, he said very tiredly. Prepare 50 billion, and then recall all level 5 ability users to stand by. Remember, it is a mandatory recall. If you do not respond to the call, you will be betraying the Gong family, and you will bear the consequences yourself. As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Then the head of the Gong family continued, Call the Meng family and the Qin family via video. The three families must work together on this matter. Otherwise, there is no chance of winning. After saying that, he lay down on the chair tiredly, feeling listless. I feel so much regret. It would be fine if Gu Qian was killed in this operation. Even if the Gu family wants revenge. We must also consider the future development of the family. There will be no fight to the death. And now Gu Qian is not dead. And he becomes the strongest existence in Xingyin City except for those with level 6 abilities. There is no need to think about the future of the Gu family anymore. As long as Gu Qian is here, the Gu family will never have to worry about being surpassed by other families. There is no need to worry that the three major families will destroy the Gu family in the future. Now we can only pray that the Gu family will not kill the three families. Just get through this stage. The three major families will also decline. Thinking of this, Patriarch Gong spoke again. Don't prepare 50 billion, prepare 100 billion. Soon the three major families connected through video calls, and naturally hit it off, and all gathered in the city center building. The entire building was cleared out immediately. The heads and core figures of the three major families were also present. The periphery is completely surrounded by level 5 ability users. This kind of scene is rare to see. The onlookers were all amazed. Is this going to be a war? This is going to be a good show. Why start a war? It's obvious that the three major families are here to seek peace. That's right. How could the three major families now be a match for the Gu family? Even if they just keep wasting time, they can wear the three major families out. The three major families are finished this time. If I were the Gu family, I would definitely overthrow Xingyin City. Even the heir of the Gu family was moved. The three major families are getting too proud. That's right, huh? Overturn the Hidden Star City? Should we hide then? Soon, Gu Qian rode Xiaobai to the Xingyin building in the city center. Mr. Gu and Grandpa Chiu had been waiting here for a long time. In midair, Mr. Gu saw Gu Qian coming back and said with a smile on his face, Thank you for your hard work. Gu Qian smiled and said, "It's too polite for us two to be so polite." Before he could finish his words, Mr. Gu pulled Gu Qianhu aside. Old Jing had completely lost his previous carefree attitude, and said very cautiously, "This is what a kid should do." Mr. Gu patted Mr. Jing on the shoulder, looking very familiar. Gu Qian was stunned when he saw this scene. "No, what's going on? How did you two meet? And I don't know yet? Doesn't old Jing look down on the four major families? Why would you listen to Grandpa's arrangements? Or does Lao Jing eat both? Damn old Jing, he actually lied to me. Have pity on my 1.3 billion and 1 million. Just when Gu Qian was angrily looking for Lao Jing to argue, Mr. Gu spoke. "It's worth it for Younger to have a friend like you." After hearing what Mr. Gu said, Gu Qian became even more confused. Younger? Isn't that the father I only met once? How does this matter have anything to do with him? Moreover, Lao Jing has a relationship with his father. So, I still have to call him uncle? Old Jing said respectfully, "If Brother Yong hadn't saved my life, I would have died long ago. I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life." "You're talking as if my son and daughter-in-law are no longer around. Really, stop chatting here. I'm afraid those three guys are getting impatient." After saying that, he flew directly to the roof of Xingyin building. Grandpa Chiu followed closely behind. Gu Qian was also on Xiaobai's back, following the two of them. But the look he gave Lao Xing was full of hatred. This made Lao Xing feel guilty. If this guy starts to attack me, I won't be able to resist. When they were almost at the top of the building, Gu Qian gritted his teeth and said, "Just wait for me." After saying that, he jumped directly to the roof of the building. Lao Jing wiped the sweat from his forehead and jumped down as well. At this time, people from the three major families had been waiting on the rooftop for a long time. Seeing the people from the Gu family coming, he immediately greeted them with a smile. The head of the Gong family said very politely, "Gu Qian has suffered. It is all because of us uncles and grandfathers who did not discipline him strictly. We are really sorry that our nephew Gu Qian is in danger. These are the people in charge. We have already caught them and will deal with them in front of our nephew immediately to vent his anger." As he spoke, he dragged up nearly 30 level 5 ability users. Among these people, none of them is weak in combat. There are also several mages among them. This time, the three major families spent a lot of money to make Gu Qian calm down. This kind of combat power is not something that can be spared. The Gong family head's preemptive move left the Gu family speechless. This is full of sincerity, and there is nothing wrong with it. And he put all the blame on these people and wanted to kill them in front of the Gu family. I also calculated that Mr. Gu would be reluctant to let go. Sure enough, after listening to what Master Gong said, Mr. Gu frowned. Upon seeing this, the head of the Gong family smiled triumphantly, then raised his right hand and waved it downwards. The people behind him who were suppressing the level 5 ability users were about to take action. Mr. Gu hurriedly said, "Don't do it, don't do it." The three heads of the Gong family looked at each other and smiled, feeling very proud. Chapter 39, 300 billion. Do you think I'm a beggar? Everyone was very proud. The head of the Gong family had already planned on the old man of the Gu family. There was no way he would be willing to see so many level 5 ability users die. After all, Xingyin City is close to Xinghui Mountains. Beast tides occur from time to time. These level 5 ability users are the main combat force. With Mr. Gu's heartfelt dedication to the people, how could I just watch them die? At this time, the head of the Gong family cleared his throat and said with a sad face, "Uncle Gu, you must not be soft-hearted. These people dared to attack your grandson today. Who knows what they will do tomorrow? We must eliminate the trouble forever." Mr. Gu looked reluctant, while the people from the three major families looked as if they were watching a joke. At this time, the head of the Meng family came over and said, "Brother Gu is also devoted to Xingyin City, but they really went too far. We dare not keep them in our home. Since Brother Gu can't bear to kill them, we can only leave them to you to deal with." The head of the Qin family also came over. "Yeah, it's not worth it to hurt our harmony for these few people." As he spoke, Patriarch Qin waved to the people behind him. The security guard in a suit behind him respectfully handed over a black bank card with gold edges. Although they acted on their own initiative, we also have responsibilities. There are 300 billion here, so consider it as an apology to our eldest grandson. As he said that, he took the black gold card and handed it to Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu sighed. The three major families not only want to muddle through this matter. He also wanted to blatantly place spies in the Gu family. Who can't see this? But what can we do? If we really kill these people, who knows how many ordinary people will die during the next beast tide? Even though they knew that these people were spies of the three major families, they could only stay in the Gu family. At worst, I can just watch it carefully later. And 300 billion is not a small amount. Even for the three major families, it would take more than 20 years of profits to come up with that much money. It can be said that it is a serious injury. Thinking of this, Mr. Gu was about to reach out to take the black gold card, and the matter was over. People from the three major families saw this scene. I was also relieved. They were also afraid that Old Man Gu would not accept it because of Gu Qian. Unexpectedly, Old Man Gu still accepted it. Old Man Gu, you are still too soft-hearted. Just when everyone thought the matter was over, one hand immediately snatched the black gold card and played with it in his hand. If it's not Gu Qian, then who else could it be? When the people from the three major families saw this scene, they all frowned. Although I know that Gu Qian does not follow the rules and acts recklessly. But now it is the heads of the four major families who are discussing matters. Moreover, several of them are level 6 ability users. He can't be allowed to do anything reckless. The three of them were very dissatisfied. They were all waiting for Old Man Gu to scold Gu Qian. But before Master Gu could speak, then Gu Qian's voice was heard. Just kill these people. There's nothing to be reluctant about. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone from the three major families was stunned. I didn't expect Gu Qian would dare to give orders here. You really don't know your own limitations. Patriarch Gong looked at Patriarch Gu with an unpleasant expression. Uncle Gu, it's not a good idea to let a child talk nonsense here. The head of the Meng family even snorted angrily, showing great dissatisfaction. The head of the Qin family also said dissatisfiedly, Who has the final say in the Gu family? Brother Gu, are you going to abdicate early? The head of the Gu family looked at Gu Qian and thought for a long time, trying to see something from Gu Qian's face, but in the end he got nothing. He could only sigh and say, I am getting old. From now on, the affairs of the Gu family will have to be handed over to my precious grandson. As soon as these words were spoken, the people from the three major families were shocked. What is Old Man Gu trying to do? Do you really have to abdicate early? What about the previous calculations? Do we really want to kill these people? Or go to war with the Gu family? Old Man Gu's temperament is relatively easy to handle. As long as the safety of Xingyin City is involved, he will back down. But this guy Gu Qian doesn't care about anything. Not to mention the safety of Xingyin City. As long as it makes him unhappy. Even if it means taking the lives of all the people in Xingyin City. He probably wouldn't even blink. What should I do? Gu Qian looked at the three people's ugly faces. He said sarcastically, Why? Are you three reluctant to do so? Or did you calculate that my grandfather couldn't bear to let these people die, and you are deliberately putting on an act in front of us? This sentence directly revealed the three people's thoughts. I just don't intend to resolve this matter calmly. Just when the three of them didn't know what to say, Gu Qian spoke again. Since the three of you don't have the heart to do it, then I won't be polite. Anyone who dares to attack me must die. As the last word fell, countless balls of fire appeared out of thin air. The next second, before anyone could react, it directly hit the nearly 30 people. Even the bodyguards who were holding them down were not spared. Boom! Huge explosions continued to sound. The entire top floor of the Xingyin building was filled with violent explosions. All 5 floors were blown to pieces. Countless pieces of gravel were wrapped in flames and shot out. If the scene had not been cleared in advance, I don't know how many people would have been implicated. Gu Qian, this man, doesn't care about other people's lives at all. The rooftop, which originally had dozens of people on it, is now engulfed in flames. Among the people of the three major families, except for the three heads, there is no one alive. At this time, except for Gu Qian and Lao Jing standing on Xiaobai's back, everyone else was flying in the air. The three family heads looked at Gu Qian with grim expressions. They really didn't expect that Gu Qian would be so cruel. Even the bodyguards were not spared. The head of the Gong family said with a sullen face, "What does Uncle Gu mean by this? Are you going to go to war with our three major families?" The people below, after dodging the falling rocks, were all shocked. After hearing what Patriarch Gong said, he became even more nervous. Are the four major families really going to go to war? This is a huge matter. Gu Qian looked at the head of the Gong family, sneered, and shook the black gold card in his hand. He said disdainfully, "Master Gong, what are you talking about? Didn't you want to kill them? I just helped you." Upon hearing this, the faces of the three Gong family heads turned extremely pale. But Gu Qian had no intention of letting them go. "Also, you think you can get rid of me with 300 billion? Do you think I'm a beggar? Add another 300 million and transfer it to my account before dark, otherwise we'll go to war. I'm so full of money right now that I don't know where to put it." Hearing this, the faces of the three family heads turned even darker. 100 billion has already caused great damage to the family. If another 100 billion is spent, the family's decades of work will be in vain. Gu Qian is really asking for too much. But what can I do if you don't give it to me? Are we really going to go to war with the Gu family? They cannot afford such a result. Patriarch Gong gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll make sure the money arrives before dark." Chapter 40, Popular in the Hidden Star City. No one expected that old man Gu would pass the position of the head of the Gu family to Gu Qian at this time. What was even more unexpected was that Gu Qian would kill those 20-odd level 5 ability users and those 20-odd bodyguards without hesitation. They are all level 5 ability users. With the addition of another 200 billion, it can be said that the foundations of the three major families have been shaken. However, in front of Gu Qian, who didn't care about anything, the three family heads had no choice but to swallow their anger. They believed that as long as they dared not agree to Gu Qian's conditions, this man will definitely go to war with the three major families at all costs. "This time I really failed," Gu Qian said with great satisfaction. "Okay, then I'll wait for your good news." After saying that, he took Xiaobai and walked towards Gu's house. Patriarch Gu and Old Xiu looked at each other and smiled, then followed closely behind. Only people from three major families remain in Xingyin building. Everyone was extremely shocked. At the same time, everything Gu Qian had just done was broadcast live throughout the entire Xingyin city. The reputation of the three major families was completely trampled under Gu Qian's feet. What was even more shocking was Gu Qian's terrifying combat power. With just one strike, he killed more than 50 level 5 ability users. And he only used Fireball, the most basic spell of the Fire Elemental Mage. Wrong. When did Gu Qian learn the Fire Element spell? Isn't this something that only a Fire Elemental Mage can perform? Why was Gu Qian able to perform it? Could it be that he is a Fire Elemental Mage? As soon as this thought came up, everyone was stunned. Even the heads of the three major families looked at each other in bewilderment. His eyes were full of shock. Although they had already accepted that Gu Qian was a person with dual abilities. After all, no one can possess such terrifying combat power just by solidifying F-level abilities. But now, a third ability appeared in Gu Qian. This is unacceptable to anyone. They didn't believe that solidification and the Fire Elemental Mage could allow Gu Qian to have the combat power of a third-level ability user to crush a fifth-level ability user. There is only one explanation. In addition to having F-level solidification, Gu Qian also has a terrifying ability to increase combat power to at least SSS level. He also has the ability to become a Fire Elemental Mage. Gu Qian is a person with 3 abilities. Everyone was shocked. A person with 3 abilities is something that has never been heard of in the entire Star Continent. If it is true. Except for the number 1 person in the continent who possesses SSS-level devouring ability. Moreover, even if someone possesses the SSS-level ability to devour, they do not have such terrifying combat power as Gu Qian. What kind of monster is this Gu Qian? Not only does he have two abilities, he also has a third ability. Now, who in Xingyin City can suppress Gu Qian? No, in the entire China, who else can suppress Gu Qian? The Gu family is about to soar to heaven. The three family heads couldn't help but breathe heavily when they thought of this. I was filled with envy. If I had known earlier that Gu Qian possessed three abilities, even if they were beaten to death, they would never choose this path. Just curry favor and submit to the Gu family. The three major families can also soar to the sky. Walk out of this small place called Xingyin City. But it's too late to say anything now. Take action against Gu Qian who holds a grudge. Don't say you're taking advantage of me. It will be a blessing if we are not destroyed by the Gu family in the future. All three of them regretted it deeply. He shook his head and sighed, feeling panic in his heart. They were afraid that after the Gu family rose to power, they would first destroy the three major families. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. There was a ruthless look in the eyes of the head of the Gong family. Since the three major families can't do anything to the Gu family, then ask more powerful forces from other cities to take action. As long as Gu Qian is killed, everything will be able to turn around. Thinking of this, Patriarch Gong looked at the other two and nodded. All three of them flew towards Xingyin building. At this time, Xingyin City had already exploded. Everyone was immersed in shock that Gu Qian was a fire elemental mage. At the same time, the speculation that Gu Qian is the owner of three abilities has spread. The discussion is in full swing. Netizen 91. Oh my god, is this true? Is Gu Xiao really a fire elemental mage? Why have I never seen Gu Xiao use fire elemental spells before? Netizen 92. Are you stupid? To deal with an opponent like that, would young Master Gu still use so many trump cards? He could just knock him down with one punch. Netizen 93. That's right, Master Gu is so awesome, Master Gu. Is there anything else he needs? I'm super obedient, and it's nice to compliment someone. Netizen 94. You still want to be Gu Xiao's pendant? You don't know your own limitations. Unlike me, I just want to be Gu Xiao's lackey. Aren't you very self-aware? Netizen 95. Wow, the more I look at Mr. Gu, the more handsome he seems. Now I understand why he broke off the engagement with Rian Lu so easily. It turns out he just didn't like her at all. Netizen 96. Lu Rian? How could she possibly be worthy of Gu Xiao? Even if Gu Xiao didn't have the strength he has now, Lu Rian wouldn't be worthy of him. As soon as these words came out, it immediately resonated with everyone. Lu Rian is excellent in both talent and appearance. But she is far from being worthy of Gu Qian. It's just the identity of the heir of the Gu family. The entire Xingyin City is home to the eldest daughters of the three major families. No one is worthy of Gu Qian. Now there is no one worthy of it. With the talent that Gu Qian is showing now, sooner or later he will lead the Gu family to soar into the sky. A big figure is about to emerge from Xingyin City. Everyone was discussing it intensely. Gu Qian's reputation had reached its peak. At the same time, Gu Qian was rushing to Gu's house. The issues of the three major families have been resolved. It's time to deal with the traitor in the Gu family. At this time, Gu Lao was pacing back and forth in the living room, sweating profusely. He looked very uneasy. He never expected it. People from the three major families took action together. More than 700 level 5 ability users were unable to kill Gu Qian. He even killed so many people. Moreover, he killed nearly 60 level 5 ability users in front of the three family heads. Gu Qian's strength is too terrifying. What if he found out that he was colluding with people from the three major families? Then is there any way for me to survive? Fortunately, I didn't do anything. I just sent a message to the head of the Gong family and wiped out all the records. He shouldn't be able to find out anything. I hope nothing will happen. Just when Gu Lao was feeling uneasy, an eagle cry was heard. Everyone looked up into the air, waiting for Gu Qian to appear. Soon, 4 figures fell down together. Except for the second oldest child, all the members of the Gu family came over with smiles on their faces. Qian is really awesome. Killing the people in front of the three family heads is really satisfying. That's right. For so many years, the three major families are obviously not as good as us, but they have been suppressing us. I can't stand it anymore. Well done, Chen. Brother, it is wise to pass the position of the head of the family to Chen. I, the eighth elder, will be the first to support it. Gu Lao had a wry smile on his face. He wanted to speak but was afraid of attracting Gu Qian's attention. I can only hide timidly behind the crowd. I hope Gu Qian will ignore me. Gu Qian looked at this group of people with disdain in his heart. It was as if they were not the ones who wanted to depose him from his position as heir to the Gu family. Do you know how to curry favor now? It's too late. Chapter 41. Although you are right, I am not. Gu Qian said with a disdainful sound. Don't say that. I am not qualified to be the head of the Gu family. I don't even know how to be an heir. How can I be the head of the Gu family? I just hope that all the uncles and grandfathers can let me have a meal and don't kick me out of the Gu family. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces turned very ugly. It was obvious that Gu Qian was still holding a grudge against everyone for impeaching him before. A short and fat old man with white hair and a body like a balloon said with an awkward smile. Qian, weren't you so angry that you were confused at that time? Who knew you had such a powerful ability? You said you were the same. If you had told us earlier, there wouldn't be so many things. We were all worried about you. As soon as these words were spoken, someone immediately agreed. That's right, Qian. We are all family. How could we really ask you to abdicate? We just want you to do things more steadily in the future. We old guys can't bear it. That's right, Qian, what bad intentions could we have? We just want the Gu family to get better and better. Please understand our painstaking efforts. Everyone looked at Gu Qian with a flattering look on their face. There was no longer any arrogance left in him as he had before when he forced Gu Qian to abdicate. After all, the current Gu Qian, whether in terms of combat power, means, or money, is not comparable to them. In terms of combat power, it is as high as more than 20 million, nearly 30 million. They are simply not comparable to this group of people. He is the number one in the entire Xingyin city. He even just raised his hand and killed nearly 60 level 5 ability users. And there are many people here who are stronger than those present. They were all easily dealt with by Gu Qian. No one present had the confidence to defeat Gu Qian. Besides, everyone present knew Gu Qian's character best. Although he won't kill his own family, if you recruit him, it will definitely be more painful than death. As for the strategy, one person made the three great families run around in circles. Even rubbed their faces on the ground. Finally, you have to apologize in public. Who here has this ability? Money, one person has more than 600 billion, which is nearly the profit of Gu's family for decades. This total amount of wealth is enough to rank him as the richest person in Xingyin City. Each of these points is enough for the people present to chase after for half their lives. You have to accept it. Gu Qian looked at everyone with disdain. Sure enough, as long as you don't care about the world's views, the world will be a beautiful place. Mr. Gu looked at this group of people and felt helpless. This kind of treatment is something I have never received before. It is obvious that I am better than Qian. Why are these people treated differently? Thinking of this, Mr. Gu shook his head with a wry smile. Looking at Gu Qian again, he was already walking towards the seat at the front under everyone's respectful gaze. Mr. Gu also became excited. I was able to see with my own eyes Gu Qian take the position of the head of the Gu family. It is his greatest wish in this life. I didn't expect it to come so soon. Everyone looked at Gu Qian with different expressions. Although I am unwilling. But no one dared to disobey. The last person who refused to obey is still lying in bed and hasn't woken up yet. Soon, Gu Qian arrived at the seat of the head of the family. But he didn't sit on it, but sat next to it. This action made everyone stunned. What's going on? Hasn't the head of the family already passed the position to Gu Qian? Why is he sitting next to me? Doesn't he want to be the head of this family? Thinking of this, there was a flash of surprise in everyone's eyes. As long as Gu Qian himself doesn't want to be the head of the Gu family, they still have a chance. Similarly, Mr. Gu also frowned and looked at Gu Qian. I don't know what he is thinking. The position of the head of the Gu family will not be passed to anyone else. This time, even if Gu Qian is unwilling. This seat must also be his. Mr. Gu was about to speak. Then Gu Qian said, "Put aside your little thoughts. I just want to take this position after I finish college. During this period, if you cause trouble for me again, be careful that I will not show mercy." As he said this, he looked at everyone with a smile on his face. When everyone present saw this smile, they all felt a chill down their spines. They all laughed and said, "Qianer, what are you saying? How dare you have any other thoughts?" "That's right, we are not that arrogant." Gu Qian smiled slightly when he heard this, not wanting to waste time talking to them. He waved his hand and said, "Today's meeting is not to criticize you, but mainly to deal with the internal traitor in our Gu family." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. "Aren't you knocking? We are all scared to death by you. As for the inner ghost, you can just say second one." Even if others had this idea, they would not be so bold, let alone so stupid. If you want to be the head of the Gu family, you must have the ability or get the support of the boss. Otherwise, without top combat power, they would still be suppressed by the other three families. What difference does it make whether you are the head of this family or not? Only the second child couldn't see through it. Thinking of this, everyone turned their eyes to the second son of the Gu family. Gu Qian also looked at him with a smile. At this moment, Gu Lao was completely panicked. "Why are you all looking at me? I haven't done anything to let the Gu family down. Don't accuse me." Gu Lao himself did not have the confidence to say this. His eyes kept dodging, not daring to look Gu Qian in the face. The fat man Gu Lao San sneered and said, "Second brother, don't be so stubborn. We have been brothers for decades. Who doesn't know each other?" Gu Laosi also said, "That's right, second brother, just plead guilty quickly. Qianer, you don't understand yet. Without substantial evidence, will he let everyone come?" Gu Lao continued, "Besides, even if Qianer doesn't have evidence and wants to get you, can you still get away?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. He turned his gaze to Gu Lao. Gu Qian also frowned. "No. Is this the image I have in your mind?" Gu Lao also knew that he had said the wrong thing and was very panicked at the moment. Just as I was about to say something to make amends, I heard Gu Qian continue. "Although what you said is very right, I have evidence this time." As he said that, he took out a stack of Gu Lao's call records from the space ring. He threw it on the table, then lay back with his legs crossed and resting on the conference table. He said to Gu Lao, "Second grandpa, do you want to take a look? Here are all your call records during this period. Even when I was being hunted, you were still communicating with a number. Would you like to explain to me who owns this number? Or do you think that Gong is keeping it secret enough that I can't find it? Don't forget that the communications industry in Xingyin City was promoted by my grandfather. What can he find out?" Upon hearing this, Gu Lao sat down on the ground with a deathly pale face. Chapter 42 Infinite Possibilities. The evidence is insufficient, though. After all, the 10 evil deeds cannot prove that talking to the head of the Gong family is a betrayal of the Gu family. But who is Gu Qian? Not to mention that there is evidence now, there is absolutely no evidence. Can also do it yourself. This time I'm in trouble. Thinking of this, Gu Lao's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he spoke tremblingly. "What do you want?" Gu Qian snorted coldly. "For your crime, your entire family will be expelled from the Gu family, removed from the family tree, and completely cut off from the Gu family. Do you agree to this?" After saying that, Gu Lao's face instantly lost all color. What he cares about most is his identity as a member of the Gu family, and his position as the patriarch of the Gu family. Now he has been kicked out of the Gu family, and has severed ties with the family. He couldn't accept it anyway. But Gu Qian is not a soft-hearted person. I will not let him off just because I am his elder. It's over. It's all over now. Gu Qian naturally knew what Gu Lao cared about most. There are no other penalties though. Just kicking him out of the Gu family was enough to drive Gu Lao crazy. Sometimes, the punishment doesn't have to be severe. Just make the other person lose what they care about most. It is more effective than any severe punishment. Ha! Gu Lao laughed crazily. But before he could speak, Gu Qian continued. However, my grandfather is soft-hearted and doesn't want to kick you out, so I've decided to dismiss you from all your positions. You can just retire in the Gu family with peace of mind. After saying that, he got up and walked towards the backyard. No longer pay attention to what's happening here. After all, it's all irrelevant. Everyone saw Gu Qian's final decision. They were all stunned. Gu Qian just let Gu Lao go so easily? This is not like his style. In the past, not to mention betraying the Gu family, he even colluded with outsiders and wanted to kill him. Just saying 2 words he doesn't like to hear can make him suffer to death. Is this a change of character today? It seems that only his elder brother can change him. When Mr. Gu saw this, he sighed slightly. He said to Gu Lao, who was still confused, Lao, thank you Qian for letting you stay. Although he has an extreme personality, he knows everything very well. Having said this, Mr. Gu paused slightly. Looking at Gu Lao's frown, he continued. He told me that colluding with outsiders to murder him only means that you don't like him, and it doesn't mean that you betray the Gu family. Although the family rules are set like this, he still decided to keep your family. You can take care of yourself. After saying that, he turned and left. Only the crowd was left with a puzzled look on their faces. They really didn't expect that Gu Qian would make such a decision. Besides, isn't it a betrayal of the Gu family to collude with outsiders to murder the genius of the Gu family, and try to destroy the hope of the Gu family's rise? How can it be considered a personal grudge? Gu Qian actually let the second brother go just like that. This was something no one expected. Gu Lao didn't expect the same thing. And after learning that Gu Qian said this, I completely broke down emotionally. Unexpectedly, the person who knows me best is Gu Qian. How ironic! Although he opposed Gu Qian in every way. He even colluded with outsiders to kill Gu Qian. But he never thought of betraying the Gu family. He didn't even think about removing old Gu from the position of the head of the Gu family. I just simply thought that Gu Qian's reckless personality made him unqualified to be the head of the Gu family. That's why they target us everywhere. In the end, this is the result. That's ridiculous. With Gu Qian's temperament, strategy, scheming, and strength, is there anyone in the entire Gu family more suitable to be the head of the Gu family than him? It turns out that I was the one who was wrong all along. Fortunately, nothing much went wrong. Fortunately, nothing serious went wrong. Otherwise, I would be the eternal sinner of the Gu family. Thinking of this, Gu Lao staggered to his feet from the ground. He walked towards his own courtyard in a daze. At the same time, all of Gu Qian's deeds today have been thoroughly fermented on the internet. Gained a large number of fans. The principal of number 3 middle school was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. 3 firsts, all exceeding historical records. This kind of achievement is well-deserved first place. You can even become the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. It must be reported, it must be reported. This is the greatest honor for number 3 middle school. It is also the glory of Xingyin City. It was bustling outside, so noisy that it gave me a headache. Gu Qian returned to his room and took a shower. Sitting on the bed, staring at the half-person-high blue-gray egg, he was lost in thought. I really can't tell what kind of monster this offspring is. But what is certain is that it is definitely higher level than the 8-winged black-striped python. When he thought of this, Gu Qian became very excited. The 8-winged black-striped python is an 8th-level magical beast. His combat power is not much different from that of a level 9 ability user. And the monster egg in front of it is even more powerful than it. If I could become its master, wouldn't it be a very powerful help? As long as it grows up, it can at least fight against people with level 10 abilities. When the time comes, I'll take it to the depths of the Xinghui Mountains to find my parents, and I'll definitely be able to do it with ease. There's no fear at all. But I am not a beast tamer. It is impossible to make it recognize its master. Moreover, in order to make such a high-level monster recognize its master, the level of a Warcraft tamer must be at least level 10. Anyone of this level of existence is one of the top ones in China. What's more, it is such a noble existence as the Warcraft tamer. Not to mention myself, even those level 11 or 2 gods in China were polite when they saw them. It's not something I can reach at all. It seems that it is impossible to make it recognize its master. More likely, he found an ancestor for himself. And he is a little ancestor who is being hunted by powerful monsters. I will have no good days in the future. Thinking of this, Gu Qian felt a headache. There is an existence that can kill Warcraft parents of this level. The level is definitely not low. Not to mention the current Gu Qian. He is the most powerful person in the entire China. Few people dare to provoke him easily. It's so annoying. Gu Qian shook his head with a depressed look on his face and stopped thinking about these things. Put the monster egg directly into the space ring. Wait for it to hatch. Now let's study the usefulness of the ability of devouring. SSS-level devouring ability is actually very simple. It is the ability to devour the opponent's ability and make it your own. It can also erase the opponent's abilities. It's also a killer move. Imagine if a person with great abilities suddenly lost his abilities. What will be the outcome if the combat capability is greatly reduced? If it were me, it would be even more painful than killing myself. One's ancestors must have prayed hard for 8 generations to obtain such a powerful ability. Who can accept that it's gone just like that? If it were me, I would definitely be so depressed that I would commit suicide. And this is not the greatest use of the ability to devour. The greatest benefit is that people who possess this ability can acquire various abilities at will. As long as they are properly matched, the abilities of several B-level and C-level can even be comparable to SSS-level abilities. Moreover, no matter what profession you want to be, it is totally possible. Pharmacist and weaponsmith are not impossible either. This time I made a lot of money. It would be perfect without the egg. And what Gu Qian wants most now is the ability to increase his lifespan. Think of the huge increase in combat power gained by sacrificing your lifespan. Gu Qian was very excited. If I could obtain SSS-level eternal life, one move can increase the power by 10,000 times. Wouldn't we be invincible in the future? Ha! Thinking of this, Gu Qian couldn't help but smile foolishly. Chapter 43, Hidden Academy. However, Gu Qian was just thinking about it. The SSS-level ability of eternal life is a heaven-defying ability that is even rarer than sacrifice. I haven't heard of anyone awakening in hundreds of years. Moreover, no one would tell anyone about the awakening of such an ability. Everyone is trying to level up by hiding themselves. After all, this ability only requires living long enough. You can become the strongest person. He is also the one with the greatest hope of becoming a god. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to obtain this ability. However, Gu Qian was also very content. Even if you can't get this ability, there will also be other abilities that increase lifespan. For example, a B-level ability that can increase lifespan by 10 years. A-level ability, 30 years of spring. S-level ability, Jiazi increases longevity. SS-level ability, lifespan of 300 years, etc. Each one has the effect of extending life. As long as he could acquire this ability, his remaining 10 years of life would be saved. There are still more than 10 years left, and I must obtain at least S-level capabilities. Thinking of this, Gu Qian quickly went to look up the Encyclopedia of Abilities. We have to look for a monster that has awakened this ability. If only we could find it. Wouldn't it be possible to wholesale lifespan? It's exciting just thinking about it. At the same time, deep in the Xinghui Mountains, in front of a high mountain, the giant eagle was huge, over 100 meters tall, with flames burning all over its body. It lowered its head respectfully, and the sound of an eagle's cry kept coming from its mouth. It's very simple to translate. My lord, we didn't get the beast egg back, and the 3-headed blazing eagles that went after it all died. After the fire eagle said this, it didn't even dare to raise its head. Even his body was trembling slightly. After a moment of silence, the mountain suddenly twisted. A huge snake head poked its head over. Just the head itself was half the height of the giant flaming eagle. You know, this giant flaming eagle is more than 300 meters tall. Moreover, the size of the monster is proportional to its level. The higher the level of the monster, the larger its size. It can be seen that the level of this giant fire eagle is not low. At least above level 8. The existence that could make it so respectful must be even more terrifying. Look at that mountain again. It is actually the body of that terrifying existence. The hissing sound of the snake's tongue continued to be heard, containing anger. A bunch of rubbish. So many three-headed blazing eagles can't even kill an 8-winged black-striped python. What's the point of having them? I will never allow this race to appear in front of me again. The flame eagle nodded quickly. Yes, my lord. I will immediately send people to destroy the three-headed Shining Eagle clan. If the people of Xingyao City heard this, they would definitely think they were crazy. The three-headed Shining Eagle is a level 8 magical beast. With a combat power of up to 10 billion, he can destroy a level 4 city like Xingyao City with just one move. To kill them, one must be a being above level 9. Now they want to wipe out the three-headed eagle clan with just a few words? What kind of horrifying existence are these two? The huge snake head slowly rose up. Forget it, there's no need to go to great lengths. Pass the order down and search the place where the beast egg disappeared with all your strength. Even if we have to turn the sky upside down, we must find it. Hearing this, the flame eagle lowered his head and said, Yes, my lord, but what if we encounter humans? The most powerful humans and monsters had an agreement. The top powers of the two races are not allowed to appear in the other's territory without permission. It would be very difficult to deal with if we found the beast egg in a human city. The cry of the giant flaming eagle has just fallen. The huge snakehead's cold gaze fell down. The fire eagle was so frightened that its body became as shattered as sieve chaff. Humans? Even if we have to wipe out the entire human race, we must find that egg. Do you understand? Cold white air came out of the giant snake's mouth. A blue light burst out from his eyes, floating in the corners of his eyes. The surfaces of all living organisms around were covered with a layer of crystal clear blue frost. Even the fire eagle was not spared. I understand. I will pass the order down right away. Go down. Yes. With an eagle's cry, the giant flaming eagle flapped its wings and flew away quickly, not wanting to stay even a second longer. At this time, the principal of number 3 middle school had already compiled and reported the video about Gu Qian. Then I sat happily in the office, laughing my head off. It's stable this time. This kind of achievement, this kind of combat power. Each one of them can break the national record. Now number 3 middle school will become famous throughout the country. I just don't know which university Gu Qian will choose in the end. I thought Gu Qianji had awakened his F-level ability. I can only hang out in my own university in number 3 middle school. I didn't expect such a surprise. Now even the country's top school, Shenin Academy, is scrambling to recruit Gu Qian. This is such a great joyful event. Shenin Academy is the number 1 institution for people with special abilities in China. Only the top 100 people are admitted each year. It can be said that it brings together the best geniuses in the entire Chinese nation. The entire college, including students and tutors, has less than 1,000 people. There is no comparison with other universities. But both the students and the tutors are extremely strong. Other colleges are far behind. Even the most ordinary tutors are at least level 10. Not to mention the top mentors. There are even rumors that the principal of Shenin Academy is a true god who has surpassed level 13. The faculty is unmatched. The various resources within the institution are also extremely rich. Whether it is martial arts, weapons, spells, potions, secret treasures, high-level magic cores, all kinds of natural treasures are available. For warriors, the various studies of mages are even more comprehensive. Even if the other 9 top 10 academies in China were tied together, they would not be as good as 1/10 of the Shenin Academy. As long as you can enter the Shenin Academy, it's time to graduate. They are at least level 7 or 8. Moreover, every student who graduates from the Shenin Academy will become a powerful person above level 10 in a famous town. Such powerful teaching and training capabilities. This made all the geniuses in China scramble to join. But every year, tens of millions of students across the country want to be in the top 100. How difficult it is. Only first-tier cities with abundant resources have been qualified to compete for this. A small 4th-level city like Shingin City can never be ranked in the top 100. Even if you can get into the top 10,000 or 100,000, it would be a great blessing from your ancestors. Now there is a Guqian. It can be regarded as a complete honor for Shingin City. Not to mention the first 100. The first place is the undisputed title. I wonder how many schools will come to Shingin City to snatch Guqian in a few days. When the time comes, our number 3 middle school must entertain him well. This is an opportunity to become famous throughout the country, ha ha! The principal of number 3 middle school was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. I didn't expect that this day would come to number 3 middle school. Video footage reported by Guqian. It was known by all universities at the first opportunity. Everyone was shocked. Guqian has such achievements. That has never happened before. The first 2 tests were easy. Although it is difficult, it is not like no one has accomplished it. The third one is amazing. Kill a level 3 monster with level 1 strength. If I hadn't seen the video with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. And it's so easy. It's simply horrifying. Chapter 44, Beast Tide. What's even more terrifying is that the report video actually said that Guqian, who is only level 3, has a combat power of nearly 30 million. This is simply impossible. Everyone who saw it didn't believe it. This is simply appalling. Not just the top 10 universities. As long as it is famous in Kyoto, it can be ranked among the top forces. Everyone noticed this alternative. Although it is unbelievable, no one dares to report this matter. This is not only about personal future, but also the survival of the school. It's a matter of life and death. After all, transportation between cities is not convenient. There are all kinds of monsters along the way. It can be said to be very dangerous. Even if it is between 2 adjacent cities, the journey will take 10 days to half a month. What's more, Kyoto and Shingin City are thousands of kilometers apart. Even for a strong person above level 10, it would take at least a month to get there. If this news is false, it is very common for a person with advanced abilities to kill someone when he is furious. If they were delayed for 2 months, I don't know how many important things they would miss. His family members were not implicated and were given a break. Therefore, no one dares to cheat on such things. So, no matter how strange this matter is, people from the 10 major academies also sent people with high-level abilities to Shingin City. Just let them see for themselves that it is real. They will spare no effort to get Guqian to join their academy. As long as this monster joins, who will get the title of number 1 among the top 10 colleges? What a genius from the hidden academy. It's all bullshit in front of Guqian. Just when everyone was busy preparing for Guqian's appearance. Outside Shingin City, at the outermost edge of Xinghui Mountains, a group of first-level Warcraft hyenas, constantly twitching their noses, smell the scent in the air. At this time, there were hundreds of them, all heading towards Shingin City. The frequency of nose twitching is becoming more and more frequent. Until finally, all the hyenas stopped all actions. Their eyes were red and they all howled towards the direction of Shingin City. Ouch! Ouch! Excited howls resounded throughout the night sky. It directly alarmed the people with special abilities guarding the city. Everyone was on high alert, watching the movements of the hyena pack. When the captain of the city defense team discovered that there were hundreds of level 1 magical hyenas, the tense nerves finally relaxed. I saw a middle-aged man with a goatee and a broadsword about 1.5 meters long on his back, putting down the telescope. His brows were deeply furrowed. Regarding the restlessness of Warcraft, and even the siege of Shingin City, he has also been through a lot. But it is rare for only one ethnic group to take action like now. However, if it is just a level 1 hyena, it is still easy to deal with. Notify all the people guarding the city to be on alert. If the hyenas dare to attack Shingin City, they will all be killed. Yes, Captain. A young man in a blue short-sleeved shirt answered respectfully, and then transmitted the message to the chips of all the city defenders through the chip system. When they found out it was a level 1 hyena, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Not to mention there were only a few hundred of them. Even if there were 1,000 or 2,000 of them, it would be impossible for them to break through everyone's defenses. You know, those who can defend the city are at least level 3 or above. And there were a large number of them, about 100 or so. Dealing with this group of hyenas is a piece of cake. Just as everyone received the news, less than 10 seconds passed. The hyenas charged, heading straight for the Shingin city gate. And looking at the charging hyena, all the people with special abilities who were defending the city became excited. Old 8, why don't we have a competition to see who can kill more? A young warrior holding a sledgehammer said to the people around him nonchalantly. The man called Lao Ba said with a relaxed look, "Let's compete. What's the prize if we win?" "You won. How about I treat you to a meal at the most luxurious Xingshan hotel in the city center?" Lao Ba: "That's fine. If I lose, I'll treat you to a meal." "Then it's a deal." After saying that, the young man holding the sledgehammer rushed directly towards the hyena group. Lao Ba was a step too late and yelled, "You shameless bastard, if you continue like this, I won't let you go." After saying that, Lao Ba rushed out at the fastest speed. Others also didn't take the hyenas seriously. After all, their combat power is too weak. It's not even enough to give them practice. It is impossible to threaten Shingin City. Soon, the 100 or so people defending the city slaughtered hundreds of hyenas. Even this group of hyenas could not get within 10 miles of Shingin City. "Old 8, how many have you killed?" "I killed 49. If you don't have as many as I do, I'll give you a good feast when I take over tomorrow." As he spoke, the young man directly raised the sledgehammer onto his shoulder. He didn't care about the blood stains all over his body. Lao Ba's expression looked a little grim. "You win this time. If you weren't so fast, I would never lose to you. If you lose, you lose. If you don't accept it, we'll compete again next time we encounter a beast tied like this." "Lao Ba, let's compete. Why should I be afraid of you?" The two of them walked back arguing. But before they had walked far, they heard a rustling sound coming from the Xinghui Mountains behind them. Immediately afterwards, a green wind wolf jumped out. It opened its huge mouth and bit the nearest person with special abilities. Everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of the green wind wolf. However, the person with special abilities who was attacked quickly calmed down. A punch hit the green wind wolf's waist. All I heard was a click. The bones in the green wind wolf's waist broke. The hind legs and front legs form a strange arc. He has completely lost the ability to move. Under the powerful force, his body flew backwards. It didn't stop until it crashed into a big tree. The body also slid down limply, completely losing life. Everyone who saw this scene found it very strange. What happened today? Why are there so many monsters? This didn't happen before. Just when everyone was confused, the chip system suddenly issued a red alarm. A paragraph of red font suddenly appeared on the chip screen. "Warning, warning, the level 2 magical beast blue wind wolves are rapidly approaching Shingin City. All city defenders are requested to be on high alert and kill the magical beast blue wind wolves." When they saw the warning, everyone was stunned. Everyone noticed something unusual here. First it was the level 1 hyena pack, and now it's the level 2 Qifeng wolf pack. I won't kill this group of green wind wolves, there are still level 3 monsters behind them. That would be a really big deal. "Old 8, the chance to turn the tables has come. As long as you kill more people than me this time, I will treat you. How about that?" Lao Ba grinned and said, "It's a deal." Having said that, he didn't wait for the young man holding the sledgehammer to make any move. Lao Ba just rushed out. He looked like he was afraid of being overtaken by the opportunity. Chapter 45. The beast tide is still queuing? So polite? Soon, the people with special abilities defending the city started fighting with the level 2 magical beasts, the Qifeng wolf pack. Although it is somewhat dangerous to deal with these second-level monsters. But these people who defend the city are all veterans of the battlefield. Plus, they cooperate well with each other, so there won't be any danger. The situation was quickly brought under control. Start to wipe out the Qifeng wolf pack. Some people are even killing people. Most of them are like Lao Ba and the other two. Bet and win. There was no fear at all. The captain on the city wall frowned even deeper as he watched this scene. If it was just a group of monsters attacking, there's nothing to be afraid of. But today's situation is a bit weird. First it was the level 1 monster hyena, then the level 2 monster blue wind wolf. It was as if it was arranged in advance. But low-level monsters simply don't have such high IQs. Moreover, cross-species cooperation is simply impossible. If a level 2 green wind wolf encounters a level 1 hyena, it will definitely eat them all. Something is wrong. 100% wrong. Send a signal to the main force in the city immediately and request support. The messenger next to him was visibly stunned when he heard the captain's words. I don't understand at all. Aren't they just two small waves of beasts? As for requesting support? Besides, the beast tide is over. The captain looked at the messenger standing there in a daze, with a look of displeasure on his face. At the same time, I suddenly felt inexplicably panicked. Just as he was about to urge the messenger, there was a commotion beneath the city wall. It's a level 3 magical beast, the mountain guardian bear. Back off, back off. Oh, save me, save me. The team of 100 or so people was instantly filled with noisy shouts. At the same time, nearly 1,000 gray-brown giant bears over 3 meters tall roared out. I saw his palms constantly hitting the ground. Cracks more than 3 meters wide continued to spread towards the crowd. In just a moment, many people fell. The consequences are very predictable. The mountain guardian bear that caught up with him from behind slapped him in the face and turned him into a bloody mud. No body was found. The captain on the city wall saw this. His face suddenly became extremely ugly. He directly shouted loudly with a megaphone. All level 3 ability users, all retreat, quickly find level 4 ability users, cooperate to deal with the mountain guardian bears, and try to stop them from advancing. Level 3 and 4 mages, archers, and gunners attack with all your strength. Then he handed the megaphone to the messenger and shouted angrily. Send the message to the brigade in the city immediately and request support. Send level 5 ability users. Remember, level 5 ability users. The more the better. After saying that, he drew out the broadsword behind him and jumped directly down from the city wall, which was several hundred meters high. The messenger on the city wall then began to deliver the message tremblingly. It was not until this point that everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. Level 1, Level 2, and now Level 3. It is also the most brutal mountain guardian bear among the 3 levels. This is a being that is capable of rivaling a level 4 ability user. And they are an awakened group with earth attribute abilities. There are inherent advantages in standing on the ground. At the same level, it is difficult for both monsters and humans to defeat it. What's more, there are nearly 1,000 of them. At present, even with the captain, a level 5 swordsman, it is difficult for the team defending the city to ensure that the city wall will not be breached. The scariest thing is, given the current situation. This situation is by no means accidental. There must be a higher level monster commanding this operation. I am afraid that there will be level 4 or even level 5 monsters appearing later. If that were the case, I'm afraid Shingin City is about to suffer. The messenger dared not neglect. He even began to regret that he had not conveyed the captain's order to the city quickly. At the same time, standing on the city wall, a group of people with long-range attack capabilities began to attack the mountain guardian bears frantically. For a moment, elemental forces of all kinds of attributes, including wind, fire, water, ice, and earth, surged wildly. Countless fireballs, wind blades, ice cones, water balls, and huge rocks fell down with a loud bang. Arrows continued to fall like raindrops. Every time an arrow falls, whether it hits the mountain guardian bear or falls on the ground, a violent explosion will occur. As for those bullets, they can accurately hit the vital points of the mountain guarding bear. The extremely powerful mountain bears were suppressed in an instant. This gave the warriors, who were originally fighting hard, a chance to catch their breath. The team leader swung his broadsword and directly cut the 2 violent mountain bears beside him into 2. Then he looked up at the battlefield. His expression also eased a little. He raised the broadsword in his hand and shouted loudly. Kill them! Reinforcements will arrive soon. We must hold on and never let these monsters enter Shingin City. Yes. Even in battle. Everyone stood up and answered. Even at this time, many of them were already covered in blood, and some were even seriously injured. But there was no thought of retreating. Because they knew that if they retreated, no matter how thick the city walls were, they would not be able to stop these mountain bears. If they were allowed to enter Xingyin City, countless ordinary people and even low-level warriors would be slaughtered. This is something they cannot tolerate in any way. Kill! The captain shouted, swung his sword, and a tremendous amount of vitality burst out. He directly chopped the surrounding mountain bears into pieces. Then, he plunged into the group of monsters and started fighting. Every time the giant sword fell, it would take the lives of several mountain bears. Other people with special abilities also fought hard. As the mountain bears fell one after another, the entire battlefield was shrouded in a strong, sickening smell of blood. The huge corpse of the mountain guardian bear was scattered all over the battlefield. There were also many human corpses among them. The surviving users were all injured to varying degrees. The long-range ability users on the city wall were also exhausted at this time. The vitality and elemental power in the body were also exhausted. The last mountain bear was killed by the captain. Everyone fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Even the captain was breathing rapidly. A full half hour. It took nearly 1,000 mountain bears to be wiped out by the crowd. The people with special abilities defending the city also suffered heavy losses. The number of people dropped by 30%. At least 30 people died here. The captain felt very sorry when he saw the tragic battlefield. But what worried him more was whether there would be other monsters behind. If another group of monsters like this come at this time, those present would definitely not be able to hold on. And reinforcements are arriving here. It will take at least another half an hour. There was no way they could survive this period of time. What's more, if it comes again next time, it will most likely be a level 4 monster. This terrible thought just occurred to me. The captain shook his head and denied it. It's not that he doesn't believe it, but that he doesn't dare to believe it. Level 4 monster group. Not to mention such a huge number of 1,000. Even if there are only 100 of them, it would be enough to put the entire city on alert. How could this group of people be able to resist it? However, the captain still shouted, "Everyone, hurry back to the city wall to rest and wait for reinforcements to arrive. It's not safe here." After hearing the captain's words, everyone, no matter how tired they were, had to drag their bodies towards Xingyin City. Because they knew that the captain was right. And just as everyone was moving slowly, a beast roared to the sky. Everyone who heard the sound turned pale with fright. Not a bit of blood. His eyes were filled with fear. It couldn't be that ethnic group. If it's them, then it's really over. Chapter 46: Killing Teammates with Personal Hands. In the astonished eyes of everyone. Not far away, trees on the outskirts of the Xinghui Mountains kept falling down. It was as if it was blocking the way of some huge monster and was pushed down. At the same time, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out. You can feel the ground shaking from a few kilometers away. At the same time, the stench of rotting corpses quickly spread across the battlefield outside Xingyin City. In just a moment, a creature with a black and purple body, more than 10 meters tall, with limbs like an elephant, appeared. Its body was like a mass of flesh covered with pustules, shaking continuously as it rose and fell. From time to time, a dark green, bloody and pus-like liquid would flow out, corroding everything it touched. Even the earth was not spared. Its neck was like a giant anaconda 6 or 7 meters long, twisting at will. In addition to the fangs on its head, the entire skull is almost broken off, and corrosive saliva flows out from time to time. No other organs grow. Seeing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Why this monster? Why? But there is still good news. The monster that came was not the level 4 three-headed hellfire dog that they feared. The bad news is, the guy who came was scarier than that. It's a level 4 devourer beast. Run, run! Without waiting for the captain to shout, the others had already run to the foot of the city wall. After the captain shouted, he turned around and prepared to help the wounded people escape. But he saw that the others were almost running into the city. I couldn't help but let out a wry smile. It seems that the long experience of fighting against monsters has taught these people what kind of monsters they can fight against. If you see any monster, run away immediately. Because facing these monsters, not to mention he is the most powerful level 4 ability user in the team. Even he, the captain, is difficult to deal with. The swallowing beast in front of us is one of them. This guy is just a timing monster. Its combat power is not the highest among the 4th level monsters. Generally there are only 3 or 400,000. But its defense is as high as 3 or 4 million. Even many level 5 monsters do not have such high defense. It's simply not something a level 4 ability user can deal with. Plus it has the terrifying A-level ability of rapid regeneration. This means that as long as it is not destroyed in an instant, it can be restored to its original state quickly. The strength is terrifying. There is also a toxin that can corrode everything. Even a level 5 ability user would have a headache if they encountered it. What's more, there are 2 or 3,000 of them. Fortunately, their movements are very slow. Even if you encounter it normally, you can easily escape. But now we are defending the city, and there is no room for retreat. Now I just hope that the reinforcements in the city can arrive soon. Otherwise, the city wall would be lost. Soon everyone ran to the city wall. He turned around and looked at the densely packed and oppressive bodies of the swallow beasts. They all swallowed their saliva unconsciously. There is no way to win against a monster like this. At this time, the team leader had already reached the top of the city wall. Looking at the extremely weak group of people with long-range abilities, his face looked very ugly. But he still gave the order. All mages, don't attack, just create obstacles to stop them from advancing. Speed will do. Ranged warriors, assist. As long as the reinforcements arrive, we will be saved. Although everyone was exhausted, there was very little vitality and elemental power left in their bodies. But think about the tragic situation that would occur after this monster entered the city. Everyone gritted their teeth and stood up. For a moment, various elemental forces surged. The originally flat and dry ground suddenly surged, cracking into pieces, and the soil became extremely soft. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of rain fell, irrigating the soil and directly forming a large swamp. The moment those swallowing beasts stepped in, the huge body sank quickly. The body lost balance and fell down. The Tunwa beast behind, unable to see, simply stepped on the fallen Tunwa beast and continued to move forward. Then he will fall into the swamp like the former. The swallow beast behind was still moving forward. He didn't care about the fallen beasts at all. Many of the Tunwa beasts that fell in the swamp were trampled to death by the other Tunwa beasts that kept stepping on them. Sharp screams continued to echo on the battlefield. When the team members saw this scene, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Based on past experience, most of these swallow beasts will be trapped in the swamp. Only a few make it through. And the speed of travel will be greatly slowed down. Maybe we can really hold on until reinforcements arrive. There are only 26 minutes left until the estimated time. You must come quickly. Just as everyone cheered, the captain suddenly shouted loudly, "Everyone, hide quickly and don't get touched by the corrosive liquid." But he was still too late. All I saw was a bunch of black-green liquid with a foul smell spurting out of the mouth of the swallowing beast, flying towards the city wall. Snap, 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 followed by the sound of explosions. Corrosive liquid splashed out in all directions. Everything that was contaminated was corroded completely. Those unlucky team members immediately let out terrible screams. When the teammates around him saw this scene, their faces turned pale with fright. He instantly pulled out his weapon and cut off the corroded parts of his teammates, to ensure that they are not completely corroded. And this is just a few opponents that are tainted. Those whose entire bodies were covered in this corrosive liquid. He could only scream miserably and beg his teammates to kill him. "Old 8, please kill me, it hurts so much." Lao Ba, who was standing aside, had a look of pain on his face and tears flowed down his face unconsciously. If it wasn't for Lao Lu who blocked the corrosive liquid for me just now. Now, I am the one who is enduring this inhuman pain. How could I bring myself to kill him? But if we don't kill Lao Lu, he will only suffer more pain and then die. What do I do? Why? Why did we encounter the swallowed beast? Why? Just when Lao Ba was struggling in pain, Lao Lu yelled again. Lao Ba, I am already hopeless, please kill me, I don't want to suffer anymore, just give me a quick death. Lao Ba's face was full of tears, his hands holding the long sword were shaking, and he said in a trembling voice. Lao Lu, I am sorry for you. Just wait, even if I die, I will take someone with me. After saying that, he swung his knife and chopped off Lao Lu's head. But before Lao Lu's body fell, it completely turned into a pool of thick water and fell to the ground. Corroded the earth into a deep pit. Then he collapsed and yelled, I'm going to kill you! After saying that, he rushed out regardless of the danger. The same situation continued to happen under the city wall. Those who were killed by their teammates were relatively lucky as they suffered less pain. And those who watched their teammates being corroded and disappearing. Even those who had killed their teammates personally went crazy, desperate to kill these beasts. The captain was extremely sad when he saw this scene, although he also wanted to rush over and kill these swallowing beasts. But he couldn't do it. He also couldn't bear to watch these people die. Water elemental, ice elemental mage, prepare to create an ice wall to stop these people from dying and block the corrosive liquid at the same time. Chapter 47. Who else is there besides him? The moment the captain finished speaking, those ice and water mages all started casting spells with red eyes. Although they knew that it was a liquid that could corrode the earth and the 4th level warriors. It was simply not something that the ice wall they released could block. But they couldn't just stand there and watch the scene before them. At least it can stop these people who are seeking their own death. Corrosive liquid kept falling from the sky. Many warriors were contaminated and had to cut off the contaminated parts. Otherwise, you can only wait to die or be killed by your teammates. Such cruel scenes keep happening. And as the most important target of these swallowing beasts, the city wall, as well as the land in front of it, was in ruins. Those continuously rising ice walls could not stop the corrosive liquid sprayed out by the devouring beast. As for those people who had gone through so much difficulty and danger to rush to the front of the devouring beast. However, if he just launches one strike, he will be swallowed by the devouring beast. There is not even a scar left. The captain looked at this scene with grief in his eyes. He wanted to rush over. But he can't. Not afraid of death. But he was afraid that these devouring beasts would approach Xingyi's city in the end. He had lost his last line of defense. As the captain of the city defense team. Even if they are dead, they cannot allow the monsters to enter the star-hidden city. The last resort to fight against this powerful monster is the self-destruction of the captain, a level 5 ability user. Even the herd of Tunwood beasts would suffer heavy losses. However, after the captain blew himself up, the remaining swallowing beasts will enter the Xingyin city as if it were an empty place. So until the last moment, I will not choose this path. As a captain, you must persevere until the last moment. Tragedies are still happening. 10 minutes passed quickly. There were less than 10 minutes left before reinforcements arrived. But at this time, there were only people with long-range abilities on the city wall. The captain is the only warrior left. At this time, the swallowing beasts had filled the swamp. The remaining Tunwood beasts stepped on those Tunwood beasts to cross the swamp. They approached the dilapidated city wall which had been corroded with large holes. The captain looked at the more than 300 swallowing beasts that were approaching. And the broken bodies of teammates. He closed his eyes tightly and exhaled deeply, even his breath trembling a little. But in the end, he said with a determined look, all long-range ability users quickly evacuate and join the reinforcements. Pass all the information here to them and assist them in destroying the remaining swallow beasts. Execute the order immediately. After hearing the captain's words, everyone knew that the captain was ready to self-destruct. Captain, we can't leave. So many of our brothers have been killed by the devouring beasts. If we run away, we will be laughed at even if we meet them down there. A fat young man holding a staff said naively. That's right, Captain. Although we are ranged users and don't have any close combat abilities, with so many of us, we can kill 1 or 2 devourer beasts. We can't be cowards. A middle-aged man with long blonde hair and a bow on his back said with a smile. Captain, you don't need to persuade us. Even someone as important as you can self-destruct and kill the devouring beasts, so can we. If these devouring beasts want to enter the city, they can only step over our corpses. A middle-aged man with a beard said this angrily. It's impossible to step over our corpses. There's a lot of meat paste, ha ha ha. A hearty laugh rang out. The others also smiled. Yes, it exploded, so there is no body. The captain looked at these team members and understood their intentions, which were not something he could change. So I could only nod and say, since you have made up your mind, let's do our last bit and kill these beasts. Good. Everyone shouted in unison. Then he jumped directly down from the city wall, which was several hundred meters high. It soon fell to the ground. Looking at the devouring beast less than a kilometer away, everyone began to breathe rapidly. Thinking about the fear of impending death, his face turned even paler. There is no one who doesn't want to live. But they all knew the consequences of allowing this group of devouring beasts to enter the star-hidden city. Everyone present, even the entire Shinin city. No one can escape the experience of having their relatives and friends devoured and killed by monsters. They cannot allow that kind of pain, despair, and grief to happen to anyone else. Therefore, even if you die, you must kill as many monsters as possible. Prevent them from entering Shinin city. Are you ready? I'm ready. Hearing everyone's answers, the captain raised his right hand. Those who saw this action began to mobilize the remaining vitality and elemental power in their bodies. It continues to gather in the chest along a special trajectory. Just wait for the captain's order, and then self-destruct to kill the devouring beast. The captain's vital energy was also surging wildly. Self-destruction. At the command. The rumbling sound continued. Boom, boom, boom. However, the imagined scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere did not occur. Before my eyes, fireballs the size of houses kept falling from the sky. The scorching heat evaporated the remaining swallowing beasts one by one the moment they fell. In just a moment, more than 300 swallowing beasts appeared. 100 of them were killed. The rest were also wrapped in flames. Let out a series of shrill screams. Roar! Everyone was stunned. What kind of spell is this? How can the combat power be so high? It's almost 40 million. And the more I look at it, the more it looks like a fireball spell. But why is it so big? It seems that no one in Shinin City can cast such a terrifying fire element spell. Moreover, it is still more than 10 minutes' journey, even if the reinforcements exert their best efforts. It's impossible to arrive now. Who exactly took action? Everyone looked at the fireballs falling from the sky in confusion. It's hard to express the excitement. They don't have to die. These swallowing beasts will never set foot in Shinin City. They wanted to cheer loudly. But at this time and place, this action is completely inappropriate. At the same time, everyone was wondering who saved them. Just when everyone had no idea. A young man's figure flashed by. He rushed straight past the crowd. Immersed in the group of swallowing beasts. It was like a gust of wind blowing by. The people who were just about to self-destruct were blown into the air. However, no one's attention was on him at all. Instead, he stared at the young man's back. He was seen quickly coming in front of a swallowing beast. The body instantly shot up, then the right hand clenched into a fist, and the right arm bent backwards, facing the body of a swallowing beast. With a punch, powerful energy burst out. Most of the body of the devouring beast was blown to pieces. Everyone was stunned watching this scene. Just a simple punch. It actually broke the defense of the devouring beast. It also shattered most of its body. This kind of combat power is probably the best among level 5 ability users. And this young man is only level 3. It's only level 3. Chapter 48, Obtaining Rapid Regeneration Ability. Could it be that Master Gu is here? A fat young man spoke up. The moment I said it, even I found it incredible. What is Mr. Gu's identity? How could you appear in such a dangerous place? Even if they come, they will only be people with special abilities from the Gu family. It's never Mr. Gu's turn. But the entire Shinin City. Apart from Master Gu, who else can achieve this? At level 3, killing a level 4 devourer beast is just like killing a chick. This is something that even a level 5 ability user can't do. Just as everyone was stunned, Gu Qian once again rushed into the group of Tunhua beasts. Wherever it passed, strong winds blew up, directly blowing the several tons swallowing beasts into the sky. Let's look at Gu Qian himself. I saw his legs slightly squatting. Then it catapulted into action, like a firecracker, and soared directly into the air. Then, he stepped on the swallow beast which was in the lowest position. The body was ejected again. The stepped-on swallow beast was shot to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! A violent roar was heard. Then there was a huge earthquake. But Gu Qian didn't stop at all. As his body moved left and right, dozens of swallowing beasts fell down. The roar was endless. The speed was extremely fast, and Gu Qian's figure could no longer be seen in the air. Only a vague white light could be seen, constantly shuttling among the herd of Tunhua beasts. Less than half a minute. More than 100 swallowing beasts were all dealt with. He fell into a large pit on the ground, unable to move. The place where it was stepped on was deeply sunken. A bloody mess. And what is surprising is, the recovery ability of the swallow beast is clearly amazing. At this time, he was lying in the pit wailing like a lamb to be slaughtered. The injuries on his body showed no signs of improvement at all. It's like losing the ability to regenerate extremely quickly. It's totally incomprehensible. The fighting power of the Tunhua beast is not very high. But it ranks first among all level 4 monsters. It is because it can spray liquid that corrodes everything, and has a regenerative ability that makes people feel despair. Even a level 5 ability user might not be able to kill it. The combat power must be at least tens of millions. Or you need to be a level 6 ability user. But now, the devouring beast has lost its regenerative ability. That proud million-level defense. It's useless in front of Mr. Gu. Is this really dead? While everyone was excited, Gu Qian looked depressed. Damn it. It has been swallowed more than 100 times. How come I never succeeded once? Could this 50% success rate be fake? Even if you can't succeed at once, it should be successful if you try it 10 or so times. Now, more than 100 of them have failed. The success rate is about to drop to a few tenths of a percent. My goodness, isn't this a bit too unlucky? Originally, Gu Qian was at home studying the magical beasts that had the abilities he needed. I haven't figured it out yet. Then we received the news of a beast tied. This is right at the point of the gun. What's the point of looking at the illustrated guide? Isn't it better to just practice it directly? Moreover, there was no ability before. Many beast tides were missed. I feel so itchy inside. Who doesn't want to save his hometown from disaster? Now is such a good opportunity. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. How could Gu Qian miss it? He ran over with Lao Jing. But Lao Xing's speed was too slow. I can't keep up with Gu Qian at all. So there was a scene where Gu Qian appeared alone. And just as Gu Qian continued to seriously injure the swallowing beast and devour its abilities, Lao Jing arrived at the scene panting. As soon as he walked out of the city gate, Lao Xing bent over and gasped for breath. His right hand kept waving in the direction of Gu Qian. His face was full of complaints, but he couldn't utter a word. I finally managed to utter a sentence. Brother, you should run slower. Brother, I can't keep up. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. Then he heard Gu Qian shouting. Old Jing, don't just stand there, kill all the swallowing beasts down there. I haven't even had time to catch my breath yet, and you've assigned me a task. You can't just watch me being idle. Even real cows and horses would not be used like this. Old Jing originally wanted to resist. But thinking of the 2 billion that Gu Qian had just given him, he endured it silently. Without him, who can be poor? The amount given is in billions. Following a boss like this is worth it no matter how hard or tiring the work is. Okay, right away. After saying that, he flashed and came directly to the pile of swallowing beasts. With a punch, powerful energy burst out. Like sharp blades, they directly cut through the pile of swallowing beasts that were as high as the mountain in front of them. Not even a complete bone could be seen. after knowing that all the corpses of the swallowing beasts have fallen. Old Jing finally took a breath and said, "Martial arts, wind-splitting fist." Gu Qian looked at this scene and was speechless. The fight was already over, so there was no need to shout out the name of the martial arts. Just as Gu Qian stepped on the devouring beast again, knocking it unconscious and activating its devouring ability, a strange feeling rose from within. This feeling also appeared when I gained the abilities of devouring and affinity with fire element. Success? Thinking of this, Gu Qian was overjoyed. Finally, the swallowing was successful. This time the combat capability can reach a new high. When the solidification ability is awakened, it is only focused on solidifying the internal organs. I completely forgot that there are many other organs in the body besides the internal organs. By the time you realize it, it's already over. So, after gaining the ability to devour, among the abilities that one wants to acquire, the ability to regenerate comes after lifespan and elemental abilities. I didn't expect to get it so soon. And it's A's fast regeneration. With this ability, many more organs can be sacrificed. By then, the combat power will be doubled. Thinking of this, Gu Qian was extremely happy. This trip was not in vain. It's worth the trip if I can get the ability of rapid regeneration. Even his subordinates' movements became much faster. Boom, the last swallowing beast was seriously injured by Gu Qian. After being defeated by Lao Jing with one punch, all the Tunwood beasts on the battlefield have been wiped out. Kata! Gu Qian's figure fell lightly to the ground. Looking back with a smile on his face, he looked at this. All those who escaped death were stunned and didn't know what to do. A group of Tunwood beasts that left the city defense team of more than 100 people helpless. There is even a level 5 ability user included. It took Gu Qian less than 2 minutes alone. Easy solution? Is this still a human being? However, when I think of Gu Qian killing so many level 5 abilities alone. With one strike, he killed nearly 60 level 5 ability users. Everything in front of me seems to be nothing. Thinking of this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and smiles appeared on their faces. At the same time, a deep feeling of fatigue spread throughout my body. Everyone collapsed. I didn't even have the strength to stand up. Chapter 49. You are too embarrassing. Then, some people just lay on the ground. With a satisfied look on his face, he whispered, "Saved." Although everyone was ready to die. But who wants to die when they can live? Now that Gu Qian is here, there is no need to worry about monsters invading the city. After all, Gu Qian is a fire elemental mage with a combat power of more than 20 million. Moreover, he is a person who practices both magic and martial arts. Not to mention dealing with 1,000 swallowing beasts. Even 10,000 of them would be no problem. Let's look at past experience. A magical beast with the combat power of the Tunwood beast. It is already the top one. Going further up, there are level 5 monsters with relatively high intelligence. Monsters of this level would not easily attack human cities. There will not be a level 5 monster tide. So, don't worry anymore. Gu Qian looked at the relaxed state of the crowd and ignored them. He immediately devoted himself to studying the newly acquired A-level ability, Rapid Regeneration. Open your basic information. Ability user, Gu Qian. Role Warrior Mage. Level 3. Abilities, Sacrifice, Solidification, Devouring, Fire Element Affinity, Rapid Regeneration. Combat Power, 19002375. Speed, 19003645. Strength, 19385761. Defense, 19084558. Spirit, 19037583. Ability Introduction, Rapid Regeneration, A-level, can quickly regenerate certain parts of the body. Even if fatally injured, it will not hinder the body's regeneration, and the regenerated body will not have any damage. However, if the whole body is destroyed in an instant, it will die completely. Seeing this introduction to the ability, Gu Qian almost laughed out loud. Doesn't this perfectly solve the mistakes made in the original solidification? You know, human organs are more than just internal organs. I chose the internal organs because I was confused at that time. If you select all organs, I'm afraid that when he reaches level 1, he will be able to fight against a level 5 ability user alone. Why wait till now? But it's okay now. Not only does he have the god level ability to devour, also got fast regeneration. From now on, as long as I am below level 6, I can still walk around freely, right? Thinking of this, Gu Qian felt a surge of joy in his heart. And just when Gu Qian was secretly rejoicing, the team leader walked over slowly. Mr. Gu, thank you for coming here in time, otherwise we would all be dead here. As he said this, the captain smiled helplessly. Gu Qian looked at the captain and smiled. You guys are really useless. You can't even stop this little monster. It's really TSK, TSK, TSK. As Gu Qian spoke, he showed a look of disgust. The captain looked at Gu Qian in a daze. He was obviously stunned by Gu Qian's words. I thought he would say a few words of comfort. Or just be polite. I didn't expect that what he said would be so straightforward. It's so blunt that it hurts. But Mr. Gu is indeed qualified to say this. But those people who were just lying on the ground. Everyone was unhappy to hear this. Even if the people present are not as strong as you, there's no need for you to be so hurtful. At least we fought until the last moment to protect Xingyin City. It's even better to be prepared to self-destruct. This really hurts the hearts of us who are guarding Xingyin City. However, everyone was angry but dared not speak out. Whether it is combat power or family background, Gu Qian is the top figure in the entire Xingyin City. There is no comparison between them. Even if Gu Qian said such words without considering everyone's feelings, everyone could only endure it. Old Jing, who had dealt with all the swallowing beasts, also rushed over. Hearing Gu Qian's words, he also frowned, just about to say something. Then he heard Gu Qian say, "Don't defend the city here anymore, your fighting power is too low." As soon as these words were spoken, the captain and everyone else's faces turned completely dark. This Gu Qian is really a playboy. If the Gu family is handed over to him, it will be destroyed sooner or later. Just when everyone thought that Gu Qian was going to say something unpleasant again. But he heard Gu Qian say, "Go back and recuperate first, and then improve your strength. I have already told the Gu family martial arts field that you can go there for free before reaching level 5. Besides, before level 5 we, the Gu family, will pay your wages until you reach level 5, so that you can properly defend the city. When the time comes, don't be so embarrassed." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Immediately, tears welled up in my eyes and I couldn't control my emotions. I originally thought that Gu Qian simply looked down on everyone and spoke humiliating words. They don't even take everyone's efforts into consideration. But who could have expected the reversal to come so suddenly? Mr. Gu is not slandering us at all. They are simply our reborn parents. As a person with special abilities, everyone knows the benefits of training in a martial arts gym. Not only is there no danger there, the speed of cultivation is no slower than fighting with monsters. The most important thing is that the sparring partners will also make many targeted suggestions for improvement. If you go there more often, you will even be given corresponding martial arts and spells. This is a huge benefit. Let's not talk about the value of the aforementioned services. The mere fact that they give away martial arts skills and spells is enough to make people jealous. Even a first-level martial arts spell is worth at least tens of thousands. The second level can reach hundreds of thousands, or even millions. The lowest level present was level 3. The gift must be at least a third-level magic skill worth $1 million. This shows how expensive it is to visit a martial arts gym. With tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars each, don't even think about setting foot in the martial arts hall. The Gu Family Martial Arts School is the most top-notch one in Xingyin City. The prices are outrageous. And now, Master Gu actually allowed everyone present to practice in the Gu Family Martial Arts Gym for free before they reach level 5. This is an extremely good thing. And also manage wages. Isn't this just to allow everyone to improve their strength with peace of mind? No need to worry? This is truly a great blessing from heaven. Mr. Gu really takes everyone's efforts to heart. Hold it in your hands. From now on, Mr. Gu will be our benefactor. Just when everyone's eyes were filled with tears and they were about to kneel down, the roar of monsters was heard again in the Xinghe Mountains. Roar! The sound is long and distant, as if it strikes people's hearts directly. And after the first sound, the second and third roars, thousands and thousands of them, the same roar continued to ring out. Roar! Roar! The sound reached everyone's ears. It gave everyone a splitting headache. He rolled on the ground, screaming in pain. It's simply unbearable. Only the captain, Lao Jing, and Gu Qian were left standing. Even the captain was pale and had a distorted face at this moment. Obviously, he couldn't bear it. Compared to the pains suffered by the body, the captain was even more frightened. It turned out to be this kind of demon beast. How come we can attract it too? What happened? Gu Qian was a little confused. He looked at Lao Jing with a confused look on his face. Want to get an answer? At this time, Old Jing also had a worried look on his face. There was some confusion in his eyes as he looked at Gu Qian. I don't know whether I should help Gu Qian solve his puzzlement first. Let Gu Qian evacuate here first. The monsters they are going to face next are not something they can deal with at all. I'm afraid only a level 6 ability user can deal with these monsters. Chapter 50. Terrifying Combat Power. The captain swallowed his saliva and said, Level 5 magical beasts, sun-blocking elephant lord, why are they here too? What happened? The lord who blocks out the sun. The captain swallowed his saliva and said, Level 5 magical beasts, sun-blocking elephant lord, why are they here too? What happened? The lord who blocks out the sun. Gu Qian looked at everyone with some confusion. Before his abilities were awakened, Gu Qian had never left the city gate. I haven't seen too many wild monsters. He is even more unfamiliar with the 5th level magical beast, the sun-blocking elephant lord. However, as long as they are level 5 monsters, every one of them is easy to deal with. Remember that the combat power of the weakest level 5 monsters is over 10 million. The sun-blocking elephant lord is a powerful monster among the 5th level monsters. I don't know how strong the combat power will be. With a nervous mood, Gu Qian stared at the chip display screen. The next moment, each of them is 100 meters tall and has a huge body. A huge blue elephant weighing at least dozens of tons appeared in front of everyone. One step forward and the mountains shake. It stunned everyone present. This is the Lord of the Sun. It's much taller than the one described in the introduction. With this kick, let alone a level 5 ability user, even people with level 6 abilities have to be careful when dealing with it. This guy is too big. It really feels like the sky is blocked out. And their combat power is even more terrifying. It actually reached more than 70 million. It's almost on the same level as a level 6 ability user. This guy is too scary. When everyone saw this scene, they had no intention of resisting at all. Facing such a monster, any resistance is futile. In the entire Xingyin city, I'm afraid only people with level 6 abilities can deal with them. However, there are only 5 people with level 6 abilities. Facing thousands of sun-blocking elephant lords, it is simply impossible to deal with them. What should I do now? Is it true that Xingyin city will be destroyed today? I'm so unwilling. Everyone tried their best and even narrowly escaped death. Finally, he survived the crisis with the help of Gu Qian. Gu Qian also made a promise. Soon we will live a stable life without worries about food and clothing. But I didn't have time to enjoy such a good day. Then he encountered the attack of the sun-blocking elephant lord. How can anyone be willing to accept this? Old Jing looked at the group of elephant leaders that blocked the sun. His face looked extremely ugly. Now, even he is of no use at all. A combat force of 70 million. Even if all means were used, it could only reach over 10 million. The gap between them is really too big. Moreover, the speed of the sun-blocking elephant lord is within the normal range of a level 5 magical beast. You can't escape just by relying on speed. What bad luck. Why did I follow Gu Qian here? That's better. I can't run away even if I want to. Just when everyone was in deep despair, Gu Qian looked at the sun-blocking elephant master in a daze and said, "It's really big, but I don't know if it tastes good." What? What did Mr. Gu say? Shouldn't you be thinking about how to escape now? Or it is understandable that they want to defeat this group of elephant lords that block the sun. But you are thinking about how to eat the sun-blocking elephant lord. That's a bit too much. Besides, the sun-blocking elephant is so big, its skin must be very thick and it must not taste good. What? Everyone's thoughts were diverted by Gu Qian's words. And just when everyone was confused and didn't know what to do, Gu Qian moved. In just a moment, it disappeared from everyone's sight. Even Captain Jinghe, who was at level 5, couldn't see Gu Qian's movements clearly. It's really so happy. Gu Qian didn't care to pay any attention to everyone's reactions. A combat force of more than 70 million. I don't know how many organs I have to sacrifice to achieve this. After all, apart from the offal, the other organs have not been sacrificed yet. It seems that we have to sacrifice them all at once. Now there is no risk of error. Sacrifice brain, heart, liver, gallbladder, spleen, stomach, kidneys, eyes, mouth, limbs, skin, ears, blood vessels, large intestine, small intestine, ribs. Gu Qian sacrificed everything he could think of that could be sacrificed. The moment the sacrifice ability is activated, all the organs that Gu Qian was thinking about disappeared at the same time. Because of the curing ability, the brain, heart, liver, gallbladder, spleen, stomach, and kidneys are restored instantly. With the brain, Gu Qian also activated his ability to regenerate quickly at the first moment. Other disappeared organs are also recovering rapidly. It took less than 5 seconds. Gu Qian recovered as before. There is no change at all. At the same time, the combat power also reached a terrifying 40 million. It seems that with so many organs sacrificed, the growth rate is at least twice as high as before. This time, coupled with the ability of affinity with the fire element, it is very likely that his combat power will reach 80 million, or even 90 million. Thinking of this, Gu Qian grinned. Now, we can deal with the sun-blocking elephant lord. If you cast the 3rd level fire element spell, the combat effectiveness can be further improved. It's no problem to eliminate them. Without any delay, he raised his hand and cast a fireball at the group of sun-blocking elephant lords. The huge fireball was almost half the size of the sun-blocking elephant. The terrifying temperature reached tens of thousands of degrees. Even though they were several kilometers apart, everyone felt like they were being roasted. Even the walls of Xingyin City turned into magma and continued to flow downwards. The entire wall was as soft as cream and slowly collapsed downwards. It simply cannot stand. Although everyone was unbearable in the heat, even the clothes on his body were burned with holes all over them. If it weren't for the vital energy and elemental power protecting him, everyone present had to be naked. However, even so, everyone was still staring blankly at the fireballs in the sky. And that terrifying fighting power. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of thousands, millions, tens of millions, more than 80 million. It's just that I dealt with the devouring beast. How come the combat power has soared so much? What happened? What did I miss? Everyone saw the changes in Gu Qian. The combat power was only over 20 million just now. Now it has directly become more than 80 million. It has increased nearly 4 times. How did Mr. Gu do it? What on earth did I miss? Could it be possible to gain such a powerful ability by killing the devouring beast? If I had known, I shouldn't have run away. We should try our best to kill these swallowing beasts. Maybe now my combat power can be increased several times. It's too late to say anything now. Boom, boom, boom. Huge fireballs continued to hit the group of sun-blocking elephant lords. It was as if a world-destroying fire was descending. This distance, this time. No matter how fast the sun-blocking elephants are, they can't escape. Seeing this, everyone's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. This sun-blocking elephant lord is not impossible to deal with. At least Mr. Gu has a solution. But just when everyone was about to cheer in unison, mutation regeneration. Just as the fireball was about to fall, I saw the elephant lord, whose trunk was several dozen meters long, suddenly smashing towards the ground. Boom! Loud bangs roared one after another. Soon after, countless thick stone pillars emerged from the ground, heading straight towards the fireball falling from the sky. Boom! The huge fireball collided with the stone pillar. The sky was filled with debris and flames. Everyone was stunned. This monster can also cast spells? Is it so cool? Chapter 51. Can Warcraft also cast spells? Everyone was stunned. Even Lao Jing and the team leader looked surprised. This is a bit beyond common sense. The monsters encountered before. At most, it is a simple manipulation of elemental power. But no magical beast has ever been able to cast spells. And it's a second-level spell. If that's the case, to cover the level of the Sun Lord, wouldn't it be possible to release a 5th-level spell? This is horrible. That's a 5th-level spell. The increased combat power is at least 5 times. Adding on the terrifying combat power of the sun-blocking Elephant Lord, wouldn't the number be over 100 million? That is a combat power that only people with level 6 abilities can achieve. No, we have to notify the 5 level 6 experts for support as soon as possible. Otherwise, Xingyin City would really be finished. The team leader dialed the chip communication directly. Activate the highest level of warning. At the same time, report the situation here and request support from level 6 ability users. Everyone was very nervous. But Gu Qian had an interesting expression. A magical beast that can cast spells, that's interesting. Today I'm going to have some fun with you. You all hide, I won't have time to protect you later. After saying that, he pushed his legs hard against the ground. Rushed into the group of sun-blocking elephant lords again. At the same time, the right hand continuously released various low-level spells. Fireball, fire blade, rocket. The sky was filled with huge fireballs, crescent-shaped fire blades, and rockets over 20 meters long. Keep falling from the sky. Gu Qian rushed into the herd of elephants and continued to attack the herd with his legs. When everyone saw this, they were all stunned. Multitasking. While casting spells, he attacks with his fists and feet. What a strong mental strength this requires. I'm afraid only this monster, Master Gu, can do this. After all, his current mental power has broken through to more than 40 million. He has already reached the level of a 5th-level ability user. If it weren't for the level limit, I would have been able to use level 5 spells and martial arts long ago. There is no difficulty at all in casting this first-level spell. Even the mantra does not need to be chanted. Fortunately, Mr. Gu was just casting spells while attacking with his fists and feet. If you can cast spells and use martial arts at the same time, it would really make people envious and jealous. Cast melee skills and ranged spells at the same time. Plus Gu Xiao's terrifying fighting power. Invincible both near and far. How can we fight this? Go home and rest. Everyone's mood at this moment was very complicated. At the same time, I hope that Master Gu can have such an invincible posture. On the other hand, he was afraid that Gu Qian would possess such an invincible posture. After all, no one wants to be compared to others and feel worthless. Even if this person saved my life, it won't work. This is the root of human selfishness. Just when I was laughing at myself in my heart, a loud shout came from Gu Qian's mouth. Martial arts, mountain-splitting kick! After drinking heavily, Gu Qian's vitality continued to flow into his right leg. Then Gu Qian kicked it forward. Directly hit the left front leg of a sun-blocking elephant. Boom! When the two collided, powerful energy burst out, destroying everything around them. The roar instantly overwhelmed all other sounds on the battlefield and spread in all directions. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. All looked shocked. Even Lao Xing and the captain opened their mouths and couldn't close them for a long time. He seemed to be frightened by what Gu Qian did. Martial arts, Gu Xiao actually did it while using spells. While using martial arts. And it's a 3rd-level martial art. Directly increased Gu Xiao's combat power by 3 times. It broke through 100 million in an instant. Is this true? Everyone's heart was pounding, they were breathing heavily, and their chests were rising and falling. I simply couldn't believe what was happening before my eyes. Gu Qian is only at level 3. Being able to increase the combat power to more than 40 million is far beyond everyone's cognition. Now you tell everyone that Gu Qian's combat power has exceeded 100 million? This is unacceptable no matter what. That is a combat power that only a person with level 6 abilities can possess. He is only level 3. Is it achieved so easily? He is only 18 years old. What did everyone present think? I have been practicing hard for so many years. Is it actually not as good as Gu Qian's few days of practice? This is really infuriating. It turns out that everyone is different. Some people are born in the sunshine. Most people spend their whole lives just trying to get closer to the scorching sun. This world is so unfair. Just when everyone was stunned, Gu Qian shouted again. Magic spell, fire snake dance. In an instant, a huge fire snake over 100 meters long appeared in the air, opening its bloody mouth towards the sun-blocking elephant lord that Gu Qian had hit. As if he was going to swallow it in one gulp. Everyone was stunned. Is this the 3rd level spell of fire element, Dance of Fire Snakes? Master Gu had been casting low-level spells while performing level 3 martial arts. At the same time, you are still chanting the 3rd level spell of fire element? 3-pronged approach? How did he do it? This is a pervert. Everyone present was so shocked that they were speechless. Even his face turned pale. Some people even fainted from excitement. Is this guy still a human being? It's simply a monster. Afraid of making any mistake. Casting spells is extremely strict. Not only do you need to control your mental power to communicate with the elemental forces between heaven and earth, you must also concentrate on controlling the elemental power in your body to form a magic circle that complements the elemental power of the outside world. To be able to display it. It can be said to be extremely exhausting in terms of mind and mental energy. All ordinary mages hide at the back and act cautiously. Gu Qian is fine. Direct 3-pronged approach. A 3-pronged approach. Even a level 5 ability user wouldn't dare to do this. He is not a human being at all. To say that he was born to be the sun is an insult to him. Dear gods, who can cure him? Everyone cried out in grief. But the next moment, everyone once again felt the gap between people. I saw a fire snake dancing wildly, releasing powerful fighting power, and being able to burn everything in the world. Suddenly it seemed as if it had been copied. Constantly appearing above the heads of the group of elephant leaders that blocked the sun. 1, 2, 3, 100, 500. It didn't stop until there were 1,000. Everyone was completely stunned. If the temperature here wasn't so hot. No one wanted to leave. At this time, they could only run as far as they could. All beings close to the battlefield were burned to ashes. Even the earth turned into magma. The city wall was burned for dozens of kilometers. A huge gap appeared. However, no sun-blocking elephant lord could enter the star-hidden city alive through this gap. Start! As the last word fell, huge fire snakes shot out from the sky. The bloody mouth directly swallowed the sun-blocking elephant lord. The Lord of the Sun would naturally not sit still and wait for death. Almost half of the elephants were constantly hitting the ground with their trunks. Countless huge stone pillars shot up into the sky, trying to stop the giant fire snake. However, the difference in combat power was too great, and they could only offer some resistance. In just a moment, the entire battlefield was surrounded by exploding fire and earth elements. The outside world has no way of seeing what is happening inside. The other half, the Lord of the Sun, lowered his head and hummed. Waves of complex sounds came from the nose of the sun-blinded Lord. The power of the earth element in the battlefield gradually began to boil. Completely ignoring the stone pillars exploding in the air and the rubble flying all over the sky. Chapter 52, Affinity with Earth Element. The people hiding hundreds of miles away looked at this scene and fell into deep thought. This kind of battle is not something that everyone can participate in. Not to mention those with 3rd and 4th level abilities. There are 2 level 5 abilities present, and if they come into contact with them, the outcome will be death without a complete corpse. It's really terrible. Even so, the Lord of the Sun blocking elephants still persisted for so long. This shows how foolish everyone's previous idea of trying to stop the sun-blocking elephant lord was. Alas, I am really useless. Just when everyone was sighing, the sound of elephants roared across a distance of hundreds of miles. A gust of wind blew over, making it impossible for everyone to stand steadily. Everyone steadied themselves, looking helpless. But the strong wind raised by the Lord of the Sun made them panic. If we really fight it, I'm afraid I won't even be able to get in. At this moment, the battlefield changed dramatically. I saw huge rocks like meteorites falling from the sky, smashed straight towards the battlefield. Each piece is more than 20 kilometers wide. It is hard to imagine what would happen if you were hit by such a meteorite. I'm afraid there won't even be any meat paste left. What's more, there are hundreds of the same meteorites. The 5th level spell is indeed terrifying. Boom! Meteorites fell from the sky. Thousands of fire snakes abandoned the elephant lord on the ground. Collide with those meteorites. A huge mushroom cloud rose up. The powerful force of fire and earth elements raged wildly. Destroy everything within a radius of 100 miles. Even the ground sank deeply, forming a huge basin. At the same time, cries of grief were heard. Countless huge pieces of rubble, wrapped in flames, flew towards the group of the sun-blocking elephant lords. The impact force was huge, even though the sun-blocking elephant lord had a defense force of over tens of millions. It's impossible to resist it. In just a moment, dozens of sun-blocking elephants were smashed into a bloody mess with broken bones. After letting out a scream, he fell to the ground and was then buried by the rubble that fell from behind. It, along with everything around it, was burned up by the flames on the rubble. At the same time, more sun-blocking elephant lords were hit by the rubble. The scene was extremely tragic. Once again, everyone who was far away from the battlefield was stunned when they saw this scene. Looking at the tragic battlefield, I didn't know how to react for a moment. More than 1,000 elephants blocking the sun. Is it solved just like that? Isn't Mr. Gu a little too powerful? Gu Qian is still there. Lao Jing seemed to suddenly realize something. His face was full of anxiety. He pushed through the crowd and rushed towards the battlefield. Even the Lord of the Sun was in such a miserable state. Gu Qian's defense is far inferior to theirs. Isn't he in great danger now? No, nothing can happen to him. Everyone pulled Lao Jing. Don't let him rush to the battlefield. The battlefield at this time seemed like doomsday. Don't even mention Lao Zheng. Even if a person with level 6 abilities goes in, there is no guarantee that he will come out safely. Moreover, under such circumstances, Gu Xiao might have already. Lao Jing struggled hard to break free and threw away all the people who were trying to stop him. Get out of the way. Why are you stopping me? Get out of the way. Just when Lao Jing finally got rid of all the people blocking his way. Just as he was about to rush to the battlefield, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. He stretched out his right hand and pressed his shoulder. Old Jing was furious and shouted loudly, "I said, don't stop me." As he spoke, he grabbed the hand that was pressing on his right shoulder with his left hand. Just when he wanted to take down the opponent with an over-the-shoulder throw, suddenly a huge force came from behind. Instead, he threw Lao Jing out. Old Jin, who was flying in the air, was completely stunned. What is going on? Is there anyone here who is more powerful than me? That's impossible. Just when Lao Jing was stunned, Gu Qian's impatient voice sounded. Old Jing, you are so brave. You dare to attack me? If I had known, I would have let you rush in and be crushed to death. It was Gu Qian's voice that I heard. Lao Zheng's originally panicked heart calmed down instantly. He even ignored the pain of being thrown to the ground. Not dead. I'm glad you're not dead. Otherwise, you won't be able to find such a generous boss. Everyone was surprised to see that Gu Qian was fine. Everyone was curious about how he escaped. Lao Jing just grunted and got up from the ground. Came to Gu Qian. Check carefully. Finally, I found that there was no injury at all. Only then did Lao Jing breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened, otherwise Mr. Gu would have beaten me to death. For Lao Jing, it was the old man who arranged this. Gu Qian was not surprised at all. After all, which killer would turn against his own side in the middle of a battle? Although I gave a lot. But it is also inevitable that people will be suspicious. What's more, when the few people met later, it was obvious that Lao Xing was very familiar with the old man. I just don't know what their relationship is. If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. Gu Qian ignored everyone's inquiring looks. He placed his right hand on his brow and looked at the tragic battlefield. He said with a distressed look, "How painful it must be! It's all smashed to pieces. It hurts just looking at it. Fortunately, we ran fast. I just don't know if we can still eat this elephant meat. I haven't eaten the meat of the sun-blocking elephant lord yet." Hearing Gu Qian's words, everyone present was speechless. Now I am still thinking about eating the sun-blocking elephant lord. How obsessed are you with the flesh of the sun-blocking elephant lord? At this moment, Gu Qian was very happy. This time, not only the group of elephants that blocked the sun were solved. He also gained the ability of A-level affinity with the earth element. Now you can use earth elemental spells. The fire element plus the earth element, either one is very powerful. The fire element has strong attack power. Earth elementals can cast many defensive spells. Now, there is an extra layer of protection. Just as everyone was staring at the battlefield in a daze, a series of sounds of breaking through the air came from behind. The reinforcements of the city defense team arrived at this time. Wait until they see the scene before them. All were so shocked that they were speechless. Such powerful destructive power. Even the city wall had such a big hole. This shows how fierce the battle just now was. I really don't know how they strangled the sun-blocking elephant leader group. Gu Qian looked at it for a while, clapped his hands and said, "Okay, Lao Xing, go collect those magic cores. Level 5 magic cores are worth a lot of money. Don't miss any, and don't think about keeping them for yourself. I know the number." Hearing Gu Qian's words, everyone was shocked. Yes. Although those rubble and flames could kill the sun-blocking elephant lord, but the hardness of the 5th level magic core is not comparable to that of the sun-blocking elephant lord. It will definitely survive. This is a level 5 magic core. Each one is worth at least tens of millions. What's more, there are more than 1,000 of them. There are tens of billions of them. This is still the lowest. What kind of innate ability does this Mr. Gu have to make money? I made so much money in just a few days. Although some of them were obtained through blackmail. But being able to blackmail the 3 major families is also young Master Gu's ability. Chapter 53 is still too comprehensive. The squad leader looked in the direction of the battlefield. The worry can be seen in his eyes, fearing that a more powerful group of monsters would appear. Fortunately, after so long, there has been no movement. However, such a big hole in the city wall is always unsafe. Any magical beast with a slightly larger number may be able to pass through the gaps in the corners, causing casualties to ordinary citizens outside Xingyin City. It must be repaired as soon as possible. And this beast tide is very strange. In previous beast tides, there were monsters of all types and levels. And the number is also larger than this time. It has never appeared before, classified and graded, appearing in sequence. Fortunately, the number is relatively small this time. Otherwise, with so many level 5 monsters appearing, even if a level 6 ability user came, it will probably take more than 10 days of fierce fighting. It's scary to think about it. The team leader said to the leader of the reinforcements coming from behind, "Old Wu, there is such a big hole in the city wall, we must repair it as soon as possible, but..." As they spoke, both of them looked at the big hole in the city wall. Such a big hole stretches for dozens of kilometers. The height reaches several hundred meters. It is simply impossible to repair it in a short time. Thinking of this, Old Wu also sighed and said, "It is impossible to repair such a big hole in a short time. We can only let the Earth Elemental Mage cast a spell to block it. But such a large-scale spell requires at least a level 5 Earth Elemental Mage. Does our Xingyin City have such a mage?" Mages are rare to begin with, and they have to be level 5 Earth Elemental Mages, which makes screening even more difficult. Not to mention the 5th level Earth Elemental Mage. Even if they are low level, I'm afraid there are not many. Now all we have to do is summon all the earth elemental mages we can find. There is no other way. Just when the two of them were frowning, Gu Qian approached the two of them and said with a grin, "Are you looking for an earth elemental mage to repair the city wall?" Seeing Gu Qian asking, old Wu and the other man looked at each other, and surprise suddenly appeared in their eyes. Since Mr. Gu asked this, he must know someone, or there is such a person in the Gu family. An earth elemental mage who can catch Mr. Gu's eye or enter the Gu family. The level is at least level 4. Although it hasn't reached level 5 yet. But if there are more people like this big hole can be filled in a short time. Old Wu immediately said in surprise, "Yes, Mr. Gu, I wonder if you know any earth elemental mages. It would be better if they can reach level 5. It would also be fine if there are more people at level 4 or level 3. Gu Qian smiled even more brightly when he heard that. "Of course I know them, but it costs a lot to invite them. How much can you offer?" Hearing Gu Qian's words, their eyes brightened. It seems that Mr. Gu really knows him. And the level is not low. After all, if the grade is too low, the price won't be too high. It looks like this hole can be plugged as soon as possible. But what is the appropriate price? Old Wu and the other man looked at each other and frowned. Then he said to Gu Xiao tentatively, "Gu Xiao, we estimate that for such a big hole, we will probably give over 1,000,000 yuan. I wonder if it can meet the expectations of that mage." Hearing the millions, Gu Qian smiled even more brightly. He said impatiently, "That's enough, I'll fix it right away. You can't delay paying me." "Fix it now? Did Mr. Gu say something wrong? We need to contact you immediately. There is no earth elemental mage of this level on the scene. If there is, it's impossible that I don't know anything about it." The two were very confused. But he didn't dare to correct her. I just watched Gu Qian tinker with the chip for a while. Then he turned to the two of them and said, "Okay." The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the communication with the other party has been successful. Now you don't have to worry about the hole taking a long time to repair. However, Old Wu still said to the team leader, "Old Qin, although we have the help of a high-level earth elemental mage, which can greatly shorten the process, it will still take a few days. During this period, we must send more people, otherwise if a monster really rushes in, the consequences will be disastrous." Lao Qin nodded and said cautiously, "We will patrol carefully in the next few days and will never let any of them." Lao Qin hasn't finished speaking yet. Then Gu Qian was seen casting a spell towards the direction of the city wall. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. What is Mr. Gu doing? Do you want to repair the city wall yourself? But isn't he a fire elemental mage? When did I become an earth elemental mage? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? How could someone have so many abilities? First comes solidification, then comes the fire element series of abilities. There is also that hidden mysterious and powerful ability. That's 3 already. If you add an earth elemental mage series of abilities, that's 4. There is no way that one person could possess so many abilities. That's impossible. 4 abilities. Even if it means making a hole in the sky. It's absolutely impossible. Everyone looked at Gu Qian with horror. It was as if the person in front of him was not a person, but a monster. No one believed that Master Gu possessed the abilities of an earth elemental mage. But the slap in the face came so quickly. A huge force of earth element gushed out from Gu Qian's body. Head straight towards the city wall. The power of the earth element is so enormous that it even exceeds the level of a 5th level earth element mage. This person's brain simply crashed. Master Gu is really an earth elemental mage. What is going on? Can anyone tell me how it is possible for one person to have so many abilities? This is simply a dream. But how do I say this now? Every ability of Mr. Gu is real. Crazy, this world is absolutely crazy. Just when everyone was confused, Gu Qian shouted, "Magic spell, earth wall, start!" The last word fell. The earth began to shake violently. I saw a huge stone wall slowly rising from the hole in the city wall hundreds of kilometers away. Directly fill up the holes of dozens of kilometers. Even the bumpy holes on the edges were directly smoothed out by the raised earth wall. The main focus is on a perfect fit. It can smooth the edges of the original earth walls. This shows that the earth wall technique used by Gu Xiao is stronger than the previous city wall. It's not even a little bit hard. Moreover, it seems that the newly erected earth wall is thicker than the city wall. This requires a huge amount of earth elemental power. Perhaps in the entire Xingyin city, only young Master Gu can do this. The terror of Master Gu has already been demonstrated in the battle just now. But no one expected that he was actually an earth elemental mage. Some people with weak tolerance saw this scene. I fainted instantly. This is obviously unacceptable. There are people who are so comprehensive even when they are so strong. Jealousy can completely change a person. If I couldn't beat Master Gu. In addition, his family background is very different from that of Gu Xiao. These people may not be dizzy. Instead, he came up and beat Gu Xiao up. Everyone had the same thought in their mind. Sighed silently. Mr. Gu is really too comprehensive. Chapter 54. The city will survive if people are alive, and the city will perish if people die. Gu Qian looked at the slowly rising earth wall, his eyes full of pride. Done. Millions of assets are in hand again. Thinking of this, Gu Qian turned around and said to Captain Qin, "Take the money, mission accomplished." Press Gu Qian into this state. Everyone smiled. At the same time, I am also very curious. Is the Gu family mistreating young Master Gu harshly? Or it's because the Gu family doesn't give him pocket money? How could you force your child to be like this? The heir to the Gu family. Working so hard to earn money. It's really hard to understand. Old Jing standing by was very touched. I didn't expect that the boss would work so hard to make money just to pay himself. Accept all such tasks. However, the salary for casting a spell is millions. If I could take it, I would. Lao Qin smiled helplessly and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Gu. I will notify the finance department to transfer the money to you right away." As he spoke, Lao Qin began to operate on the chip screen. When Gu Qian saw this scene, he also smiled happily. It seems that I will have to absorb more abilities in the future. Wait until all the elements are gathered. Wouldn't it be easier to make money? If you can devour the space element, you will be truly invincible. It makes me excited just thinking about it. Although all the elements are very powerful, there is no distinction between strong and weak. But the space element is recognized as the most difficult to deal with among all elements. Not only is the destructive power amazing, and it's very strange. High defense. It can also be used as an auxiliary, which can be said to be very comprehensive. And there is no need to worry about being approached. This is the most coveted ability for a mage. And it's different from other people with special abilities. All people with special abilities must reach level 6 and complete secondary specialization before they can fly with their own abilities. But except for wind element and space element. When the wind element reaches level 4, there is a spell that allows one to fly for a short period of time. It can be said that he is one step ahead of other people with special abilities. Ningzi was able to gain the upper hand in the battle. After all, once you fly up, it will be difficult for other people with special abilities to get close to you. At the same time, we also took the initiative. You can fight when you want to fight, and run when you want to run. It is very convenient. Even more powerful than the wind element is the space element. At level 3, you can fly with the help of spells. This alone is enough to crush other people with special abilities. Besides, who doesn't want to fly? As long as you are not afraid of heights, being able to fly is everyone's dream. It's just that the ability of space elements is too rare. Want to get this ability? The difficulty is no less than obtaining SSS-level ability and eternal life. Thinking of this, a rare look of loneliness appeared on Gu Qian's face. At this moment, a huge roar suddenly sounded from the newly risen city wall. Boom! The sound was so loud that it hurt my ears even if I was more than 200 kilometers away. Everyone looked towards the city wall in panic. I was horrified. Could it be that there are still monsters? Captain Qin exclaimed. I was already frightened. If we follow the order just now and then bring more monsters, wouldn't there be a group of level 6 monsters? Thinking of this, everyone became extremely panicked. If that's true, then Shingin City would be really finished. With the current strength of Shingin City, it is impossible to resist the group of level 6 monsters. It's impossible to defeat even 3 or 5 of them. After all, there are only 5 level 6 ability users in the entire Shingin City. Humans are naturally at a disadvantage when fighting monsters of the same level. What should I do? Everyone looked anxiously towards the city wall. I want to find out what kind of monster is attacking. Gu Qian was also very anxious. Fuck, come on, the money hasn't arrived yet. You should at least wait until the money arrives before coming back. No one can stop my money from arriving. After saying this, he ignored everyone's surprised looks. He rushed over directly, completely ignoring the possibility that the person coming is a level 6 ability user. No one expected that Mr. Gu's obsession with making money was so strong. And what he cares about seems a bit abnormal. Everyone else was concerned about the level of the monster that came. He is the only one who cares whether the money will arrive. Really, I'm impressed by this guy. Thinking of this, everyone shook their heads and smiled bitterly. But we can't let Gu Xiao face the group of monsters alone. Even if it is a group of level 6 monsters. As the captain of the city defense team, he must also face it. All people with abilities below level 4 and those who are injured can return to the city center to recuperate. At the same time, pay attention to the evacuation information. If we really can't stop them, we will have to evacuate quickly. At that time, we will have to rely on you. After these words were spoken, everyone felt very heavy. But still fast execution. This is the habit that the city defense team has developed over hundreds of years. Swear to protect the citizens of Shingin City to the death. Watching everyone leaving. The rest of the people looked determined. Run directly towards the city wall. The distance of 200 kilometers was quickly covered halfway. But Gu Qian is even faster. At this time, fireballs, fire snakes, meteorites, and stone pillars kept appearing on the battlefield. The roars and screams of monsters continued to sound. From time to time, huge monsters would fly into the sky accompanied by explosions. Moreover, after so much time had passed, the group of monsters still failed to break through Gu Xiao's defense line. It doesn't look like a group of level 6 monsters. Otherwise, even Master Gu might not be able to hold on. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they thought of this. As long as it's not a group of level 6 monsters, it's fine. But just when everyone arrived at the city wall, I was completely shocked by the scene before me. Outside the city wall, there were densely packed monsters of various shapes and sizes. Looking around, there are at least tens of thousands of them. There are all kinds of warcraft from level 1 to 5. Moreover, there are endless streams of magical beasts coming out of the starry mountains. It seemed as if it was going to submerge Shingin City. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Beast tide, this is a real beast tide. The herd of beasts that came before was also very dangerous. But the quantity is not large. If it weren't for the last group of elephants that blocked the sun, even a city defense team can handle it. It can only be regarded as a small-scale monster invasion. But now it is a real beast tide. Not to mention a city defense team of 100 or so people. Even if the entire city defense team had people with special abilities, it wouldn't be of any use. No, all people with abilities above level 4 must be notified as soon as possible. As well as 5 level 6 ability users, in this situation, it would be impossible to resist without taking out the last weapon. Captain Chen and Old Wu looked at each other. Then he no longer hesitated. Directly operate the chip screen. The next moment, all the chips in Shingin City emitted a dazzling red light and a shrill alarm. At the same time, the chip screen automatically popped up, with 4 big red words written on it. Beast tide is coming. Everyone who saw this scene became frightened. Beast tide, another beast tide. Support must be provided as soon as possible. Without the slightest hesitation, all those with abilities above level 3 who were not seriously injured rushed towards the city wall without hesitation. Although they usually have their own little thoughts, and even don't get along with each other. But when it comes to protecting Shingin City, no one will choose to stand idly by. The city will survive as long as people are there. The city will only perish if people die. Chapter 55, Desperate Beast Tide. Countless people with special abilities quickly rushed towards the city wall in different ways. After receiving the news, ordinary people all rushed back home. Stop all work. Be prepared to evacuate at any time. Those who were close to the Xinghui Mountains had even begun to rush to the other side of the city. As soon as there is news to evacuate, they can also escape with the greatest possible chance. However, if the city was really breached, how could they, as ordinary people, escape? At the same time, 5 people with level 6 abilities also received special news. Request to bring magic nuclear weapons. The 5 people who saw the news were all stunned. This time they are actually going to use magic core weapons. How big is the scale of the beast tide? Magic nuclear weapons are the last guarantee for every city. Not until the city's survival is at stake. It will not be enabled, because the cost is too high. Magic core weapons, as the name suggests, use magic cores as energy. Moreover, facing the powerful beast tide, low-level magic cores are useless. Only magic cores above level 4 can be effective. The 4th level magic core is not only extremely valuable. One costs $1 million. And the number of machines is scarce. It's simply not enough. Even after accumulating for more than 10 years, it is not enough to resist the beast tide. Therefore, it is impossible to enable it unless it is absolutely necessary. It's not that I'm reluctant, but it's simply not enough. It seems that this time it is really a matter of life and death. Without the slightest hesitation, all 5 of them activated the magic nuclear weapons in their space objects in advance, just so that it can be used directly on the battlefield. Then he flew towards the battlefield without looking back. Gu Qian was fighting fiercely, cursing as he fought. Damn it! I just built a city wall, and you come to destroy it. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know why the flowers are so red. Were you the one who punched the wall just now? Was it you? You punched holes in the wall, don't you have any manners? And you, did you make the scratches on the wall? Are you still trying to argue? I have even matched your scratches, and you still refuse to admit it? Almost every time he cursed, a magical beast would be knocked away by Gu Qian in various ways. The simpler one is to solve it with one punch. A higher level one would have an exploding fireball. Or the stone pillars were knocked away. Those with higher levels were directly beaten and seriously injured by the dancing fire snakes and the stone giants. However, Gu Qian was not killed with one strike. He was making the monsters lose their combat effectiveness, while devouring their abilities. But it's been so long. The abilities gained are not only few, and they are all useless abilities. This made Gu Qian more and more angry. At this moment, the city guards on the city wall were stunned by the scene before them. Brother, your reasons are a bit far-fetched. Is there such a thing as quality in World of Warcraft? Also, are you sure the one pounding the city wall is a python? It doesn't even have hands. Thinking of this, everyone shook their heads secretly. Then look at those monsters that were beaten to a bloody mess but are still gasping for breath. My body started twitching for no reason. It was as if it was not the monster that was hit, but himself. Isn't this method a bit too cruel? It could have been a one-hit kill. You have to leave some room. This will make these monsters unable to die comfortably. As expected, the crazy Master Gu should not be provoked. Just when everyone was stunned, Gu Qian, who was fighting fiercely, suddenly looked up at the city wall. What are you doing standing still? Take action quickly? Everyone was agitated when they were stared at by young Master Gu's terrifying eyes. They were afraid that young Master Gu would take action against them in the next second. So everyone jumped off the city wall one after another. Start harvesting those monsters that were seriously injured by Gu Qian. Also remove their magic cores. When the magic nuclear weapons arrive, use them as energy sources. As for those with long-range abilities, except Gu Qian, they all stood on the city wall, constantly releasing long-range martial arts and various spells. They are not like a pervert like Gu Qian. As a mage, his melee combat ability is also terrifying. A level 5 earth bear known for its strength was knocked away by Gu Qian's punch. This guy is over 100 meters tall, and his weight alone is estimated to be dozens of tons. Just like that, she was knocked away by just one punch? How terrifying this power is. Not to mention a level 5 wizard. Even a level 5 warrior with strength abilities couldn't do it. Mr. Gu, this is truly terrifying. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes turned towards Gu Qian into one of fear mixed with a bit of envy. It would be great if I could have this kind of strength. Half is fine. Lao Jing rushed into the group of monsters and fought hard against those level 4 monsters. Those of low level will be left to those with low ability levels to deal with. He was no match for those of higher levels, so he led them all to Master Gu. This is the best tactic. However, it didn't take long before the people defending the city could no longer hold on. The number of beasts in this tide is too huge. Moreover, there are too many high-level monsters here. There's no time to hide. It's because Gu Qian is supporting us from the front. There are still many people with special abilities who are injured or even killed. In just over 10 minutes, hundreds of people had to leave the battlefield to recuperate. Dozens more people died, and even their bodies were confiscated and eaten. Seeing this, everyone felt extremely heavy. And, as time goes by, the vitality and elemental power in the bodies of the ability users were also exhausted. It can't last very long. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the hearts of all those with special abilities. This is the beast tide. A tide of beasts that is powerless to resist. But among these people, there is one exception. That is Gu Qian. He seemed to know no fatigue. The warcraft has been madly and seriously injured. The third-level spells were cast without regard for one's life. Everyone who saw it was envious. How great it would be if I had as much vital energy and elemental power as Master Gu. The initial passion on the battlefield soon disappeared. There was only endless fighting and screams. There are monsters and people with special abilities here. Watching my teammates fall to the ground one by one. The mood of the others also became heavier. At the same time, many people can no longer hold on. The energy in the body is exhausted and the only option is to evacuate. The entire battlefield fell into trouble again. Puff! Cut a monster in half with one sword. Old Chen was breathing heavily, frowning, and looking towards the city with a worried look on his face. I don't know where the other people with special abilities are. Can I hold on until they arrive? Then he looked back and saw that magical beasts were still coming out of the Xinghui Mountains in an endless stream. My heart sank to the bottom in an instant. This is an unprecedented huge tide of beasts. Even the power of the entire Xingyin city is here. I'm afraid I can't resist it. Could it be that Xingyin city is really doomed this time? Well, what exactly happened? Why did the monsters in the Xinghui Mountains riot? It's really hard to understand. Chapter 56. The next victim is invited to come on stage. Just half an hour. Except for Gu Qian, everyone else was exhausted. Only a few level 5 ability users are still holding on. If it weren't for Gu Qian leading the way, the city wall has been breached by now. But this cannot be blamed on the city defense team. This beast tide happened too suddenly. There was no time to deploy and recruit personnel. And the number and level are much stronger than before. In this situation, it is usually necessary to gather all the people with special abilities in the city to resist. Otherwise, it won't take long to be breached. Fortunately, Gu Qian is here. Old Chen breathed heavily and looked in the direction of Gu Qian. Movements also gradually slowed down. After fighting for such a long time, the vitality in the body has been exhausted. And Gu Qian is still full of energy. After fighting for such a long time, it seems that the anger has not subsided at all. Curses were hurled one after another. Even the ancestors of these monsters were greeted. The insults were quite dirty. If these monsters could understand, they would be so angry that they would die. At the same time, it is puzzling. Most of the monsters rushed towards Gu Qian and attacked. It seemed as if she really understood what he said. Each of them had their teeth bared, their eyes were red, and they were growling continuously. It seemed like he was arguing with Gu Qian. The scene was very intense. This is a bit hard to understand. Can Warcraft understand human language? I've never heard of this. It must be because Gu Xiaochong rushed too far forward. That's why these monsters besieged Mr. Gu. It must be like this. Gu Qian looked at the besieging monsters without any burden at all. The more monsters there are, the more devouring power there is. However, the abilities and levels of these monsters are too low. And I don't have any good abilities, which is really depressing. Just when Gu Qian was stunned, a group of level 5 Warcraft tyrant bears rushed towards him. Wherever he passed, all the monsters dispersed on their own accord, as if notified in advance. Gu Qian exclaimed when he saw this scene. "Oh my god, they are targeting me now! But you came just in time. Tyrant Bear seems to have quite good abilities." As he spoke, he clicked on the information about the Tyrant Bear. Ability user, Tyrant Bear. Occupation, Warcraft. Level 5. Awakening ability, A-level ability burst. Ability description, explosion. Each attack has an additional explosion effect, increasing combat power, strength and damage range by 7 times. Combat power, 2098579. Speed, 702,958. Strength, 30295039. Defense, 4093858. Mental strength, 3947. Looking at the Tyrant Bear's abilities and data, Gu Qian nodded with satisfaction. Finally, something worth watching has arrived. Otherwise, just kill these low-level monsters. When will I be able to break through the current level? The Tyrant Bear is indeed the top existence among the level 5 monsters. The basic combat power alone has exceeded 20 million. Plus the increase in explosive power. The combat power directly exceeded 100 million. And the speed is low. Isn't this just a sitting duck? But this number is indeed a bit too much. Looking at the Tyrant Bears as tall as hills rushing towards him, it feels very oppressive. The human body is too small in front of these Tyrant Bears. For those with weak psychological endurance, this scene alone is enough to scare them to death. And Gu Qian is obviously not among them. Gu Qian just grinned. Rushed straight over. He shouted loudly. "Spell, fireball, spell, meteorite, spell, stone pillar, spell, fire snake." Release for low-level spells in succession. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with flames and boulders. The power of the elements is violent. All spells continued to hit the Tyrant Bear. And those violent giant bears seemed to have no fear. He slapped his bear paw directly towards the huge fireball. Boom! The fireball exploded, and countless flames flew everywhere. Those poor low-level monsters were only slightly contaminated. It was burned to ashes directly. The combat power of hundreds of millions is not something these low-level monsters can withstand. Even if it was just a small flame, it was like a natural disaster in their eyes. At the same time, Gu Qian also quickly approached the Tyrant Bear group. His body moved left and right, constantly dodging the falling debris and flames. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the bears. Just punch out directly. Level 5, Mountain Charge Fist. The third-level martial arts was released instantly, directly hitting a Tyrant Bear. The fighting force of hundreds of millions burst out with powerful vitality. The Tyrant Bear gritted his teeth and resisted with all his might. This scene is very funny. A human being over 1 meter tall punched the chest of a 100-meter tall giant bear. There seemed to be no resistance at all. It felt like he was going to be slapped to death in the next second. But the reality is that the Tyrant Bears resisted. There was no energy left to fight back. As long as it uses a little more of its strength to attack. Gu Qian's fist could pierce through his chest in an instant. This tiny human being has terrifyingly strong fighting power. Even if it resisted with all its might, the trend was already unstoppable. At this moment, Gu Qian smiled sinisterly. Spell, Dance of the Fire Snakes, spell, Stone Colossus. 2 third-level spells, and third-level spells of different elements, were released at the same time. The difficulty is simply unimaginable. But Gu Qian did it. And in such a short period of time, he was releasing low-level spells and martial arts. While releasing the third-level spell. He is indeed a pervert. Everyone was shocked by Gu Qian's action. Especially the newly arrived city guards. I've never seen anything like this. Everyone was so shocked that their minds went blank. At the same time, countless giant flaming pythons hundreds of meters long and huge stone statues hundreds of meters high appeared out of thin air. Fight with this group of stone statues. The entire battlefield instantly turned into a battle between these giants. Gu Qian took this opportunity to knock the tyrant bear that was fighting against him away with one punch. Then he controlled the stone colossus to stretch out his hand and let himself take over. He rushed to the center of the tyrant bear's eyebrows again. Under the horrified gaze of the tyrant bear, a punch hit its forehead. Boom! A huge roar was heard. The tyrant bear fell heavily to the ground. It was like an earthquake. The ground that was hit was instantly shattered into pieces. Countless dense cracks spread out. The earth fell apart in an instant. This shows how powerful this punch is. The tyrant bear that was hit had a blank mind and passed out. White foam was overflowing from the corners of his mouth. Obviously, he couldn't withstand the power of this punch. Take down a level 5 tyrant bear with 2 punches. There are only 5 level 6 ability users in Xingyin City who have such combat power. Only Gu Qian can do it. It's really enviable. Don't even think about taking down a tyrant bear with 2 punches. It means trying your best, even if it means exchanging your life for another to kill a tyrant bear. They were all satisfied. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Everyone looked at Gu Qian with a mixture of love and hate. You're making it difficult for others. But Gu Qian didn't care about that. Rush directly to the unconscious tyrant bear. Reach out and press on its brow, directly unleashing its devouring ability. Devouring, A-level explosive ability. The moment the ability was activated, a strange feeling appeared in Gu Qian's body. Gu Qian immediately smiled happily. It worked. I didn't expect it to be successful the first time. Now, is it still difficult to deal with these tyrant bears? Thinking of this, Gu Qian smiled cruelly and began to look for the next victim. Chapter 57, Isn't it easy to deal with the beast tide? Looking at Gu Qian's smile. Even the Warcraft was frightened. Escape in panic. The human in front of me just now was hitting and cursing at the same time. Although I don't understand what he said, it must not be a good thing. The key is, the more you curse, the more aggressive it becomes. Even if we fight, we can't win. If there were no orders from above, who would want to provoke this plague god? Gu Qian, on the other hand, was completely confused. What's going on? Why are you all running away? Aren't we going to attack Xingyin City? Why are you running away? I haven't experienced a beast tide either. Were all the beast tides like this before? That's not difficult at all. Gu Qian looked at the city defense team with great confusion. Want to get answers from them. When the people guarding the city saw this scene, they were speechless. They also wanted to know why these low-level monsters were hiding from Gu Qian. This shouldn't happen. The lower the level of Warcraft, the lower the IQ. Generally, when they see someone, they will rush up to them. I will never back down because of the difference in strength. This is the experience of joining the city defense team and fighting these monsters for such a long time. This has never happened before. What kind of physique does this Mr. Gu have? How come anything can happen to him? Look at them here. After those monsters abandoned Gu Qian, they all gathered around the city defense team. The attack was more fierce than before. Those level 1 and level 2 magical beasts hiding from Gu Qian. They all attacked everyone without caring about their lives. It's just like Hongwen. Is there still someone hiding from Gu Qian who is afraid of death? Could it be that being killed by Master Gu is death, but being killed by us is not death? What on earth are these idiots thinking? Don't understand. 10-12% of misunderstanding. Let's look at Gu Qian again. I was immediately unhappy. This is a newly acquired ability. Although the increase in combat power is not impressive. After all, the increase has now increased to more than 1,000 times. Even if you add 8 or 10 times the amount, it won't add much. But this attack comes with an explosive effect, which is really awesome. And the attack range has also become larger. It is equivalent to ordinary attacks being able to function as martial arts. Doesn't this save a lot of trouble? We must experiment carefully. Thinking of this, Gu Qian rushed towards the group of monsters without hesitation. And he only picks on those with high levels. It's just you. Don't run. Didn't you just surround me so fiercely? Why are you running now? Stop right there. Gu Qian roared and rushed towards the level 5 tyrant bear. He didn't take into account the other party's face as a level 5 monster at all. It's like chasing chickens. And the tyrant bear who was so aggressive just now, as if he wanted to tear Gu Qian to pieces. Seeing Gu Qian at this moment was like a mouse meeting a cat. Run away. Moreover, they run in different directions. He didn't dare to fight against Gu Qian at all. Although these tyrant bears did not have close contact with Gu Qian. But they had personally endured the dancing fire snakes released by Gu Qian and the beatings from the stone colossus. They never thought that their defense was so high. Such a thick skin. He couldn't even withstand a 3rd level spell. They are just not as intelligent as humans. It's not that I don't have intelligence. It can't be compared with those stupid level 1 and level 2 monsters. Even they know how to hide, so how could a highly intelligent monster like us not know how to hide? What a joke. Besides, are we trying to avoid being beaten? We are upholding the dignity of the Tyrant Bear clan. A man over 100 meters tall was beaten up by a human over 1 meter tall. I can't give it back yet. If this gets out in the Warcraft community, how will we survive? No, I must hide and must not confront Gu Qian head on. Just like that, a funny scene appeared on the beast-tide battlefield. Gu Qian's body size stands out among a group of huge monsters, some of which are dozens of meters tall. Chasing a group of monsters. And regardless of the level of the Warcraft, they all fled in all directions and soon surrounded where Gu Qian was. A large vacuum area appears. This scene shocked everyone. Even the people with special abilities from Xingyin City who had just arrived. I was also dumbfounded when I saw this scene. What is going on? Why is Mr. Gu chasing the monster alone? And why does the Warcraft, which is usually violent, seem to be afraid of Master Gu? What exactly happened? The 5 level 6 ability users were also stunned when they saw this. I have no idea why this happened. Is this still the beast tide that I have been fighting against all my life? Why is it different from what I encountered before? And that's the situation. Still need our support? Wouldn't it be enough to let Gu Qian guard the city gate alone? Old Master Gu looked at Grandpa Qiu in disbelief and said, Old Qiu, am I still asleep? Why are you looking at Qianer chasing after a group of monsters? It was obvious that Grandpa Qiu had not yet recovered from the shock of what happened. But he still said respectfully, Master, it's not that you haven't woken up yet, it's that the young master is chasing these monsters. After hearing what Grandpa Qiu said, the others were stunned for a moment. Then, the head of the Gu family laughed and said, As expected of my grandson, he is really amazing and courageous. He chased so many monsters by himself. He really brought honor to our Gu family. After saying this, he glanced at the people from the other 3 families vaguely. The intention to show off is evident in his words. People from the other 3 families saw this. His face suddenly turned ugly. He was originally extorted by Gu Qian. I feel uncomfortable. Now I am being mocked by this kid right in the face. How can I bear this? But even if you can't bear it, you have to bear it. Who made his guys not have the strength like Gu Qian? Not to mention the kids at home. Even I can't make the monsters afraid. I really don't know what this kid Gu Qian did. Humph, what's there to brag about? You've been busy for so long, and now you're just running around on the battlefield. You haven't killed many monsters. You're just trying to attract attention. The head of the Gong family had just finished speaking. Then a series of explosions were heard. Huge tyrant bears, mixed with other magical beasts, all flew into the sky. He was directly injured by the explosion and could not get up. Even those low-level monsters. It was directly fried into pieces of meat. Not even a complete bone could be found. Among those level 5 monsters, the tyrant bear is relatively better. At least he was still breathing. But he could only lie on the ground groaning, unable to get up and unwilling to get up. Because they found that as long as they lay on the ground injured, this human being will not attack them. It's considered a lucky escape. The other monsters being chased by Gu Qian saw this scene. Just give up resistance. After being hit by Gu Qian's punch, he lay on the ground and couldn't get up. Anyway, you can't beat them, and you can't run away either. And have to endure this human's mental attack. It would be better to just lie on the ground. As a result, an extremely strange scene appeared on the battlefield. Any level 5 monster that Gu Qian targeted would immediately give up resistance. He waited for Gu Qian to catch up, and then got punched, and then he lay obediently on the ground without struggling at all. As for those low-level monsters, I feel like crying but I have no tears. It's not that they don't want to do it. But I really couldn't take this punch. Chapter 58. It's not fair, it's not fair. But how can they avoid it with their speed? Since I have to die anyway, I might as well take someone with me before I die. A group of monsters were being chased after a howling moon wolf raised its head and roared. They changed direction one after another and rushed towards the other people in Xingyin City. The attacks became more fierce. Before everyone dies, they want to take someone with them. Kill one and you break even, kill two and you make a profit. The sudden change confused the people with special abilities who had just arrived. What is going on? You can't beat Mr. Gu, so you take it out on me? You underestimate people too much. A nameless anger rose in my heart. So, a group of people with special abilities fought hard. But as soon as the fight started, almost all the people with special abilities were defeated. I can't win. I can't win at all. These monsters are like crazy. Completely use them as punching bags. Go all out from the start. Moreover, the number of monsters completely crushes those with special abilities. There are several monsters fighting for a person with special abilities. Normally it is difficult to even deal with one. That's so much to deal with now. And it's a monster that's not afraid of death. How can we possibly win? In less than a minute, the people with special abilities in Xingyin City suffered heavy losses. All ran for their lives. Don't come over here. Whoever is chasing you, go chase them, don't chase me. I want to go home, fuck, I want to go home, Mom. For a moment, the entire battlefield suddenly became eerily uniform. So neat that it doesn't look like an attack. It's more like a game of chase. However, it's the kind of game where if you catch up you die. 5 level 6 ability users watched the dramatic scene on the battlefield. I didn't know what to say for a moment. I saw Gu Qian chasing after a group of magical beasts. While chasing, he cursed. Moreover, with just one curse, several monsters would fall down. At the same time, those monsters heard Gu Qian curse. The escape speed will be faster. As for those monsters, they were trying their best to distance themselves from Gu Qian, while madly attacking other people with special abilities. From time to time, capable people were killed. If you don't know, you might think that it was Gu Qian who was instructing these monsters to kill the people with special abilities in Xingyin City. Seeing this, the 5 of them were speechless. What is this? Grandpa Chio shook his head, raised his right hand, his fingers kept flying, and he was muttering something. In less than 5 seconds, Grandpa Chio growled. Spell Dark Vortex. The moment the sound rang out, violent dark elements erupted from Grandpa Chio's body, driving the dark elements of the entire battlefield to rush into the ground madly. In just a moment, a huge black vortex appeared on the ground, occupied half of the battlefield. And at the moment the vortex appeared, no matter they are users with special abilities or magical beasts, their movements are all restricted by the powerful devouring force. Standing there unable to move, even Gu Qian became slow in his movements. Seeing that something was wrong, Gu Qian jumped directly off the ground. At the same time, he commanded the stone statues to take off their heads and throw them at Gu Qian's feet. Gu Qian stepped on the heads of these stone giants to gain leverage, and with a few bounces, he completely escaped from the range of the dark vortex. This operation made everyone dumbfounded. The stone colossus can be used like this. It really broadened my horizons. However, even if they learned it, few people could achieve it to the same level as Gu Qian. After all, only mages can cast spells. The magician not only has mental power far superior to that of a warrior. All other data are pitifully low. It's impossible to achieve the level of Gu Qian. Thinking of this, everyone felt envious again. Practicing both magic and martial arts is not something that everyone can do. Just when everyone was stunned, all the monsters that were trapped in the dark vortex were slowly pulled into the ground, completely dead. Those people with special abilities who were being chased all breathed a sigh of relief and escaped. But they don't have time to relax for a while. Then a large number of monsters filled the entire battlefield. The 5 people looked at each other. This is not a solution at all. Gu Qian just needs to be on the battlefield. Sooner or later, these monsters will become the same as those just now. Then other people with special abilities will not be able to play their due roles. And it is impossible for Gu Qian to never rest. Originally, I wanted to divide these ability users into 3 waves and take turns to go to the battlefield. This way everyone can have enough time to rest. After all, the Beast Tide is a protracted battle. It's not something that can be solved in a short time. But now it seems that no one can be in the same group with Gu Qian. He can only be in a group by himself. The others were divided into 2 groups. Plus some low-level people with special abilities who manipulate magic nuclear weapons. This deployment is now complete. Mr. Gu is the most prestigious among the 5. He said directly. All the people with special abilities go up to the city wall. Except for Gu Qian, they will be divided into 2 groups. Gu Qian will be in one group. At the same time, people with special abilities below level 4 will operate magic core weapons, support the battlefield, and eliminate the monsters. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Mr. Gu said. They all entered Xingyin City and started to form groups on the city wall. At the same time, the 5 people also took out the magic core weapons they brought. Placed on the city wall. Fixed turrets, each glowing with white light, were neatly placed on the city wall. Each gun turret is 100 meters apart. It just crosses the entire battlefield. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up. It was the first time for most people present to see magic nuclear weapons. Naturally, I was extremely excited. Those who are about to operate the turrets are even more impatient. Even Gu Qian saw it for the first time. I heard that the magic nuclear weapon machine is powerful. No matter what the operator's level and combat power are, as long as enough magic cores are filled in. And it is within the range of the weapon. You can exert powerful combat power. It is said that the magic core weapons of Xingyin City can unleash the combat power of a 6th level ability user. That being said, these are not weapons at all, they are simply level 6 ability users. Okay, let's get ready. Let Gu Qian handle the Beast Tide alone. I want to see how long this kid can hold out. Although what Mr. Gu said seemed to show that he didn't care about the safety of his grandson at all. But anyone could hear the pride in that tone. It's as if to say, look, this is my Gu family's offspring. One person handles the entire Beast Tide. Can you do it? Can you? Everyone, except Grandpa Chiu, had a dark look on their faces. This is better than anyone else in Xingyin City. This time, the Gu family won. As for the person involved, Gu Qian had a very dark face. So, you came here just to watch the show. Is this appropriate? There are so many people here, and they are just going to watch me fight these monsters alone? Tell me yourself, is it appropriate? So Gu Qian, who couldn't stand the slightest bit of anger, immediately shouted. I object, why do I? Shut up and get to work. Gu Qian's words haven't been spoken yet. He was ruthlessly stopped by Mr. Gu. When Gu Qian heard this, he shrank his head and dared not speak. Just like a quail. There was no trace of the arrogance he had when he was chasing the monster just now. It seems that in the entire Xingyin City, only Mr. Gu and Mr. Chiu can control Gu Qian. Chapter 59, Tacit Cooperation. The more Gu Qian thought about it, the angrier he got, and now he urgently needed to find an outlet to vent. So, when Gu Qian looked at those monsters again, even his eyes were red. Seeing this, all the monsters were frightened. But Gu Qian smiled cruelly and said, "If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck." After saying that, he crossed his fingers and clasped them together, with his 2 index fingers raised. At the same time, he muttered something, and a huge amount of mental power spread out, communicating with the earth element between this world. But in an instant, the ochre-colored elemental power began to gather madly. Spell, Stone Colossus. The moment the voice fell, the power of the earth element quickly condensed into more than 1,000 huge human-shaped stone statues hundreds of meters high. Then he began to attack the surrounding monsters frantically. Afterwards, Gu Qian murmured again in his heart, "Activate the ability Explode." The A-level ability Burst can make all the owner's attack methods have a burst effect. In this way, every attack of the stone colossi becomes a martial arts attack. Suddenly, a huge roar was heard on the battlefield. Boom! Bang! And every attack would blow up a large piece of monster corpse debris. The attack range has been expanded by more than 7 times from the size of the stone colossus fists and feet. Plus, the stone colossus fists and feet are huge to begin with. Now, 1/10 of the battlefield was covered. With every attack of the stone giants, thousands of monsters would be seriously injured or shattered. Even those who managed to survive would have incomplete limbs, tears all over their bodies, and completely lost the ability to move. This is the terrifying thing about the explosive power. Regardless of whether the attack was fatal or not, those who are attacked will suffer varying degrees of lacerations. It greatly affects combat effectiveness. The people with special abilities on the city wall were all dumbfounded when they saw this. What is going on? How come the stone colossus attack has this effect? Aren't they only capable of normal attacks? How come it has the same effect as martial arts? This is incredible. It was already incomprehensible enough that Gu Qian could condense so many stone giants at once. After all, who is a good person who can condense 1,000 stone giants at once? Not to mention a 3rd-level magician. It's level 4 or 5, and at most you can condense 5 or 10 at a time. Gu Qian is fine. Not only can they condense 1,000 at once, but they can also use martial arts. This is simply impossible. Just when everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say, a hesitant voice sounded. "Why does this look so much like the effect of an A-level ability explosion?" As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their eyes to the person who spoke. The man was so frightened that he dared not speak anymore. Everyone's eyes changed from disbelief at first, then to hesitation, and finally to shock and calmness. A-level ability tearing. It does have that effect. However, this effect can only be triggered by attacks from the person who possesses the ability. I've never seen a summoned creature condensed by a spell have such an effect. However, before, only warriors possessed explosive abilities. After all, there are very few people with dual abilities. There has never been a person who possesses both mage abilities and explosion. But when this happened to Gu Qian, it seemed very reasonable. After all, he already has too many abilities. Not one more. The others quickly came to their senses. Those with abilities below level 4 can quickly go to the magic core turret and operate it. One person fills the magic core, one person adjusts the fixed direction, and one person triggers the switch. The 3 of them work together, and soon, the muzzles of the 3-meter-tall magic core turrets lit up with elemental light of different colors. The light of the fire element in one of them was the most eye-catching. Wait until the light reaches its peak. A huge roar sounded. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a ball of fire elemental light with a diameter of about 30 centimeters shot out from the muzzle. Then it exploded among the group of monsters. Several low-level monsters were blown to pieces, leaving no intact bodies. The chip display clearly showed that the combat power of this fire element light ball had reached more than 600,000. This is already within the combat capability range of a level 4 ability user. Enough to seriously injure a level 4 monster. It worked! We succeeded! The 3 people operating the turret shouted out loudly with excitement. Able to attack with the combat power of a 4th level ability user at the level of a 3rd level ability. Apart from the pervert Gu Qian, this can only be done through magic core weapons. And this is because a 4th level magic core is used. If it is a 5th level magic core, the attack power can directly soar to the million level. However, let alone the level 5 magic core. Even a 4th level magic core can reach hundreds of thousands of levels. Every attack costs a lot of money. In other words, the 4 major families can afford such consumption. If it were any other family, they would have such magic nuclear weapons. I can't afford such consumption. And every day I hear a cannon shot. The hearts of the 4 family heads are bleeding. After the first shot, the roars continued one after another. Just when everyone was excited, a loud curse rang out from the battlefield. Who is so blind as to use a cannon to attack me? Are those eyes used to vent your anger? Who is it? If you dare to do it, you must take responsibility for it. Don't deny it. In the dust, Gu Qian's angry voice covered in dust stood. His eyes kept scanning the people manning the fort on the city wall. Everyone who was touched by the gaze hid their heads. He didn't dare to look at Gu Qian at all. I'm afraid that if this man gets angry, he will kill the person directly. But Gu Qian didn't wait until he found someone. Another explosion exploded next to him. Repeat the same mistake, adding another layer of dust that you haven't cleaned up just now. Gu Qian was extremely angry. But don't wait for him to get angry. Continuous explosions continued to sound around him. More than this, 7 or 8 elemental light balls of different colors appeared at once. They exploded at the same time. It is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. With Gu Qian's current defense power of over 100 million, these attacks couldn't hurt him at all. There are many monsters around him. Every time an attack lands, it can blow up a piece of the monster's corpse. It can even kill a level 5 monster that is already seriously injured. This is an unexpected gain. After all, those level 5 monsters just lay on the ground after being injured. This kind of monster is easier to harvest. In addition, every time a level 5 monster is killed, a level 5 magic core will appear. Collect them when the time comes. It is an attack with 1,000,000 combat power. It directly raised the attack power of the magic core turret to a higher level. It will be easier to deal with the beast tide. As a result, all the people operating the artillery understood what he meant. Almost 1/3 of the people pointed their artillery at Gu Qian. And they changed the turret after each shot. There was no chance for Gu Qian to find any evidence against him. Even if it's time to investigate. With so many people here, could Gu Qian really cause trouble for them all? Then they are also for Xingyin City. No matter how unreasonable Gu Qian is, it is impossible to punish him severely. Compared with the punishment at that time. Now Gu Qian is in such a mess. Everyone was also very happy. After all, there are no such opportunities under normal circumstances. So this scene appeared on the battlefield. No matter where Gu Qian appears, there will always be 20 or 30 elemental light balls following closely behind. For a moment, it was impossible to tell whether these people were fighting Warcraft or Gu Qian. Gu Qian was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. Unfortunately, I can't find their faults at all. If you ask, it's not intentional. Gu Qian couldn't do anything about them. Even Mr. Gu doesn't care, and the other 3 family heads will not stop it. They had long wanted to teach Gu Qian a lesson. This also reached a tacit understanding. The person who beats is happy, the people who watch are happy, and the person who is beaten is furious. In this world, only Gu Qian and Warcraft were injured. Chapter 60, Level 6 Magical Beast, The Movement of the Magical Beast Egg. Gu Qian was so angry that his face turned red, but he could do nothing. I can only vent my anger on these monsters. For a moment, the violent power of fire and earth ravaged half of the battlefield. The number of monsters has dropped sharply. In just 10 minutes, thousands of monsters were killed by Gu Qian. Thousands more were killed by the magic core turrets on the city walls. The harvest is quite great. The biggest gain was more than 10,000 magic cores. Can be used in the turret again. But even so, there are still more and more monsters on the battlefield. This is simply not a long-term solution. Gu Qian is still on the battlefield, so there is no need to worry about his safety. But when Gu Qian was exhausted and was replaced, other teams of people with special abilities will fill in. The casualties must have been heavy. In addition, there are countless magical beasts in the Starry Mountains. Also, the number of people with special abilities in Xingyin City is limited. Levels above level 3 are even rarer. It is simply impossible to cope with a prolonged tide of beasts. If it were in the past, I wouldn't be afraid. After all, the largest beast tide in recent decades only lasted 5 days. Although there were heavy casualties in that battle, we still managed to hold on. Now with the addition of a powerful force like Gu Qian, there is no fear of such a beast tide. But this beast tide is different from all the previous ones. Just at the beginning, there were hundreds of thousands of monsters besieging the city. This is already the number seen in previous decisive battles. Plus, the numbers continue to increase. If it weren't for Gu Qian supporting me, there are at least 1/3 fewer people with abilities who can stand here now. There's no way it could last more than 5 days. What I am most afraid of is that this beast tide may last more than 5 days. Patriarch Gu looked at the battlefield with a frown on his face. I don't know what I'm thinking. Just when the monsters killed by Gu Qian were suffering, a loud beast roar suddenly sounded. The powerful force of wind element instantly swept across the entire battlefield. The extremely noisy battlefield suddenly became quiet. There was no sound at all. Even the magical beasts being chased by Gu Qian stopped. All looked towards the direction of the Starry Mountain range. His eyes were full of fear. Even the body began to tremble. Likewise, all users with special abilities were shocked by the powerful force of wind element, and were speechless. Even breathing became difficult due to the powerful force of wind element. Everyone looked pale. This elemental force is really too strong. What level of warcraft is needed to release this? It's not going to be a level 6 monster, is it? As soon as this thought came to mind, everyone's heart began beating uncontrollably. A 5th level monster already has a combat power of over 10 million. And this is not even the strongest level 5 monster. If a level 6 monster really appeared, wouldn't that mean the combat power would exceed 100 million? In addition, Warcraft is much stronger than human beings. Even if 5 level 6 ability users come together, I don't know if they can deal with it. If this is true, can Xingyin City still be defended? Everyone turned their eyes to the 4 family heads and Old Man Chiu. All hopes were placed on them. Others can forget about fighting against a level 6 monster. Even the elemental power emitted by the opponent cannot be resisted. Seeing everyone's gazes, the faces of the 4 people including the Gu family head became extremely solemn. A level 6 monster. Others may not know how terrifying a level 6 monster is. But the 5 people who had fought against level 6 monsters knew it very well. A level 6 magical beast is simply not something a level 6 ability user can deal with. One-on-one, there is no ability to resist at all. Even if 5 people joined forces, they could only win narrowly. What worries the 5 people the most is a level 6 monster appeared on the first day. What kind of terrible monster will appear next? What exactly happened in the Xinghui Mountains? How could such a riot happen? Get rid of all distracting thoughts. No matter how powerful the monsters will appear later, this one must be stopped. The 4 people including the Gu family looked at each other and flew into the air. The 4 family heads all stood in front, and Old Man Chiu was protected by the 4 of them behind him. And before they saw the monster appear, the 5 of them began to accumulate strength. Powerful vitality erupted from their bodies to varying degrees. Old Master Chiu began to concentrate on releasing his powerful mental power and communicating with the power of dark elements between heaven and earth. The powerful fighting capacity of the 5 people was instantly revealed. Each of them has a basic combat power of over 100 million. This kind of powerful combat capability is a level that no one else can possibly reach in their lifetime. Everyone was excited when they saw this. There are 5 such powerful level 6 ability users. Why are you afraid of the beast tide? For a moment, everyone was eager to fight. Mr. Gu ignored everyone's thoughts. Instead, he lowered his head and glanced in the direction of Gu Qian. Gu Qian lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. He must have been frightened by the powerful aura of the 6th level monster. Although his combat power can reach hundreds of millions. But that can only be achieved by exhausting all means. It is normal to be frightened when facing a level 6 monster. After all, he had just turned 18. Still a child. Alas, I hope Chen can survive this disaster safely. Such a thought flashed through my mind. Mr. Gu no longer paid attention to Gu Qian. At this moment, Gu Qian had no intention of paying attention to anyone else's thoughts. Because the unknown monster egg that had been lying in his space ring appeared at the moment when the 6th level monster aura appeared. I started to get restless. A throbbing feeling of great desire was transmitted directly to Gu Qian's mind through the space ring. This discovery completely stunned Gu Qian. What is going on? No, man. Even though I know you are very powerful? But now you are still an egg. Can you transmit your thoughts to my mind through the space ring? Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? That is a space ring, a separate space. An existence separated from the real space. This can't stop your mother? Moreover, what is the situation with this longing thought of yours? Do you want to devour this level 6 monster? Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? You have to know that you are an egg. You want to devour a level 6 monster before it even hatches? There were so many level 4 and level 5 monsters before, aren't they appealing to you? A level 6 Warcraft is coming right up. This is if you wait until you hatch. Can I support you? Can you change the request? The most important thing is that I can't kill a level 6 monster. No, should I just use a level 5 monster first? Gu Qian tried to communicate with the monster egg. As soon as this thought came to his mind, the emotions of Warcraft egg became even more intense. It is impossible to choose a level 5 monster. Seeing this monster egg is so ungrateful. Gu Qian also got angry. I won't give it to you, what can you do? I've even picked an egg. You can eat it if you want. If you don't want to eat it, forget it. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Qian prepared to continue killing the monster and ignore it. But before he could make any move, an extremely terrifying thought suddenly came to his mind. The images of everyone present suddenly appeared in front of Gu Qian. The next moment, he was swallowed up by a powerful energy. No trace of the body was left, and even his grandfather and grandfather enemy had no ability to resist at all. No body was found. As soon as this scene appeared, Gu Qian's whole body was drenched in cold sweat. Gu Qian had no doubt that this monster egg could threaten him in this way. Definitely have such ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't be guarded to the death by an 8th level magical beast. At the same time, he didn't dare to gamble with the lives of his grandfather and his grandfather Chiu. So, he immediately showed a flattering smile. Even the thought of passing it on was servile. Master, I will definitely try my best to get this level 6 monster for you. His expression changed so quickly that even he himself didn't react.